Hello folks, here we have it. We're following Neek for his deck building process here in Sorcery Sealed. He's going to be opening 6 packs today and trying to build the best deck he can out of those. From what I can tell here, Neek has decided to sort his cards not only by the elements that they use, but also, to me anyway, what looks like perhaps by quality. So in the top row here, we see all of what he thinks are maybe the most powerful cards in each of the elements. In the middle row, we seem to be taking out all of the things that he deems quite playable. And in the bottom row, we have a kind of more of the filler cards, cards that maybe could be role players or less likely to make the cut. Now, if we were to kind of look at this from a column perspective, the columns represent different elements. So we can see fire here on the left. We're moving that Gift of the Serpent. No, staying put. We have air, then we have water, and then we have the earth cards on the right-hand side. We're taking out all of the sites, finding a place for artifacts. Ooh, a nice Lord of Greed there. I think this is an interesting approach from Neek. Often it's very tempting to fly through your packs, maybe quickly sorting things by the elements that you see, but by laying out his cards this way, not only is he getting a good top-down view of what elements are represented well in his pool, maybe by sheer volume, but also he's able to, at a glimpse, pick up on the actual quality of the cards within. Maybe there wouldn't be much drawing you into an Earth deck if the vast majority of the cards that you had in Earth were some of the less playable or more constructed-oriented ordinaries and exceptionals. So here we can see, a high density of playable Earth cards, plenty of big dudes, and some good removal spells. And we can see also water having quite a high number of high-quality picks here for Neek. Fire so far looking weak. That demon, temporarily shackled, but once you let it go, it's a hell of a beater. And he has 2 other playables there, but his fire seems relatively weak at the moment. Nice things in air. Screamer, obviously a powerhouse ordinary, and Zap, an incredible finisher. We'll see how this develops as he opens more packs. Apologies, folks, for the bit of dead air there. It's an early Sunday morning here in Leeuwarden, and after an intense bout of competitive play yesterday, there was no shortage of celebrating last night. Ooh, that's a very nice Aether core. A nice pickup there for Neek. Now, not maybe highly, not easy to use in a limited environment. More a card that you'd want to construct your deck around. A couple of lads with Void Walk to walk that thing out into the void to make use of it. And not so easy a trick to pull off with a randomized pool of cards. Now, Nick is pointing. I don't believe there's anyone else sitting at the table with him. So I think this pointing might be an attempt to communicate something to us. That's terrific, and I really appreciate Nick for that. But I'll have to kind of use my limited capacity to infer what he's saying here. We see a much lower number of playables here in fire and air, and a huge density of high quality cards in water and earth. He's of course totting up the totals here. Bit of a head shake there. I think whatever decision he's after making, to him probably seems quite self-explanatory. We're cutting some of the chaff there. Interesting that he's taking away all of the less playable cards. He just doesn't want them kind of maybe cluttering his decision-making process, even though, of course, there's still cards that he could play. Now, bye-bye fire, almost. Interestingly, Zap may seem like a magic that is only very useful at kind of doing the final point to a bigger minion, or only has 1 damage, which is only good against some kind of weaker threats. But of course, Neat seems to be holding the card with huge esteem here. In Constructed, we see it often being sought up with a toolbox. It acts as a wonderful finisher. When your opponent is on death's door, of course, is zapped from anywhere, can sort them out. And that flexibility seems to be something that he prizes highly in the card here. Now we're having a quick sort of the sites to see if they give us any additional benefit. They're of course not just used for fixing our threshold, but also have various additional benefits, things like providing wards to our minions, creating skeleton tokens, deserts, of course, dealing damage, or even letting us play creatures like townsfolk from our collections. Thin Ice there, Constructed All-Star. There's an abundance of earth and water sites here, which if you're Nick, you probably are quite pleased about, seeing as there's also an abundance of earth and water playables, and he does seem to be leaning quite heavily towards those elements at the moment. After this process, folks, we will be hearing from Nick. We'll be having a chat with him, and we might see if we can get a hold of either Ron or Richard as well. Maybe they have some insight into whether or not people have been opening curios or any exceptional pulls here. Now we're having a bit of a closer look at our deck here. It looks like Nick is wanting to get a bit of a preview on what exactly an earth and water deck would look like. And no longer are we visualizing this just by looking at playables, but we're going to sort the cards by mana cost. This gives him an idea of what turns in the game will he have the most plays. Now, my understanding of Gothic Limited is that we are going to put quite a premium on high quality 3-cost cards. Assuming that most players will be playing with Spellslinger, you'll start the game with 3 sites, and then from your 4th site onwards, you'll either have to take 1 turn using your avatar's ability to draw the site and a 2nd turn to play the site, or you would have to draw a card from your atlas to play the site immediately. That, of course, would put you down a spell relative to your opponent who continued to draw from their spellbook and maybe took a slower approach to site development. That means that all of these 3-cost cards come with the additional benefit of being castable on 3, yes, but also if you're taking the slower road and drawing a site on turn 4, they're still making the most use of the mana that you have available to yourself. Neek here is dividing his cards by the different elements to kind of maybe take in the threshold. We see a deck here full of beef on the upper end. We have the 10-ton slug. We have the Wendigo, Shoggoth, undesirables there, which in general, an undesirable isn't something you want, but here is a big hitter for the deck. Oh, and actually it turns out Neek doesn't desire them. The undesirables have gone undesired, and he's kind of putting them over here into his little draft pile of things that are only in there temporarily. Up the top, you can see the magics that he has available to him. Things like Gift of the Wolf and Smite. All of these cards are things that he might not necessarily want to play straight away on the turn they're available. If you've no turn 1 play, Gift of the Wolf really doesn't achieve much. Oh, and he also has the very nice Gargoyle as well. High quality cards around the 4-cost slot there. We see a Hyper Parasite. Hyper Parasite would be good on its own if it were a 4-cost 4-power minion, but its ability to disable other units allows you to kind of easily accrue value with it. Now, in the 2-cost spot there, we see that Neek is holding on to Instigator Imp. Instigator Imp not only has fantastic art of people arguing in a bar, but also has the ability to punish your opponent for maybe overcommitting to one site. The card for 2 mana has only 1 power, so it's not the strongest on the board, but if you can make good use of its ability, you're obviously going to get something great for yourself there. I think it's fair to say, though, that if your opponent is maybe spreading their units across sites and not stacking, that it could be hard to actually get that value from Instigator Imp. I'm interested to see if Neek kind of thinks of this card as something that's filling out his curve, or if he's almost planning on using it more like a situational magic, at least when he kind of weighs up the balance of his deck in his head. We spoke about the importance of 3-cost minions to Gothic Limited. Important to note, as most of the 3-cost minions have 3 power, it's sort of the break point where if your opponent is playing a lot of these 3-power minions, you also need 3-power minions. That's kind of then the going rate. But you need these 3-power minions yourself so that you can actually kill theirs. You can actually trade into them. That means that in general, any minion at cost lower than 3 still has 3 power is very good. It would allow you to trade up into your opponent's turn 3 play, kind of take the tempo of the game, and be able to push an early advantage. Interestingly, here we see the ordinary undead called Entombed on the kind of cutting room floor on the left-hand side of Neek's deck. This is a 2-cost unit with 3 power. That's all very promising. We like the sound of that so far. With burrowing, now that's all upside. Oh, and hang on, there's always a catch. Must be cast burrowed. Now, must be cast burrowed means that Entombed is quite kind of a slow card. It can't immediately affect the realm, perhaps in the ways you'd always like. And maybe that lack of tempo and the lack of an ability to quickly affect the board is what Neek does not like in the card here. Now, Neek has already looked through his sites. He's already seen maybe he has an abundance of blooms or other threshold fixing options. He wants to include this zap. Zap would, of course, give his deck a great option to finish off an opponent on death's door, which it doesn't have the most. A lot of his larger minions are big, slow, and I don't want to insult their intelligence, but stupid kind of minions. Gift of the Wolf, of course, can't get you out of any predicament like that. Neither will Buried Alive. Smite is also a good way to finish an opponent on death's door, but Neek seems to highly value here being able to actually get in that last point. Neek's having one last look here now, going back through the cards, looking at the things that could have made the cut but aren't quite good enough, making sure he's happy with the numbers. Folks, we're going to leave Neek in peace to finish sleeving up his deck, and we're going to move things around here slightly. We're going to get him in here to the booth, and we're going to have a quick word with him before the first round starts. We'll be back in just a few minutes with a quick interview with Neek. Thank you so much. Hello, folks. Welcome back. I'm here with Neek. Now, we've just watched Neek go through the entire deck building process for this Gothic sealed pool. Neek, we'll pass over to you first. Let
Sure.
you explain a little bit of your thought process going into sealed, and then maybe your reactions to your pool.
Okay, sure. So in general, I pulled an Ether core,
Mm-hmm.
so that's already very nice. Of course, in limited, not really playable.
Mm-hmm.
I think overall, I have good cards for
Yep.
sure. I have so I always say that the game is really won by 3-part minions.
Mm-hmm.
So the more the merrier. But then I also have 2 very good 4 drops, and then the high end is very high.
Yeah.
Very big minions. So that's all good. The only weakness of the deck is getting there.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm on the draw, I only have 4/2 mana cost minions,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't have a lot of cheap interaction stuff. So that's the only fear I have. If I have an aggressive start for my opponent on the play, then I can get overrun.
Amazing.
If I get through the middle game, then I think my chance of winning is quite high.
We've already discussed a little bit on the stream the importance of high quality 3-cost cards.
Sure.
When you're playing Spellslinger, you're going to get the 3 sites easy, and then you might, if you're slow drawing your sites, you're going to have to kind of spend a while on 3. And if your opponent has 3s, it's important that you can trade into them effectively. I might, based on that, ask you a few questions about different cards. We saw Weathered Trunks and Entombed be 2 cards that you were adding and cutting and
Yep.
moving around. On the cards, those would follow the paradigm that we talked about. One is a 2-cost 3 power, which would mean it could trade up. And Weathered Trunks, if everybody in a world of 3 power minions, a 4-cost 4 power seems like exactly what you want.
Sure.
Why would those cards maybe not always be worth it for your deck?
So I mean, the deck construction is not final. I'm still thinking of it because the Trunks is a really defensive card. So if you're offensive and if you're hammering away, the Trunks actually is not playable, and then it's a lost card which makes you fall behind, and so then you actually invite them on your board to start doing damage, and then you can play the Trunk. So the disadvantage of the Trunks is sometimes so high that I don't like playing it. Although after testing it a lot, it's actually an okay card because your opponent will start dealing damage eventually. So because my start is a bit weaker, perhaps it's still a consideration to change it with the Shogot. So that is still something I'm considering. Perhaps I'll throw the Shogot out for the Trunks. And then for the Burning Minion,
Entombed?
the Entombed, I don't like it. I think the card is very good on turn 2. But it just takes so much time. You have to cast it, then it has to move up
Yeah.
and or sideways, and then it can start attacking, which is very good in the beginning. Also, it's very good to stop incoming attacks. But like on turn 5, 6, 7, you have to play it somewhere buried. It will not be able to block, etc. It's just way too slow.
Discussing Weathered Trunks there, you mentioned you kind of have to invite the opponent onto your board, be that maybe through site placement and creating a funnel where they would have to approach, or by just simply playing more defensively. We saw another great defensive card from you there, Sentinel Trap. Sentinel Trap obviously has a great ability to turn you play it to blow up minions.
Yep.
But it doesn't just end there. It stays, it rotates, and it creates this kind of sub game around it. In the games that we see later today, and we'll be following you through the event, is that going to affect your site placement or your minion placement, maybe even before you have Sentinel Trap in your hand? How are you going to kind of plan for the potential of a trap blowout?
Yeah, it's like a mini game, the Sentinel Trap. So, of course, first it will kill one or perhaps even 2 minions, which would be amazing. But then the turning around, and it happens every turn, so also in your opponent's turn. So you really have to be careful. So, if possible, of course, you don't want to play it on the same line of your avatar because otherwise you're forced to take a step. But of course, you do not choose where the perfect placement is. If you have to play there, you have 2 turns to take that side step, so that's fine. But yeah, it adds complexity actually, and actually it provides a little bit of extra defense for your avatar because sometimes your opponent needs more time to get across.
Interesting.
Yep.
Three maybe smaller, quick little questions. We saw you later in the deck building process add in Zap. Now,
Yep.
as far as finishers go, you had a Smite, which is obviously very, very good utility card. We can remove big threats or we can get in the last point. What made you say, I want to commit to playing some amount of Air Threshold just for Zap?
Yeah. Personally, I love Zap. If you followed my streams and whatever I talked about it always, I think I always have one in the deck because it is just the best finisher that exists. Because it's anywhere on the board, it really just does the trick. And I only have the one smite, and so I do not have any other finishers, except if the avatar would move around and be in front of the sentinel trap. But even the sentinel trap and the smite, you really want to have them to remove big threats in the middle of the game. And so I probably will need my smites, and that means I have no finisher whatsoever. And if you don't have a finisher, then the game can get so long that sometimes you just lose. And even now, I don't feel comfortable only with the one zap.
Okay.
Because even that is only one card. Now, I expect this game to go 10 to 12 rounds. So that's basically more or less half the deck. And if needed, I will eventually draw the Zap. That is also why I include 2 other sides, and the sides are actually very good. The Den of Evil gives -1, and I have a lot of big things. And then the other one is the Creating of a Skeleton, and I have a Bruiser also. So those are just very good sides to have. I mean, 5/5 with 2. I mean, the Zap is really meant for end late game to finish. So I'll draw into it anyway. So that's not an issue.
So when you're deciding on your splash, we're not just examining, say, the threshold requirements. We're really looking at the role that the card plays.
Yes.
And seeing as you're not turns 1 through 3 looking to jam Zap as soon as possible.
No.
Maybe it doesn't matter if it gets stranded for a while. That's an interesting take. Maybe similarly to that, a card that you're holding on to and not just trying to run out on curve. Instigator Imp. The conventional wisdom in Limited is, well, I'm not going to stack all of my guys. My opponent and your opponents today, it'll be true for all of them, could have a sentinel trap or some other thing to blow me out of one site. Why is it that Instigator Imp was in the deck from the start and you kept it in the whole way?
Yeah. It's a tricky card, but it's there also to push back in the early game. I mean, let's put it differently. If you can make the imp work, you get so much advantage because you're blowing out a defensive structure, or they're just hacking away, and you can. I mean, then it's really amazing. Sometimes it doesn't do anything. That is true. But I mean, I've played so like the advantage that it gets if it works is so high, and also if you're pushing, you're forcing your opponent. Yeah, like the realm is not big. You really have to be careful, and even if you double block, sometimes a minion is there, and then you can cast it. So I tend to like it. I do not have a lot of interaction stuff. So that's just one extra. And if you've seen, so normally my ratio is 17 minions and 7 spells. And so now you see I have 18 minions and 6 spells, so the Investigator Imp is actually...
We said you were actually probably almost considering it like a magic. That's amazing.
Indeed.
Yeah, I think great points there. The realm isn't so big between traps and imps. It's really quite possible to kind of funnel your opponents in, even through site placement. Look, if the realm was bigger, we wouldn't need to contest it. You know, we could all get on, but the realm's tiny, so we got to fight.
Indeed.
One more question. If you were building a draft deck, now it's very easy to think of constructed and limited as kind of 2 separate things, but even within limited, building a draft deck, you're obviously looking for maybe a more streamlined strategy, and you're looking to play leaner card choices, certainly for mana cost, and there's maybe more emphasis on a strong early game and more tempo oriented play. When you were looking at your playables, straight away up in the highly playable category, definitely going to be jamming this 10-ton slug. 10-ton slug is a big, expensive, and slow card. In sealed, why is it that you think 10-ton slug is so playable, when often in draft players would say, well, I'll happily have one in the collection, but he's not making the cut?
So I would say, I don't know, so I made a whole series with Forimago, shout out to him, by the way, about all the sets, and like in Arthur Legends and with Beta, 7 mana was not good, or it's like the Fomorians, they're just too slow, but the format in Gothic is different, so or it goes very aggressive and then the game doesn't last very long. Otherwise, you go to middle game and to end game, and then actually the slugs are very annoying to deal with. They are really, really beefy minions. So to my own surprise, because I really did not like them in the beginning, but just by trial and error, they really get their place, even 2 in a deck.
Good, even 2.
Even 2. Wow. But now, because now I have already like the lords, so I have already my big ones, more than enough, because I would say normally 3 is sufficient. Now I have 4. So yeah, no, it's just a strong card
So
to enter it.
vanilla minions, when they're actually of the right size and the format suits, can be super, super impactful. Even, I mean, you're playing Lord of Greed. He probably, for the most part, will have a blank text box today.
Yeah,
And,
yeah,
and
yeah,
and
yeah,
while he
yeah,
does, you're probably
yeah,
still going to be so happy
yeah,
jamming him on turn
yeah,
6.
yeah,
Yeah,
indeed.
perfect.
Yeah.
Neek, I hope all of your Instigator imps get a double kill.
Thank you.
Okay, best of luck, and I hope you get the kills in with
Yeah,
Zap.
and
Okay,
perhaps I will still be thinking about the trunks, etc. So perhaps there will be still a slight change.
we'd love to see a little
All
surprise. If
right.
we see a card we weren't expecting, I'll give it a shout out. Thanks so much, Neek.
Thank
We'll
you.
follow you now for round 1. Okay, thank you so much. So, folks, that was Neek. He's just after finishing building his deck. He thinks there might be 1 or 2 tweaks left to go. We're going to be following him, not in sort of a creepy or scary way, but with a camera, a proper camera. They can see it. It's above the table. It's all above board. Listen, what matters is we're going to follow up with Neek. We're going to watch him through rounds 1, 2, 3, 4. We're assuming he's going to be winning the whole day. If he's not, we'll have to have a few words with him. But we're going to follow Neek through this event. We have 7 rounds of Gothic sealed coming up. There'll be a break for lunch. We're allowed to go out and get some fresh air. We're going to catch up with you in a few minutes, and we'll be right back with round 1 of Sorcery Sealed. Thank you so much. Hello, folks, and welcome back. We are getting started now with round 1 of Gothic Sealed. We are following Neek through the sealed event here. We have him on the right-hand side of the screen, and we're watching Oz, his opponent, on the left-hand side. Both of these players have decided bravely to not open a necromancer or another very exciting avatar, and as such they are both playing Spellslinger here today. We're drawing opening hands. We're going to get that camera adjusted so that we can see the life totals a bit better. Give us one moment here. Now, we've seen that Neek is playing a kind of high curve water and earth deck, but we do not yet know what his opponent Oz is playing. Why do I get the feeling we're about to find out? Neek may be off to a slight disadvantage this game. It looks like he's playing just a regular copy of Spellslinger. His opponent has one with a beautiful big signature on it. That signature could potentially be from the artist, KO, who's here in attendance today. But not necessarily. It could be anyone's signature. It could be his mother's, his sister's, maybe an old teacher from school who he greatly respected, where he remembers fondly. And off we go. We have a side turn 1 and pass it back to Neek. Now, we know Neek is looking for these games to go longer rather than shorter. Croton Swamp, there we have a frog. He kind of wants to get to the stage where his 10-ton slug, his Lord of Greed, and all of these other large minions are able to really take over the game. We see the slimy mutants in his hand, Mesmer Demon, a few early plays as well. And of course, we also see the Wendigo. Now, very unlikely to be coming out at a huge discount here. But perhaps we could see 2 mana chipped off that with the frog token that's in play. That's the Noisome Twosome here for Nick. 2 mana, 2 power. And with that Death Rattle to make a skeleton token, he now has 2 creatures that would be ideal sacrifices. The Wendigo would cost only 2 mana this turn if he was to sacrifice both of those units, and he'd still be left with a skeleton token. Now we see aggression here. Hellhounds from the collection, played by Oz, using that site. This means, of course, he's not needing to use a spell from his hand, so he's accruing a further kind of card advantage here. Aside from Neek, and there we have the slimy mutants. We are transforming the frog into slimy mutants. Now, because that's a transform, it's not as if these slimy mutants are a new spell that has just been cast. They are effectively the same frog token that was there previously, so they're able to attack straight away and clear out that Hellhounds. This is a huge tempo start from Neek. He's now 2 minions to none. And of good note as well, he has forced his opponent to play a side up onto square 8 there, which means he'll be able to kind of attack that side from 2 angles. He can attack it from both 3 and 9. Won't necessarily be the easiest for his opponent to defend. Now we've awarded sight for Oz. Oh, very nice. That's Fallen Angel. Airborne and the ability to buff his nearby allied demons. That won't largely be relevant until there are nearby allied demons, but certainly a great airborne threat. Slimy Mutants really dominating this early game, not only securing an easy kill on the Hellhounds, but now also being too big a frog for this Angel to deal with. Oz is going to have to either combine something with that Angel or find something else to slow down this early aggression from Neek. Now a sight on turn 4 does of course mean that Neek has chosen to draw a sight. Although obviously choosing to draw a sight and playing it straight away is perhaps bad for overall card advantage, it does allow him to drop the Zombie Bruiser here on turn 4. Now with 2 4-power minions, both the Slimy Mutants and the Zombie Bruiser, Oz is in a bit of a predicament. His quite powerful airborne unit isn't actually able to trade for either of them, and he's going to continue to hemorrhage life here unless he does something very, very good. Of note as well, Zombie Bruiser does have the ability to come back by sacrificing skeleton tokens, and that is exactly what the Noisome Twosome will allow him to do. When it dies, a skeleton token is produced. And as far as Neek is concerned, that skeleton token is a Zombie Bruiser in waiting. Side here for Oz. He's choosing, it looks like, not to spend the mana on producing a skeleton token. Instead choosing to play another flying unit. Oh, perhaps not. No, a wag of the finger. That card that we just saw was a Dreadwing. Now, Dreadwing is a very powerful 4-power airborne unit. Although in a world of dominated by 3-power 3 costs, Dreadwing is very good at getting favorable trades. Unfortunately, on this board, it only just trades 1 for 1 with the mutants or the zombie Goliath, one of which would even come back in time. In addition to that, the Dreadwing would cost Oz the decision between a card in hand or getting bashed for 4 by the Dreadwing when he plays it. Damage that perhaps he just can't afford to take here. Interesting there, Ravenous Werewolf, a very aggressive card. It has charge and +1 movement. So Oz could have made a move deep into Neek's sights and tried to get in for some damage, or he could have made an attack. But the fact that the Noisome Twosome is covered by the zombie Goliath here means that he really doesn't have a good attack onto that unit. the flip side of that is that Neek doesn't really have a good attack with the Zombie Goliath because his opponent has a ward on that side. He could certainly attack to clear the ward, but it would soak up a full 4 damage. Mesmer Demon here, forcing the Angel to tap, no longer able to block and move towards Neek's side of the board. He's repositioning the Zombie Goliath to move it onto the other side, which it is able to hit, and then getting a free kill with the Slimy Mutants. This is a lot of damage coming into Oz here. He's reduced to just 8. Neek still sitting up at a very healthy 20. Options for Oz here on the board are looking pretty slim. Yes, he could maybe trade his Angel for the Demon, but that really would not stem Neek's aggression. He'd still have 10 damage on the board coming next turn, which would be enough, obviously, to put Oz to death's door. Or perhaps he could kill the Noisome Twosome, which wouldn't even involve losing the Angel. The issue with that, if Neek decided not to block the attack, is, of course, that it also hardly reduces the clock at all. It reduces 2 power to 1, and we'd still see lethal coming in onto Oz next turn. Now, we do know about the Dreadwing that he has in his hand. Undoubtedly, he'd be choosing here to discard a card rather than eat the 4 damage off it when it comes into play. But maybe he has something else. Let's see. That's a blue. We have a load of threshold this turn if we're Oz. And there's the Dreadwing that we mentioned. Now we can't quite see his cemetery, so we won't maybe be able to know what he discards if he discards something. But we'll know if he did by whether or not he moves and adjusts his life, and he certainly does not want to adjust his life. We'll take it that Oz did discard a card there. One of those 3 power 3 cost units drawn by Neek there this turn. Bit of good sportsmanship there. I was saying your Spellslinger is meant to be untapped, giving a bit of mechanical assistance to Neek. Now, Neek has pretty good attacks on this board. Slimy Mutants can either reduce Oz to 4 or force a block from the Dreadwing if he attacks the site back where Oz's Spellslinger is. After that, the Zombie Goliath also has similar attacks for 4, Dreadwing being the only unit of Oz's that can actually trade for either of these. Unless he has a trick here to affect the board, Neek likely going to make some attacks first, force Oz to kind of play his hand, and then be able to deploy things to the board afterwards. Okay. We're trading that Dreadwing in for the Slimy Mutants. I think it's easy to be mean to mutants, calling them slimy. But I think actually if most frogs and toads aren't slimy, it's very possible that they could have some sort of a skin condition. I think for them it's probably preferable to be slimy. I don't know a lot about amphibians. I know actually less about amphibians than I know about Gothic Limited. But I just, I think it's fair to note that maybe the card isn't so much making fun of the mutants as it is just giving an accurate depiction of their life. But that's their business. Players here taking a brief pause. The life total has not been adjusted. Neek has attacked with the slimy mutants, and I think they're talking about whether or not the slimy is meant to be an insult. Oh no, they've decided, well actually we don't know what they've decided, but certainly there's no blocking coming out of here from this attack. Now that's interesting. The Mesmer Demon is attacking a site that is within reach of both of Oz's blockers. If he moves over with the Angel, he'll force a trade, and if he moves over with the Dreadwing, he'll get an easy kill on this demon. A kill so easy, it could cost him his entire life, because then the Zombie Goliath would have very, very good attacks for 4. Yeah, we're seeing a trade, and then another trade. We're able to put Oz to 2. And now with 4 sites, and I believe that's a 5th in hand, Nick is deciding how does he want to deploy a threat to this board. Two cost, 2 power units. Both of these, perhaps not the strongest units, but both completely capable of putting Oz on death's door here. His forward sight on 8 there is left exposed. It's going to be very, very difficult for him to cover all of his bases here. Oz has had very good airborne units this entire game, high card quality. But I think what's really important to note is that Neek had a huge tempo start. He really stole the game straight away. The Croaking Swamp giving him a frog, which would later turn into a rightfully slimy mutant, it's fair to say, really allowed him to steal the early game. That is huge. That's a Hellstar. That's going to be a bit of a reader for Neek. There's a lot going on with this card, and we just want to make sure we know what it is. It's an airborne minion, can't attack or defend. And it starts blasting. It deals 7 underneath it, 5 to adjacent sites, and then 3 on the nearbys. Can't attack or block. Does that damage at the start of Oz's turn? I think the players here are just discussing whether or not this star will be, this Hellstar, will be able to get Oz out of this. You know, they seem to be discussing the plays. I think we saw a handshake there, and this game is over. The Hellstar, unfortunately, only starts shooting damage at the start of Oz's turn, meaning Neek will have a full turn here to push further into Oz's territory, attack with all of his units. And that's going to be it. Folks, that's round 1 of Gothic sealed in the books. Very powerful cards, very high card quality we saw here from Oz's deck, but unfortunately it just couldn't match the high tempo plays from Neek. Amazing stuff. We're going to take a brief break here, but hopefully very shortly we're going to be back with round 2, and for round 2 we might even start the timer on screen. But we'll get to that when it comes up. Thanks a mil, folks. We'll see you back in just a few minutes for round 2. Hello, folks. Welcome back. We've managed to squeak in a few words here with Neek before the second round. Neek, what an impressive showing in the first round. Your opponent had some super high quality cards, and we'd already discussed how 3 power units really kind of dominate the limited environment. But one thing to note, when 3 power units are king, well, 4 power units are very, very hard to beat. How did that impact your game?
Yeah, especially if those 4 power minions have charge. That is a bit insane. Well, I think in poker terms, I drew the nuts.
Yeah.
Like I only have the one side with the frog, and I had the mutant in hand in the opening hands, and so I'm, as explained, I'm a bit fearful on being on the draw because there the deck can be weak and actually had good aggressive cards. But if I get that frog on turn 1 and then on turn 3, you can remove a 3 power minion. That is so much value. I mean, I had 6 power on the board. He did not play a 2-drop also, so I knew then that it was already big in my advantage. I also moved to the sides with the side, so baiting him actually. Normally, it's not good to go to the sides. It's a bit dangerous to get something always in front of your avatar. But in this case, I knew that my charge was going to compensate for it. So yeah, it went really well. And then with the Mesmerist Demon, I was also able to tap his minion and then kill another
Amazing.
3 power minion for free. And so it really snowballed from there. And then finally he had then his 4/4, which was a 5/5 demon. But yeah, if he did not want to go to that door, he had to trade his the angel.
Yeah.
So yeah, everything would die. So
I think you commented earlier how you're happy for games to go later where your power, high cost units can kind of easily take over. But I think it's important to note that with the super high card quality in Gothic, even with a deck that is happy to go late and has these big expensive threats, you're happy to take advantage of any gap that you see. You're able to seize tempo, and with the right effects, you're able to just absolutely clear your opponent's board and put them on the back foot.
yeah.
So the game can be kind of very punishing if you're not able to secure a strong early game from either deck.
But I think Gothic always comes down around turn 4, 5. There is like a blowout, and most time that tilts the game so much to one side that it's really difficult for the opponent to come back. If they're on the play and the blowout happens from on the draw, they have a bit more chance, but it's really difficult. So that's the name of the game. But when I was playing the deck, although I drew the nuts, I really feel that I I mean, I had the Mesmerism, which is one of my good cards for interaction and creating value on board, but I feel it's a little bit clunky. So I have my top end, but I see a deck that goes full power on 3 power minions with some +2 or whatever, just steamrolling me. So we'll see. If I have an opening like this, I'm always happy to start this way, but we'll see how the deck goes.
One thing we might look forward now rather than looking back at that last game. There you were playing a spellslinger, your opponent was also playing spellslinger, and we've talked about the dynamic of having the extra card and going slow on sites. Looking forward, there's some very, very high powered avatar options in Gothic Limited, available at quite low rarities. At Uncommon, we have Necromancer is sort of the big one, and we also have Savior.
Yeah.
What avatars are you probably most fearful of bumping into in this event? And what level of advantage do you think opening one of those creates?
That's a good question. So when Gothic came out, I thought that Savior and Necromancer were so overpowered. Savior #1, Necromancer #2, and then Persecutor. For me, they have shifted around a bit. I think now Persecutor, I think, is on #1 even, I think. But my deck is not equipped with dealing with Savior or Necromancer. So you really want to have a Murder for crows. I don't have one.
No.
So that removes or the tokens or the wards. I don't have it. So I think if I'm against the Necromancer or a Savior, I think I really have to be on the play. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to get through. So I think my only battle plan is be very fast. For Necromancer, that means to get up and close and personal to be able to remove as many tokens as possible. But if they get the time, I don't stand a chance. So that will be really a difficult matchup.
The other strategy, of course, is simply never getting paired into them and not having to worry about it,
There's always
which
that,
is also
but
an option. But we can't really plan for that
no,
contingency. Nick, you said there the importance of Murder of Crows. Now, it's not only good against Necromancer wiping tokens, it's great against Ward.
sure.
And with the prevalence of both of those strategies, even outside of their respective avatars, obviously that card has huge value.
Yeah.
We saw you splash a Zap, and you're in a very, very heavily Water and Earth deck. We said Zap, we'll take it. If there had been a Murder of Crows in your pool, do you think you'd be playing Zap and Murder of Crows?
Yes.
Okay, very
Yeah,
good.
yeah, because the same reason. Yeah, the Zap is really as a finisher. I will never
Mhm.
ever play it unless I really get so much value by playing it.
Mhm.
And Murder for Crows it deals damage to a minion, so it's really
Mhm.
a trick to blow up whatever and gain
Mhm.
value that way.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Nick, there's 6 more rounds of limited to come.
Yep.
You need to go get a break,
Yep.
catch some air, maybe catch up with a
Sure.
couple of pals, see how they got on. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be seeing you again in round 2.
All
Okay,
right.
thank
See
you
you
so
soon.
much.
Bye bye.
Folks, we'll catch you again in maybe 10 to 15 minutes for round 2. Thank you so much. Hello, folks, and welcome back to round 2 of Gothic Sealed here at SorceryFest 2026. I'm still your host. My name is Robert, and we're going to be following Neek on his journey here through round 2 of the event up against his opponent Marine. Now, we know Neek has a very tempo-oriented earth and water deck. We don't quite know what Marine is playing here. He seems to be playing Persecutor. If you caught our interview between rounds, Neek said that he thinks the best uncommon avatar in the set is Persecutor. Although he may be happy to see the card because of its beautiful art, he's not happy to see it turned upside down against him. He's worried that this avatar would be able to out-tempo him and take advantage of maybe something that he's lacking in the early game. Now, it's worth noting, Neek is quite a well-established limited player, and his notes on the format were that initially, Necromancer and Savior were thought to be the real powerhouses in the uncommon avatar slot. That you could build great decks, maybe playing slightly behind curve, but pumping out huge numbers of skeletons, putting ward on all of your minions, and you could play maybe slightly behind curve, but ahead on advantage. Since then, he's revised that, and he thinks that actually Persecutor has the aggressive slant to really take on the format. Now, not without any advantage of his own, Neek playing the default Spellslinger will be up a card, having 4 spells to the Persecutor's 3. So he will need to make aggressive use of his ability to mark things as evil and to actually use his 2 power to put Neek on the back foot despite being up a card. I'm joined here in the booth by a friend of mine. His name's Felix. He's joining us from the Helpful Hobbs. Felix, how are you getting on?
Hey, I was opening my packs, just having a look if there's any amazing pool that I want to play with, and decided to, oh, well, maybe not. Maybe I'll just join you here in the booth, do some commentary like we did yesterday, so I don't expect too much.
We're going to have to come up with different commentary, though. If we say the same things again, it won't make any sense.
Well, I think whatever we say doesn't really make too much sense.
Well,
One thing makes sense, and it is Sneak playing Martin, and they are both from Belgium. Amazing. Honestly, my take is the Belgians might be the best limited player in the world. They play so much limited, they're so good at it.
Well, I tell you, with no take of my own, I'm willing to agree.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll flop anyway. So yeah, sure.
Yeah, Nick and Martin, both amazing players. One with the Persecutor, you already talked about it. Interesting to see how that works out for him, because I'm not sure about Persecutor. Is that a card that you would like to play in a limited event?
When we were discussing with Nick, he said initially, Savior and Necromancer, hugely valuable and obviously very powerful, great pickups. He says now he believes that actually Persecutor might be the strongest uncommon avatar in the set.
Wow. Right.
So obviously really highly valuing the tempo. He said the most games come to an explosive conclusion around 4 and 5, and the rest is only just seeing that play out.
Yep.
And I suppose having that early power and the ability to sway the early game with your 2 power is something he values quite highly.
Yeah. I would love to Persecutor be a very good card in limited. It's such a cool avatar in general. Try to build it in constructed. Not as much success with it as I was planning on having with it.
Sorry, this is Persecutor.
Persecutor. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Did you play the Dan Seagrave Persecutor, or have you tried the one from the set?
I did the Persecutor. I think the Dan Seagrave Persecutor is the best the best precon avatar art.
It has that pointy finger.
Yeah, it really looks like a witch hunter.
Yeah.
Right?
It has big kind of Bloodborne energy, not a sponsored stream. Game came out years ago anyway, so I don't think we're worried about that. But important to note, though, this copy of Persecutor, now you were playing Archie yesterday.
Yep.
Archimago, fabulous hat, as we discussed in the finals while the actual game was being played. A Persecutor, fabulous hat.
Yeah, there might be a debate about who has the best hat in Sorcery. One thing that comes to my mind is the Gravedigger from the Gothic set right now. I think he has a fabulous hat as well.
Oh, I think he does.
Yeah. Maybe that would be something for the viewers out there to decide who has the best hat in Sorcery right now.
Now, he has what I would call a great hat. If I saw him, I'd say, God, that's a great hat that guy has on.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's fabulous. it doesn't have the pizzazz of Persecutor. Looks like he's going on a night on the town
Yeah, it's true.
or rocking up to a professional wrestling
The
match.
thing's like, I think that the hat from the Gravedigger, that's like a go-to thing. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You can wear this like wherever you want to go.
Yeah.
The Archimago hat is a little bit more like, hey, this is like my signature move, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, the Gravedigger's hat tells me he's worried what people think.
It's
He's
true.
like, I have to play
Yeah.
into this image of
Exactly.
a Gravedigger. Archimago, I mean, wizards traditionally have the pointy long hat,
Hmm.
um, and that. Oh, I think we might have seen something there. So the Rowdy Boys, by the way, amazing card name, great
Yep.
art. They love smashing bones.
It's true.
The Rowdy Boys were set up here by Neek in such a way that they would have been able to kind of really handle all of the skeleton tokens from Orion. Now, he used Gift of the Wolf to be able to pump one of the skeletons up to 3 power. That would allow it to trade with the Rowdy Boys, and it wouldn't even put him down a card. That looked like a great turn from Orion, obviously, and a great way to deal with the Rowdy Boys. But it looks to me as if maybe he missed the frog sitting on the croaking swamp that was able to jump
Yep.
up and block.
Yeah, that's the thing of the small tokens. Sometimes you just, in the heat of battle, you don't see them.
It's very easy to write them off.
Exactly. And those little frog tokens, people don't believe in frogs usually.
That's so sad.
That's so sad, but that's like a great example why you should always be aware of a frog.
Now, we were talking a lot, and again, as always, when I say we, I mean me and here on my own. But we were talking a lot last round about slimy mutants and other great frogs. We saw huge tempo plays from Neek, taking care of his opponent's 3-drop on his turn 3 with effectively a charge 4-power minion.
True.
Frogs doing huge work in this limited format. You said that you tried to make Persecutor work in Constructed, and I have a question for you. Did you play the Arbalest?
I did not. I can tell you what I played. I played Lava Flow, and this card might be one of my favorite cards in general. It's such a tempo boost. Such a explosive card, dealing 5 damage on the side where you are, dealing with underground minions, amazing. And it's very nice Persecutor, since he has the free movement. He's just sliding through the realm and lava flowing whatever he wants to lava flow.
An interesting play here on turn 3 from Orion. He has the Forsaken. We were speaking earlier about the importance of 3-power minions. Forsaken, obviously, at 3 power for 2 cost is a great rate.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately, it wasn't making use of all of his mana on turn 3, so slightly inefficient. But again, Neek warned us about the card Entombed earlier, which once again plays into that great rate, 3 power, 2 cost, but he said it's so slow. And when he's so worried about early game tempo, even though you have great stats, if you can't actually have them affect the board, it's very easy to fall behind. That Forsaken looks so lost on the outside of this board.
I wonder, don't you have to play that in the corner?
You have to play Forsaken along the sides. Because I believe they're coming out of the sides of the walls. If we look at the art, they're coming out the side of the walls. That's allowing this Rowdy Boy to really get up to rowdy business. And interestingly, it just can't match the Hyper Parasite. I think that's that card's name. Hyper Parasite. Something Parasite.
Hyper Parasite is the correct name of this card.
Perfect.
Amazing art.
Huge art.
By the way, if you open this art, this is probably me getting stumped by my girlfriend when I come home, and she had to do all the work by herself, unfortunately. You see, the one cool thing is the Bound Spirit, I believe, on the Persecutor side, and that's such a combo, right? You see, this card is only active if there's a adjacent spellcaster.
Absolutely. And you know who's almost always going to be adjacent?
Exactly, the Persecutor, isn't he?
It's a bit of and I'm not trying, I really don't want to be derogative here to the Bound Spirit, but it reminds me, it's kind of like a dog on a leash.
True.
The dog moves a bit forward and its owner kind of keeps up behind it.
It is actually very similar to the Carabas in Chains card from the better set, right?
Yes, yes.
Almost like the same way, yeah.
Yes. And Cerberus actually would be a dog on a chain.
Exactly.
So it's just yeah. The ability to move the spirit forward within 1 step, keeping it adjacent to your avatar, and then have the Persecutor have its free move, because it can move up the board obviously for free with its ability to kind of constantly keep up with the spirit.
Yep. Looks like the Rowdy Boys dealt with the Bound Spirit somehow, or what exactly happened? It's hard for me to tell.
Neek used something there to. Oh, he traded his hyperparasite
Oh, yeah,
into
that's fair.
the
Mhm.
into the bound spirit. So obviously they have to be on the same site as a minion to disable them.
Yep.
Obviously, when if he was to attack the parasite, the bound spirit, Marine can just take the trade, or if he was to move up, he could simply intercept. So either way, there's no clean way there to make that work other than by just going for the trade. That is a Disciples of Seth. We don't know what Seth. There's Seth Green, Seth Rogen, lots of Seths, but this is the Disciples of one of them, and their ability to steal a ward really, really being good here, taking a pretty useless ward from around the site, but adding it to themselves. That's, I think, a desert to remove the ward and then trading in the Forsaken.
Great move. Yeah, I think Martin is falling a little bit behind here on tempo. Also on life total, so it might be that like Neek is a little bit in the leading position here. So having a powerful turn from Martin with that desert might get him to stabilize again. But he still has to deal with the rowdy boys. We all had once in our life, right?
At some point in your life, and you might think that you're forever the one with the big stick, but at some point you're going to have to deal with the rowdy boys.
Exactly.
You know? You can't be the rowdy boys forever.
Nope.
I was spending time there on my iPad looking up rowdy boys, hoping that they'd have some nice pithy one-liner flavor text. It's like 4 lines.
That's too much.
Felix, we're leaving that. That's going to stay.
That's
going to
be for the
That's
more
for them.
educated.
Yeah. If you would like to tell us your favorite part of Rowdy Boy's flavor text,
or in general flavor text,
absolutely.
I spend way too much time on not doing that. Actually, never really look at the flavor text. I should do it. There's some very great ones out there.
What is your favorite flavor text on a sorcery card?
I don't even know a single one. There might be. No, I can't tell anyone. Well, yeah,
really?
There's one in Latin on the Headless Haunt and the Hauntless Head, and I think they're somehow connected. But
I'm sure. Well, they're not connected; they're disconnected. So the head is no longer attached to the body.
Oh yeah.
So watch out.
Oh wow, yeah. I think you might be the first person who actually.
Because everyone keeps telling me Hauntless Head, Headless Haunt. These cards are connected.
Yeah.
I say, brother, they're not connected. Look at the card. Yeah. They're disconnected.
That's the whole purpose of.
If they were connected, it would just be a body.
It would be just.
There'd be no cards.
The haunt. Yeah. Right?
Or no, it would just be less.
Yeah. Do we ever see a metamorphosis card where or like a doctor who's stitching them together into like a bigger thing, or just a normal?
Isn't there a stitched amalgam?
There is.
There's like 3 completely unrelated card, but that's a couple of boys stitched together.
Yeah,
we're seeing really trading 3-drop into 3-drop here. Oh, this is a bit like us at the end of the night yesterday. This is those who linger. Yeah, hanging around.
Started out like decent boys, and at the end of the night we were ghouls.
Yeah. Now I think these turn into a ghoul, but at the end of the night they turn into a skeleton.
I mean, glad I'm not a skeleton today. Ghoul is probably more appropriate, but those who lingers, I think it's a very powerful card in this set, right?
Absolutely, it's so sticky.
It's sticky, yeah. It's hard to handle them.
And earlier we were having, once again, I still mean me, we're having a discussion on stream about how slimy mutants is maybe an accurate description of those amphibians, and it's probably in their interest to be sticky. Or slimy, I beg your pardon. Yeah. That's their normal state of being. We should point out, when we call those who linger sticky, we don't mean it in a nice way. They probably are quite disgusting and sticky.
I would think so too.
And that's, once again, going back to what we said earlier, putting a bit of respect on the frogs.
Yep. Slimy mutant, I got called burst, to be fair.
Was that your girlfriend again?
Exactly. Talk about the slimy mutants. We have the real slimy mutants come up here from Neek's side on the board.
There they
placing them
are.
on his desert. We'll see. It's a 4-power minion, which is usually, I think that's a little bit of the breakpoint, right? You don't get
Yeah.
a free power minion for free. Usually, they have some downsides, like you can see on the Bounded Spirit, or you see them on the Dreadwing, for example, where you have to discard a card to get them online. Slimy Mutants, same thing. They cost 5 mana for a 4-power minion.
But they
So-
don't always cost 5, do they?
They don't. Sometimes you can transmute.
In round 1, you were busy looking at your terrible seal pool.
Yeah.
But Neek baited his opponent forward into aggressive site placement. He played the site which allows him to play a Hellhounds from his collection.
Yep.
And after a turn 1 Croaking Swamp, Neek goes turn 3, turn it into the Slimy Mutants, kill your 3-power unit straight
Sometimes
away.
it works like that. Yep.
Crazy. And then he spent the rest of the game running around with 4-power units while his opponent was stuck with very good airborne units, but all of which were 3-power.
True.
And he was on the back foot the entire game. Screamer there, kind of a piece of key art for the set, and a great limited card.
Yeah.
It's interesting that Neek said he was very, very worried about Persecutor. He believed that was, as we say, one of the premium avatars in this set. And in this game, although everyone's vying for control of the center of the realm, the Persecutor hasn't been doing much hitting.
No, he's sliding back and forth on his on the.
And you have to imagine that's good for Neek.
Yeah, it looks like that Martin. I'm not even know pronouncing that right.
Meringue.
Sorry for that. I'm gonna call you Martin from now, and you can correct me later. He stabilized a little bit on his 14 life. I thought it's going downwards a bit quicker for him, but yeah, looks like he's able to defend the pressure from Neek here and there. Of his Persecutor, looks like he's changing the sides now, coming from the left side. Almost looks like a football field here.
Felix is just after opening 2 beers.
Again, yeah.
Sorry, that was a Red Bull for me. Getting back to our flavor text discussion.
Yeah.
I wanted to pull the card up because I wanted to quote it properly. We have the artist, Pedro Ferreira, here in the event hall with us today. My favorite flavor text is from the card Hot Wheel. It just ain't the same without the flame.
True.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. It says,
Right.
yeah, that's crazy. That's brilliant.
Did you had any Hot Wheels back when you were younger, like the little Matchbox?
I had a few small cars. I don't think I went through a big car phase.
Me neither. I think that's something very nerdy.
Okay, well, let's not.
No, like in
glass houses and all that. Like,
no. I mean, in terms of like people who like into like fantasy art stuff, they not necessarily share interest in.
You're right.
Crazy cars.
No, but I wonder about the overlap with people who love trains. No, come on. No, Felix is after throwing me eyes as if to say, like, this guy's crazy. Like, when I get home, I'm telling my girlfriend I was stuck with him. Listen, it's... No, I think that's not...
People who like fantasy art have probably like slight dispossession in terms of that they might also like trains a lot. Yeah.
They might.
They might, yeah.
And we're not forcing anyone to like trains. I want that to be made very clear. If you're in the chat and you like, love, or adore trains, or even if you hate trains, which really, like, that is a you problem at that point. But if you have any real interest in trains, do let us know. This board
to a certain amount, like let us know a bit about it, but
let's keep messages to a kind of 100 character limit.
Exactly, about
that's
trains.
self-imposed. Really, we expect
I
you
think
to
it's
police
like
yourself.
For train people, it's pretty hard to do so.
Yeah.
But hey, you might start out here trying to calm yourself a little. Do you have a favorite train?
No, I know nothing about trains.
Oh, I couldn't even name a train.
No. The most expensive train ticket I ever bought was from Naples to Rome.
Yeah.
Now, we're not worried about the price, but I thought, God, that's a phenomenal cost for that train.
Yeah.
And then we hopped on it. It was one of these insane, like, hypersonic. We went, my skin and flesh was like 5 meters behind my bones as we were going forward. We went through a mountain. Crazy. And the tunnel was already there, mind you. It's not like we just blasted our way through. This board is getting absolutely full up of dorks.
Yep.
Left, right, and center.
And once again, it's like amazing to see these players. They have like a tough day in front of them, and they're already battling out a hard match here.
Life totals remaining relatively consistent.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a big hit.
That's a big hit.
To pull up his text, that is Lord of Destruction. Lord of Destruction is in a major way interested in causing trouble. When he hits a site, he'll destroy the site and all other units there. Whereas the board was kind of gummed up with these 2, 3, 4 power units, players kind of finding damage in space where they could, this 6 power Lord is going to be a problem. Now, we know Neek has a Smite in his deck. Smite would deal with this very, very handily. But unfortunately, his spellcasting avatar and all of his other units are on the other side. Now, maybe those Night Watchmen could move over. And if he does have a Smite, I think we'll be seeing them move over without attacking, just to not incur the wrath of those who linger, and try smiting the Lord of Destruction. We see a Rat King in his hand. I can't see if Neek has a Smite. Neek weighing up his options here. If that Lord of Destruction goes unchallenged, he's not in for a good time. He's definitely going to have to come up with a plan. Players are engaging in some amount of discussion, moving to those who linger and kind of talking about the board. Unsure if there is an issue or if they're maybe just running through hypotheticals. Do believe we are on Neek's turn. In come the crawlers, unfazed by projectiles. They simply don't care. Taking out a skeleton token. Now I feel as if Neek did have his smite here in this situation. He'd be very quickly moving over that watchman. We see Lord of Greed. We know he has the Rat King in his hand, so he is his own Lord. 6 power Lord. Completely capable of trading with the Lord of Destruction, but not necessarily generating any real value, while he does. In comes the Spellslinger, looking to clear up some of these skeletons. Night Watchman only able to get some damage here and on these sites. Noisome Twosome as well. Big aggressive push here from Neek. It looks as if his best option is to race this Lord of Destruction. Say, yeah, you can take my sites. You can take my mana. You can take my threshold. But you can never take me to death's door faster than I can take you there. That was the clunkiest sentence I've ever said. Sorry about that. We see a bit of a standoff here between the zombie Goliath and those who linger. They're looking at each other longingly from across squares 2 and 8. It would be quite a romantic kind of stare if it weren't for the fact that the Lord of Greed is now plopped on top of those who linger, threatening to get down to business with it. I think we're seeing some sort of an attack from right with those who linger. They've been sort of placed off to the side. It looks like we're going in search of a ghoul. There it is. Now, that attack on that side cannot be blocked by the zombie Goliath. It produces a ghoul, and that ghoul is perfect fuel for that bone shards. So that's Marine effectively using 2 cards to deal with the Lord of Greed. That's an unfavorable trade as far as card advantage is concerned. However, it does clear the 6 power threat, the only thing on this board that would be able to match his Lord of Destruction. Now he's under enough damage to put him to death's door, so maybe he'll have to maneuver that Lord of Destruction into a more defensive position. He's currently quite far away from Neek's horde of smaller dudes.
You know what's absolutely adorable? I
Now-
was just picking up some drinks for us,
Yeah.
and the whole bar crew, they completely lost into sorcery. They all ripping packs.
The bar?
The
That's
bartender.
savage.
Yeah.
Even
were-
last night we went out and our bartender said to us,
True.
he said, "You guys have cards?" We said, "Oh, we do."
Yeah.
He said, "If you let me rip a pack, I'll sort you guys out for drinks."
Exact same happened to us.
And then
Yeah.
later,
Yeah.
we all had to pay for the drinks.
I know.
So I don't understand exactly what
happened.
He
Yeah.
just stole a pack.
Well,
Wait, did we keep the cards from that pack?
we did not. We
gave them to
We
him.
played a game called Rip It.
Yeah,
It or
it's
Flip
not a
It.
game. Let's be very clear.
Yeah.
First of all, you were making the rules up, Felix, as you went.
True.
Second of
Which
all,
I do also in Sorcery, by the way. It's
Yeah,
nothing
that's very
special
true.
to that game.
I do have 3 Arthurian Legends packs in my bag.
Yeah.
That could be prime grip it and rip it fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Falling slightly behind here with the contents of the game. Felix did leave the room. He said, I'm too tired and I need to get something to really wake us up. He's brought back 2 liters of beer. So thanks a mil, Felix. It wasn't quite what I was expecting, but I'm very happy to have it.
That's what I'm about to say. It's not. You did expect it a little bit. You was hoping for it.
You had this
That was
cheeky glint in your eye as you walked out, and I said, that guy's not going for an espresso.
Exactly. But we're seeing the Lord of Destruction, which is also a nickname for me when it comes down to alcoholic
Oh, very good.
drinks. But he's doing some work here on Neek's side.
Yeah.
Amazing that is. I think Lord of Destruction is one of these cards. Hey, if your opponent plays Lords of Destruction, this is like all X in one bar. So
Mhm.
can you get this guy removed? Can you get
Yeah.
him chump blocked? If not, well, you're in for trouble. And this is what it looks like here.
Now, Neek did try covering with his own Lord. He had the Lord of Greed, which effectively had a vanilla text box. It was a 6-cost unit. He placed it on the diagonal as if to say, if you make a move with your Lord of Destruction, here I go. I'm here to block.
Yep.
Marine did have to use those who linger on its front face, and then the ghoul with a bone shards to kill that Lord.
Perfect.
Now, Neek had kind of already planned for that contingency. We'll ask him about that later. But in the meantime, he said, I'm going to push as much damage as I can with all of these smaller units and get you to death's door.
Yeah.
He recognizes the threat of Lord of Destruction and made some attempt to cover it,
Yeah.
but said, ultimately, I think I'm going to win this race. I mean, he's still on 10. Losing the sites is unfortunate, but he has a very strong board position here. Now, right now he has 3 units clumped together on a board. Now let's just make it 2. But that Lord of Destruction can attack that site next round, and if Neek doesn't have a blocker, although he does have his avatar, there'll be no way for Marine to stop him just blowing up his units there as well.
Very true. Looks like you pronounce the name Marian?
Marine.
Marine. All right. Marine.
And no
is
disrespect. Let's
not
get
at
that.
all, for sure. No,
Big
it's
up
just like
Marine.
I'm
Yeah.
big stupid idiot. That's why I can't pronounce foreign names. And just make up names like Martin in between. But it's Marine, obviously. Looks like he's on death's door. Managed to
he
get
is.
the blow in with the Lord of Destruction, but as you mentioned, might be not enough at that stage of the game to save him from getting blown out by Neek.
It's important to note, it's early here on a Sunday morning, and that timer in the top right-hand side does say 45 minutes. Now, that's because we never hit the play button on the timer.
Yeah.
But since the start of this round, has time progressed? I think it has.
Not exactly sure on that, but you might be right.
I think so.
I think time flies by, even if you're not hitting the...
Even if you're not hitting the play button.
Yeah.
I don't think we exist in some sort of sick chronostasis.
Not really.
I don't know if chronostasis is actually really a word. It's kind of a portmanteau of
I'm
those
not a
two.
native speaker. I just make stuff up in between. Sometimes I just say that's something in German.
Brother,
and
I am a native speaker, and I tell
Yeah.
you it doesn't help. Okay, so don't worry about that.
Yeah.
We're all on an equal playing field here.
Lord of Rats, that's another nickname I
Yeah.
got during my life here on
Is
Earth.
that your girlfriend again, or
Again,
sorcery?
probably.
Yeah,
It's
probably.
like-
God help you, Nick.
I think everybody who spends more than 5 minutes with me will call me a rat anyways, and Lord of Rats,
That's
if you
tough.
spend 10 minutes on it.
That is tough.
Yes, Lord of Rats, interesting card. Honestly, even if you don't play any rats in your deck, I think it is a fair shot to play him because you get a free power body for free, which is completely fine. If you maybe get a free red with the Genesis effect trigger, you golden.
If the card was just Ghoul, there's a high probability you would see play anyway.
Exactly. A little bit of upside.
Add
here.
in some sick art, and
Yeah.
also, you know you don't have rats in your deck. You're not worried about it, but your opponent has to respect its death rate ability. Has to
True.
play around. Is it a good time to trade in? What if he gets a load of rats? That's what they're thinking.
That's what I think the whole time. I believe.
Yeah. They think that before you even play the Lord of Rats.
I think that's what you have in mind on the train already to the event. What is if they have Lord of Rats?
They say you're never more than 5 millimeters from a rat. Do you believe that?
I mean, there has to be some truth to that. I think. Yeah.
Yeah, it might be more than 5 millimeters now.
It depends on the person. I would say.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's getting like the 5 millimeter could be correct.
Could be.
Could be. There are more decent men in this room.
Yeah.
Who have like a little bit more millimeters.
Yeah. Well, I always shove rats into the soles of my shoes so that I'm always close by.
Fair.
I keep
fair
a little
enough.
bit of fur.
Yeah. So Nick,
But again, that's personal. That's not.
That's a personal thing. If you want to share it, I don't
no
want
problem.
to share about my red stories. I have plenty of red stories, so
We'll
just
get to
not-
those later. That's
Yeah.
around 4 onwards.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If
Nick
you're
thinking-
if you're Marine here, where do you think your persecutor can run to get?
Super
Oh.
hard. Honestly, my limited experience with Gothic are very limited. So you think about finishes. When I think about Earth, for example, Smite is something that comes into mind. It's an ordinary card. Likely your opponent has it. But besides that,
Now
Yeah.
Nick is playing Earth, Water.
Yeah.
And he has splashed, I think, 2 to 3 air sites
really
for
that?
a single zap.
No way.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
for that.
Neek is crazy for zap. He came in, he started crazy talk. Zap, zap, zap. He kept saying, I'd say
Really?
Neek, please. I said, please. It was a whole event. But no, big into zap.
The thing is, like, I gave somebody advice to cut Zap from his deck earlier. That's not me being a bad person, even though I'm a bad person sometimes. I don't think it's that great of a card. I mean, it's a great finisher. Sometimes that 1 damage can matter, but often I want a little bit more like bang for the buck, if you know what I mean.
Neek says he almost exclusively thinks of the card as a finisher. He will only play it from his hand
Yeah.
if he can get exceptional amounts of value from it.
Fair.
in the moment. Otherwise, he just holds it. He says that these Gothic games are messy. They often come down to big dudes slugging it out.
Yeah.
Very common that both people are on death's door, and suddenly you have the ability to win the
And
game.
we have a winner here. Nick looks like he got the death blow
Yeah.
in. But yeah, I think Nick is a very experienced limited player. If he says so, he's probably right. And the thing with Gothic is, I think it's lackluster in terms of actually finish a spell. So you might be right. Maybe you want to put in as much set as you can to make sure you push it over the line. We had like plenty in better. We had like plenty in After and Legend. It wasn't too hard. Yeah, Gothic is a whole different set. I think it is.
It is a whole different set.
It's a whole different set. Yeah. It might be the most fun limited set that we had compared to all the other ones. To be fair, I think better was great, but after playing it for a while, especially with Sorcerer, you kind of see the same things happen over and over again.
I could be mistaken here, but I think what we just saw, I just want to call this out,
Yeah.
is both players shook hands, said this game is over. They kind of acknowledged that they had reached the end of the game, the conclusion, a checkmate as it were. And after discussing it and being friendly, they then continued to play the last two moves on the camera just for all the viewers. This is the killing of the rat with the spell slinger and moving in with the last unit.
Yeah.
What a great bit of showmanship here from these two players.
Definitely.
We're going to get Neek in just a minute. We'll talk to him about the game. We'll be back to you guys in under 5 minutes. We're going to go grab Neek once he's had a little breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. Hello, folks. We're back here now with Neek after round 2. Neek, another win under your belt?
Yes,
Very
very
good.
happy to.
Not as fast a game
No.
as round 1. A bit of a slugfest.
Yes.
Board filled up. You mentioned that you thought Persecutor was one of the scariest avatars you could play against.
Yes.
And almost as if the story was written, you sit down, Persecutor.
Indeed.
What are your initial thoughts going into the game? You see you're facing down Persecutor.
Yeah. So first of all, I like to engage in conversation before the match. So he told me he's a new player, but he's a competitive Magic player, and so very good. So then I know this is somebody who will understand interactions very well, but I will probably have a little bit of advantage on the grid and the positioning of the cards. So that's how I go into it. I was on the draw, so that was already a small advantage. And then I think, yeah, positioning wise, I just outplayed him. I think so I felt it turning when he cast for 6 mana the 4-powered minion, which is a good card if it does its thing. And so basically, then I really decided I was advantaged because I had done already a lot of damage. So I just fled. And he had to keep walking, and I knew the moment that he would start dealing damage, my damage would be bigger. So there I had the advantage, and I just kept it in hand, I think, and slowly I chipped away because I had the 3-power minion on his side who was chipping away. So the longer the game was going, the better it became. And I knew that I still had the Zap and the Smite. So it was then a matter of time to just hold, because I was scared of the Lords. But in the end, it's only a 6-part minion. I had 20 lives, so I was really not like,
I think
it's not an issue.
It was interesting how your opponent, obviously looking at the Lord of Destruction, is like, this is a very impactful, aggressive card. And its ability only obviously works when you're striking your opponent's sights. It really sets a kind of a narrative for you to follow when you're playing the card. But he played it to a side of the board where you could not easily interact with it. He wanted to get that value with it, but he forsaked kind of then the option to actually use it defensively. It would have been the strongest minion on the other side of the board. It could have completely changed combat over there, but he said, I want to seek out this advantage. You seized the opportunity. You said, well, I'm going to push damage, and I win this race.
Yes.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and he also, because he considered actually playing it more for the defense, but then he said, oh, but then you will trade it. And I think for him that was actually the right call, because in the end, it's only a 6-part minion. And I think I had 2 extra minions on boards. So although, yes, he was going to destroy 1 or 2 sites, I already had everything I wanted on board. I only want to cast a smite for 4 mana. So as long as I went not to 3, but even 3 mana, I could still draw a site and play smite. So yeah, that's part of the game, making the tough choices. And I mean, it is annoying to deal with it. But yeah, in the end, I think it's really his 4-part minion that didn't do enough, because you saw me. I had the bruiser there. I offered a trade for the 3 mana, but then it's like, no, I want the other thing. I just don't attack. I just wait. And in the end, it does. Also, what he didn't realize is that if it dies and the ghoul that is summoned, what people often don't know, is that it's actually summon 6, so it cannot block when it's summoned. So I told him, and he was like, so I called the judge just to clarify, because that was also an important part of that interaction.
I think it's important to note that that card plays hugely into the narrative that we mentioned earlier. When 3-power minions are good, those who linger, I believe the card is called, with 4 power can dominate a board, and then they can still trade in again later, but you're losing massively on tempo. You're investing 6 mana into something that, when your opponent has multiple threats, can only slowly start mopping up things. Even you mentioned he didn't really want to take the trade. Trading, we often associate early game, I trade 1 minion to 1, and he doesn't like the idea of, my big elite minion trading. But in reality, if that card had just said, remove 2 of Neek's creatures, he would have slammed it on the board, and he would have been very happy playing it. But there's something maybe in the psychology of seeing this big unit and wanting more from it.
Yeah, well, so personally, I don't like it, because honestly, there is a card Smite, and everybody plays with it. And Smite says banish, and then you don't even get the token. So it's very expensive for only 4 power. And if we're just trading blow for blow, then 4 power, it's only, I mean, it's, So I'm not a huge fan of the card. And perhaps one side comment. So for those who saw, I had the imp in my hand the whole game. But actually, I had a lot of opportunities to use it. So I was always able to blow up the tokens if I wanted to. the token would always be 1 damage, and then I could deal 3 damage
Yeah.
to kill it if I wanted to. So I think 3, 4, 5 times I really considered everything, but even in the end, because he had to run,
Yeah.
I knew also there, because you saw me pondering for a long time, do I now need to
When's
cast
the-
it to have an extra, or do I, because there is a good chance he will have 2 blockers on the same
Yeah.
time and I can remove 1. So well, in the end it was not necessary.
Yeah.
But so still love the imp.
Yeah, for sure. Nick, thank you so much
Yep.
for coming back in with us. We look forward to seeing you in round 3, and we'll catch in with you after that. Okay.
Alright,
Thank you
see
so
you
much,
around.
folks. We have about maybe 5-10 minutes to go. It's not an exact science here, to be quite clear, but we will see you very, very shortly, and we'll be following Nick into round 3, the 2-0 bracket of Gothic Seal. Thank you so much. See you now. Hello, folks. Welcome back. We're in the little space in between round 2 and round 3 of Gothic Limited, also known as lunch. I'm joined here by two gentlemen for a bit of an artist interview. Folks, why don't you introduce yourselves?
Hi everyone, my name is Pedro Freire. I'm an artist for Sorcery. Just did Gothic. That was my first kind of work for Sorcery. And yeah, I guess that's it. And I'm here this weekend.
We're delighted to have you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Very delighted to have you. Yeah, and I'm still Jurgen, aka Nerd and Proud of It. Hi everyone.
Folks, how's your weekend going?
It's been great. It's been really fun. Everyone's super kind. The venue is great. Just everyone. The support has been great. And I've enjoyed it a lot. Yeah.
And this is, you said, your first sorcery event
Yes, this is my first Sorcery event.
after your first sorcery set.
Yes, really, really nice. It all comes together, and it's great to meet everyone. It's great to be here. Yeah.
One of the cards that was mentioned earlier on the stream, myself and Felix were discussing our favorite cards. Now, we were talking about in the context of flavor text. One of my favorites is Hot Wheels.
Yeah.
We've got that skeleton, we've got the wheel. Obviously, there's killer flavor text. It ain't the same without the flame.
Yeah.
But an amazing piece of art. One question I
thank you.
had is that art is so reminiscent to kind of maybe a trope that we see in video games
Yeah.
of these skeletons that have wheels and they kind of roll up players. And there's this huge overlap between appealing to the nostalgia of card games from the 90s
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
Sorcery has,
Yeah.
and also appealing to memories that we have from video games.
Yeah.
How do you balance in your work kind of appealing to nostalgia, but also trying to create something new and exciting?
Yes, that's always the problem with people call it the nostalgia bait.
Mhm.
And we're not trying to create nostalgia bait, but you have to like you want people to connect with the artwork, and it's the nostalgia comes into play. So it's kind of like, but I think we also really try to create something new, something fresh, but having those inspirations in mind that are very important to me personally, and I guess for the players as well. Yeah, I think.
Looking at your stall, you obviously have prints from all of your cards in the new Sorcery Gothic set, but following your work online, you've done loads of these maybe small little artifacts and relics that are very, very reminiscent of other work in this kind of emerging game space for these kind of fake games.
Yeah.
There's a lot of work where it's like this is maybe a helmet or a ring that could have been in a video game from the
Yes.
90s. I think we see artists like Plastaboo who
Yeah.
kind of make these games like
Great.
Vermis,
He's
hugely
great.
impactful. I'm wondering, you're here making art for a real game that people can really
Yeah.
play. Do you have any plans maybe to do something in that space, make a guide for a game that never existed, or what are your plans in moving into that space?
It's funny you say that. Yes, those things were kind of experimental for me. I just kind of just enjoyed. When you play video games, I end up enjoying more of those little elements,
Yeah.
the illustrated bits, and so yeah, I started putting that together. And I did a few of them just for fun, and then just kind of evolved into something I looked at and I was like, maybe I can put something together. So now I'm working on a little something that maybe will come out next year with those things, using those elements. So yeah, I don't know if it's I don't know if I should say right now, but because there's something about the fake game thing that I like, but I also like that it's real. I wanted to make it real. I wanted to make it that it's a playable thing and not just something that it's. Nothing against the fake game stuff. I like those guys a lot, and Plastic was great. I've talked to them quite a bit, but yeah, I wanted to make something. I feel bad calling it real because it's all real, right? But something that people can really actually play, and it's been a challenge because making the visual part of the aesthetics, which I enjoy a lot, but ends up being challenging is working around it and making that work with the mechanics of a game or some other type of project like that. But yeah,
I think
it's really great.
that is amazing news because so many people read these books, they look at these projects, they're enthralled by the art, and the art has this promise of a game.
Yeah.
And there can be not a frustration because we're so happy that these beautiful pieces of work exist, but you can very easily imagine yourself being like, I really wish I could play Vermis. I wish I could touch it. I wish I could really get
I see that a lot of people are like, I wish I could play this game. Or I wish I could, interact with it, and that's where I'm trying to come from that angle. So
amazing.
Thank you.
Jurgen, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I already know the answer because we talked about it yesterday, but I think we talked about it, and after we talked about it, I really liked the story, and I know a lot of people out there love frogs. and obviously the Gift of Frogs is very, very popular. And you told me a story how the Curio came to be, and maybe that's a nice one for the live stream as well. How did that work
Sure.
with the ribbon and everything? I thought that was a really cool story, and I think it's cool to share.
Sure. Let me see if I don't butcher it like I did yesterday. But the story went something like, so we want to do it was the gift of the frog. So we would know that would be a princess gifting a frog. And I thought, I remember seeing some funny image of a frog wearing a bow. So I was like, maybe this is too goofy, but I'll just take a chance at it, and just did a sketch, and I sent it to Eric. And he was like, this is really cool. And also, but he had the idea of doing an alt version without the bow. So then we were doing, which ended up being the Curio as the bow on it. So first I did the one without the bow, and then we painted the bow on top, and then I scanned it, and yeah, that's how it happened.
Maybe there's a lesson there somewhere. Your art has this incredible dark fantasy aesthetic. It really plays to these kind of serious sensibilities, and you took a risk in making it playful, making it that little bit more joyous, and going outside your comfort zone. And actually, you and all the players who open one in the very, very rare pack have been rewarded with that kind of that leap of faith and that bit of pushing your boundaries.
It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that, because when I first sent Eric my portfolio, it was very dark fantasy. It was very depressing, which I like that stuff a lot. But I also like the joyous, the funny, goofy stuff, more like kind of maybe high fantasy and just more warm. So when I sent him that, but then he sent me a batch of cards, and they had like funny ones. Like the Gift of the Frog was one of them, which you can't really. I mean, I couldn't see myself doing some like dark fantasy in a dungeon. But it would have to be like happy, and the colors have to reflect that, in my opinion. So the cards. That's another thing, is that the cards have to. Each card needs a different mood. So. In order for it to be a good game, right? So a fire card should be like kind of red. If not, the player looks at a card within seconds. They have to kind of connect with it on that like gameplay level. That makes sense. Yeah.
I heard Eric actually does not give a lot of instructions.
Yeah.
So often you don't really know what the card is, and afterwards, some other artists told me if they would have known this is the card, they would have gone into a different direction.
Yeah, I can see that.
You didn't obviously have that for the Gift of Frog, but did you have that for other cards where you think like, well, maybe I would have done something different if I would have known a little more about the card?
Yes and no. Sometimes I think the directions. I've noticed there's some cards that need to be specific. The composition has to work, and for certain gameplay effects, it has to work in a specific way. But while others, not so much. So I don't know. Maybe 50-50, I don't know, but I've
Do you prefer the creative freedom of just doing anything you want because you don't know that much, or would you like to know more? It depends.
It really depends, but I don't have a problem at all with like rules and guides where we need to do this. Sometimes it's easier because you can you can hone in on what you have to do, you have to get done, and I know where I have to go and look for reference, and so that the card is good. Sometimes if it's too much out there, and there's been a few of them, they're quite tricky to get. But I enjoy the guides and enjoy working with Eric.
You mentioned that you sent a portfolio, very dark fantasy, very moody. You used the word depressing, but obviously very kind of intentionally grim fantasy art, Derek's Curiosa. And then naturally your first set after that was Gothic. It was a match made in heaven. It was as if they were like, okay, let's get this guy in, let's make a set for him.
Thanks.
Going forward, obviously new theme for a new set. If there was a theme that wasn't so grim, wasn't so dark, that there was to be a sorcery set for, there might be a divergence in style. What would you like it to be? If it was maybe Vikings, if it was little Japanese plumbers jumping down into pipes, what sort of crazy theme would you like to turn your hand to?
I mean, hopefully it's not a boring answer, but I just love medieval, everything medieval. I know we already have a lot of that, but I just think we should do more.
A goodie, but
I
always
just
room
love
for
that.
more medieval.
I love everything medieval, so that would be my answer. But it's funny you mentioned that about Gothic, because of course the set was named Gothic, so I thought it would have a very heavy like of course Gothic art direction, even though we had cards that were like sort of the American Gothic stuff, which I did the Gravedigger card.
Yes.
And that was like very much, I don't know if you know the like the Pulp Fiction covers from the 70s, which those books have, which I'm a big fan of. So I sourced inspiration from there. But some cards Eric was like, okay, it doesn't have to be like so like Gothic.
Yeah.
It's just the name, but we have like different stuff
Amazing.
that makes it a bit more interesting, I think. Yeah.
Super. So we mentioned this was your first big sorcery event. We're not asking for, flight numbers or booking codes. Do you think you'll be making it to more sorcery events in the future?
Yeah, I really enjoyed my time here, and I would love to go out and meet more fans and meet more everyone. Everyone's been great, so I'll definitely you'll catch me out there for
Amazing.
sure.
Folks, I think we're about to be starting round 3 soon. Would you like any little comments to leave us with?
No, I'm good. If you want to check out more from Pedro, we recorded an interview one-on-one yesterday. It will be up on my channel pretty soon, and we talk about some other questions as well. So maybe that's a good thing to say. And
Absolutely.
yeah, thank you, Pedro. It was an excellent, awesome weekend together with
Thank you very much for having me.
Wonderful
It
to
was
have you
great
here.
talking to you guys.
And I think you were being maybe a bit humble there, Jurgen. Jurgen actually has interviews up with, I think at this point, all of the artists that were at this weekend's event.
Oh yes, and they are not up yet. They will be up
They
in
will
the
be
next couple of weeks, but I have interviews up, I think, with at least 10 plus sorcery artists from previous encounters and previous events. So yes, there's a lot of interesting stuff to find on my channel, and the playlist is TCG Talks, so it's all even categorized.
Perfect. There's an entire backlog there.
There's an entire backlog there you can check out if you want to.
Folks,
yes.
we're going to leave you now. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me.
Thank you.
Thank everyone at home for joining in on the stream. We're going to leave you now. We'll join you back again, hopefully in 10 to 15 minutes for round 3. We're going to continue following Nick through the through the Gothic sealed event. Thank you so much, folks. We'll be right back.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye everyone.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. We are just beginning round 3 of the Gothic sealed event. I'm once again accompanied by my friend Felix here in the commentary booth. That's Felix of the Helpful Hobbs. We are about to get the second player's name for this round. We've had a slight logistical issue with the artist interview that we're after completing. So we will get that name sorted in just a moment. We're following Neek going through the limited portion of this weekend. Now, he's playing a water and earth deck with quite a heavy top end. He's worried about getting run over in the early game, but as we saw in round 1, he can have quite an impressive tempo start off frog tokens and slimy mutants. Let's see how this game goes. It's Spellslinger versus Spellslinger. I'm going to have to go for a moment. I'll leave you in Felix's capable hands, and we'll be right back with his opponent's name. Felix, take it away.
Yep, there you go. So, Nick, we don't know the name yet who's playing, but it's a guy from Italy, and he just started out playing sorcery. He's doing quite good. He has experience with some other competitive TCGs, namely MTG, so he kind of has a bit of an understanding of what to do in general. And he's obviously 2-0, means he has quite some success. Now he has to face Nick, who's probably one of the best players out there in limited in sorcery, so looking forward to see how he's gonna perform into Nick. Both players on Spellslinger, so no fancy shenanigans from the avatar sides. And there we go. The guy Nick is facing is called Matteo, as mentioned, from Italy. Quite new to the game. He enjoys it a lot. I was playing him yesterday early on in the sealed. Did a quite good performance there as well. So yeah, let's see. Looks like he's starting out with a swamp here, getting one of these frog tokens out. Very thematical, because we have Kaio from Brazil over here, who drew the art. And Nick's starting off interesting with a, I'm not sure what the name is. I think it's Blessed, whatever, something Blessed, and he's able to ward that side. Interesting to see why he's deciding to do it in the back row, because usually those warded sides, in my humble opinion, you want to play them up front in the front row to maybe tank a little bit of damage here and there, since it's more likely that opponents' creatures will attack on the front row. But yeah, hey, maybe he has some very good sides that we're gonna see that you want to play up front. So second turn here from Matteo. He's thinking what to do. And looks like we have another site. One of the blooms that gives you all the threshold that you need for that turn. And one of the copes that is a 2-power minion with the lethal ability. Very nice to trade up for even bigger creatures, or just to do a little bit of temper pressure early on in the game. And the bloom will allow him to even play that without having a dedicated fire site. Let's see what's Sneak doing with that. Is he going to surrender to the copes? Probably not. Thinking hard about what side to play here. So it looks like he has like plenty of good options. Looks like he has one of these 4-color Genesis. Oh wow, interesting. He decides to go sideways. So usually what you're gonna see is people tend to build the bridge in the early games, but yeah, he leaves the gap there. So that usually means he's a little bit more on the defensive. I think Robert just came back here, and he already mentioned that Neek has a defensive deck, so he's not really looking forward to start a battle as soon as possible, delaying a little bit the copes here from attacking him.
This looks like a defensive pattern that we've seen from League before. Now, in
Oh,
round
wow.
1, he had similar site deployment
Willie.
to, in his words, bait his opponent. I thought that was a rather mean way to put it, but I suppose it's true. To bait his opponent into playing aggressively into square 8. Now, when they play aggressively into 8, he was able to put them in an awkward position, threatening their 3-drop with the slimy mutants. He doesn't have a frog token here, so maybe he's less looking for a kind of a tempo-oriented bait and more just looking to delay the time between the early turns and when his opponent Mateo is able to start hitting him in the face.
Interesting. It looks like he is countering the blessed village. It's not the village. It's I don't know what the site is called. Maybe you know. What is in German we call it Brunnen. There's a better word in English. I'm pretty sure. It's a beautiful site from Truth Parish. And yeah, the Field of Fixes is gonna deal with the ward here. And we have the free drop you mentioned. It's the ghoul, the classic ghoul.
Classic ghoul. Now that's Braum art. That art has been around a while, as most art has. Well, I suppose if we take a more cosmic view, most art hasn't been created yet. But
Fair.
you know, most art that we currently have has been around a while.
True. Is Braum how high is he up there for you as an artist, as like an inspirational kind of fantasy artist?
So I would have seen Braum's work initially around the ages of 12 and 13 when I was kind of getting into Magic.
Yeah.
And I just thought it was the coolest stuff.
It is.
Artists for me, the early in my kind of card playing career, things like Braum, Ork Post.
Yep.
These would have all been the big names.
Yeah, sure.
I
actually met Ork Post couple of years ago in Denmark.
Amazing.
I was doing
at an event.
Not an event. It was random dude at a bar.
That is so funny.
Isn't that sick, right?
Randy.
Random.
No, Randy is his name.
Oh, when
or for Randy, I believe.
I don't know.
Well, that's
he goes by Ork Post.
Ork Post on cards. I'm pretty sure the first name is Randy.
Yeah.
I can understand the confusion there. You might have thought I was making strange,
random
Randy assertions about yourself.
Sorry
for
Post. Yeah.
When I first started playing Magic, I started playing at the Dissension pre-release.
Yeah.
I think I was 11 years old. It was the 22nd of the 6th, 2006.
Wow. It's like some people remember the date their, I don't know, like children get born.
No, I'm not a trained person, all right? I'll tell you what's happening there is it was a pre-release for Dissension. So I got a card with the date stamped in gold.
All right.
Okay.
That's an excuse. I accept.
Now let's jump forward.
Yep.
I'm in school. I want to go to my first Grand Prix. So my first kind of international event.
Yep.
I go to Grand Prix Manchester. It's on the 22nd of the 6th, 2012. 6 years later to the day I started playing. Crazy. Who's attending the event?
Ork Post.
Ork Post.
Will.
Who was the promo buy originally for the Dissension pre-release? Ork Post. So I picked up a lovely playmat from Ork Post. I asked him to do Lightning Angel, one of my favorite cards. He did a beautiful big sketch filling the playmat with Lightning Angel with a big hammer on her shoulder. And I said, would you mind writing the 2 dates of the Dissension pre-release and of this weekend's event on the playmat for me? He said, no problem. He did it live. He wrote the 22nd of the 6th, 2006. I said, Ork, thank you. Randy, I said, Randy, thank you so much. He said, please call me Ork Post. I said, sorry. Then I said, don't forget maybe today's the date of this event. Exactly 6 years later to the day.
Yeah.
But of course it was the Saturday, or it was whatever day, the Friday. He writes the 21st of the 6th, 2012. I said, Randy, God damn it. He said, please again, Ork. I said, I'm so sorry.
Nice.
And then I think he kind of scribbled over the 1 with the 2 to make it. But listen, you know, there's a story in there about making it work.
Yeah.
You know,
we had very I had very similar experience with some of the sorcery artists when it comes to signatures. We have some very funny looking cards with similar stories. I don't want to call out any names here.
You can blame it on Ork Post. That seems to be...
It was Ork Post. The things like, for me, Ork Post has a little bit of Fulminator Mage. You remember
of course
that
I know Fulminator Mage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that was basically my step for and like I was opening this card in
If
a
we,
booster
if we
pack.
might just return for 1 second there, and we'll go back to your
Very
Fulminator
true, very
Mage
true.
story, just so we don't lose track of what's happening here. We're seeing ghouls being traded for, I think that was the Disciples of Seth. Again, we still aren't decided what Seth that is. I think soon we'll
Might
have
be
to
Rogan,
decide.
might be Rogan.
I think it might be Seth Green. There's a lot of green in that art.
That is true.
But either way, so Neek is under pressure from the 2-drop, but really he is managing to stave off this aggression. Now there's a frog token on the other side of the board. We've seen nasty things come out of those frog tokens, and we've also seen pretty meaningless defensive moves come from them as well. But nonetheless, that is a resource available to Matteo. Felix, you were telling me a story about Orca Post and Fulminator Mage when I rudely interrupted you there. Would you please continue
True,
with that
but
story?
there's not too much to it, so it's not going to be an awesome story as you just told. But me as a young kid starting with Magic, obviously not being too competitive in the beginning. But Fulminator Mage, I opened up this one in a booster pack, and people told me it's amazing, and I was trying to understand why, because like on first look it didn't really appeal.
No, it just blows up land.
Yeah,
It's like
not
Stone
that
Rain on
great.
a 2/2,
Dude,
yeah.
have you seen a 6-power minion? That's one way better.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
You don't need a
this
fully
gigantic
mage.
worm. Get out of here.
Exactly. What's your fully mage doing against that? No, but it's like how I slowly approached into the competitive scene in the early age of maybe like 14 years. I don't really remember. But yeah, that's why Arcade Post has a little bit of a special place in heart for me. The fully mage card I will
That is
always
great
remember.
art as well.
It is cool art for sure.
Now, just to return to this game here for a moment, we're seeing something interesting here where Neek might not be underneath the most amount of damage pressure. That is terrific. I was about to say he's going to have an awkward time here. He's under a lot of pressure aggressively. The rat has lethal. The Stygian Archers has ranged and also has the ability to clear to make additional skeleton tokens, providing more value. I was going to say Neek's going to have a very hard time creating a defense that will be good into this, especially because there's also a 2-powered lethal minion sitting on top of his spell.
You can play the big stuff to so the Stygian Archers won't make it skelly immediately because there's lethal. Doesn't really
There's
make sense.
2 lethal to cover big things,
small
and there's
stuff-
archers for small.
What you gonna do?
What are you going to do? Well, I tell you what Neek will do. He's playing the Sentinel Trap. He's playing it right on top of his Spellslinger. It's clearing out that token that we mentioned earlier, and it's also clearing out the Stygian Archers.
Yeah. A card that might be on the plate. I think Sentinel Trap, you can just see it as a removal spell that eventually, more unlikely, but eventually even does a 2-for-1 trade once in a while in a game. Hey, I think just...
If the Sentinel Trap was a magic, if it said you can only cast it from one of your sites, and it deals 4 damage to a square forward to everything there,
I'm gonna take that.
And colorless, you'd be jamming it in every deck.
Exactly.
I think it's versatile. Now, unfortunately, it's going to take a good few pivots of it around here before it is able to accomplish much else. Nick did mention that he had to be careful where he put it so that he doesn't scorch his avatar with it. And it turns out by planting it directly on your avatar's face, you're actually avoiding that quite
Just
nicely.
sitting on top of the Sentinel Trap having fun.
Now, Nick has dealt with a lot of the damage that's coming in, but there are unfortunately 2 lethal minions. These are going to do a really good job of clearing out defensive plays from Neek. And if he is reliant on big minions in his hand, there's going to be some nasty trading coming from here. So he does need to come up with some answer. Now, it's important to note, although the rat, they say you're never more than 2 squares in the realm away from a rat at any given time. Although the rat has 1 power and could be kind of checked by his Spellslinger, that disgusting leper sitting on top of his face has 2 power, and he does not currently have a clean answer to it. Now
if it would be just the red, I think you can chill for a second because that's not too much of a pressure here. But, well, it adds up, right? 3 damage a turn without really wanting to trade in your big stuff. Not really sure what Nick has in hand, but he might want to start dropping his small things.
That's big.
Pressure won't stop Matteo, man. He was luring me in by repeatedly saying that he's new to the game, he doesn't know what he's doing, and honestly, that is...
And then he knew what he was doing.
He knew what he's doing.
All right, Matteo. Matteo, we're on to you, buddy.
Yeah. We know your face by now. Next time...
Really interesting play here from Matteo. He's putting the rat forward. He knows that Nick can answer it with the Spellslinger, but here's the catch. To move over and to answer the rat, to take the free 1 for nothing, also means He's about to get blasted by his own Sentinel Trap. So he sees free damage from the rat.
Lose situation for Neek, right? Whatever you do, it's not correct.
Now, the bound spirit will have time to advance in before the Sentinel Trap swings around to it. This is now a lot of pressure on Neek.
Yeah. He's still at 15 life, so it's nothing to like, it's not an emergency alert immediately, but hey, you have to start thinking about how do you try to stabilize him. Maybe if there's no other option for you, you don't have any card in your deck that will deal with this lethal. You just have to accept the fact that you have to play one of your bigger minions into the dudes and just stop the bleeding of that.
We could be seeing here a situation where, a big minion just get placed maybe on the... Oh, we can't play it on the site with the Bound Spirit. That's not his site.
Yeah.
The only good option he really has for a placement is maybe on the site just on square 2. Oh, Den of Evil. We can see a discount here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We could see a 6 cost.
Not wasting the Den of Evil if he...
Very good. Lord of Greed.
Lord of Greed. Wait, Lord of Greed with the artifact. Do we see a little nice combo here? Is he able to get the Sentinel Trap and get like a crazy... Well, that would be huge. That would be maybe my play. If this is going to happen, it looks like it's going to happen. He's picking up the no, it's not.
That would be absolutely massive if that was how the rules worked. I think because the Sentinel Trap is a monument,
He won't be
he's
able
not
to
able
do
to
that.
move it.
Yeah, fair.
Can't be carried.
Sure thing. Thanks a lot, Eric.
Yeah. Eric, this one's for you.
This one's for
And
you.
then-
You ruined Neek's.
Yeah. Nick's run. Sorcery, of course, famously a game where every single card is designed by Eric.
Yeah, and he has
No other
he
designers.
planned
in
out
the-
every single possibility, always in mind of like certain people.
He
that
sits
he's
behind that
trying
crystal
to-
ball and
yeah,
he decides.
yeah. He was like that would be like a mechanic that Neek would enjoy. So whether not do it probably.
Now, that Lord of Greed is interesting here. He's played it in such a way that it won't simply trade for a lethal minion,
Yeah.
but it also actually has very limited defensive capabilities. If the Spell Slinger was to move up and the Bound Spirit was to find its way in on top of Neek's avatar on square 3, the Lord of Greed would have nothing to do with it. He'd say, that's none of my business.
Hey, you guys do your lethal stuff over there. I'm here greeting myself
Yeah.
in the Den of Evil. To be fair, I think what you want to do you really want to place it somewhere else so it gets traded off with the reds or the copes? You don't really want to do that. I think in this, what you can hope for is, I don't know what the card count is in Mateo, but he might be lagging a finisher, and you just, hey, you do pressure, I do pressure as well. Let's start a little race here.
The problem is that here, the Bound Spirit won't even be able to trade. Now, it's important to note that there is 7 damage on the board in minions from Mateo, only 6 from Neek, but Neek is also down 5 life to begin with. So if we were to imagine a 4-turn clock from the Lord of Greed, now, I don't for a moment think that that's going to last 4 turns and that it's going to do 4 hits. Are we seeing the Bound Spirit moving? No, we're not.
Well, he might be
He might need to move the...
Spellslinger first, right? To
yeah.
get a little bit... Might be the better turn. You never know. But having active bounce spirit, you know what? Something about that bounce spirit, I really like that card. You could say it's a 4-power minion for 4, which is well more mediocre. It doesn't get more mediocre, but on top of that, it has a downside. There's no reason really to play it.
The Bound Spirit.
The bounce spirit, right? Somehow it's striking for me. I like it. I like that.
I think Bound Spirit is quite good when there's such a heavy reliance on 3 power minions.
Yeah.
It does have that downside. It is awkward,
yeah.
but in limited, certainly it cleans up.
Bunch of stuff. And heart removal is not that much available.
It's
in
at a
Gothic.
premium.
It is a premium. Yeah, they're like a few buried alive, a few trial by water, and that's about it.
Here we go. The Spell Slinger's moving up. That might tell us something about where that Bound Spirit is going. It's going into the end zone. It's going to be a touchdown for our American viewers, of which there are probably none, just based on time.
Yep.
And we're going to, speaking of time, we're going to reverse time here a bit. The Spell Slinger is back on square 13, now untapped. Matteo wants to think about this move a little bit more. it's interesting. I think you see a lot more take backs, a lot more
Love it.
rethinking of moves in
love it.
sorcery relative to other card games,
Amazing.
in large part due to the fact
It is fitting you perfectly.
that there's no instance, there's no ability to
You could
overly
technically,
affect.
there are like
There,
Valor
there are.
and dodge roll, but it's not really played. And people are so chill, so cool. They'd be like, "Hey, it's your turn. You just
Yeah,
sequence it.
brother, yeah.
Let me know after you've thought about the whole thing.
Now,
what
I
you're
think
gonna do. and it's
nobody
gonna
wants to be
fine.
kind of angle shot. They don't want you to attack, gain information, see are they willing to defend,
Nobody's
and then you
doing
go,
that. Nobody's
okay,
doing
and
that.
then
Yeah.
and I think that is a problem that's very easy to solve.
Yeah.
So we're seeing everyone pile in
Yeah.
here on top of the sentinel trap. It has a blind spot, and that's underneath the corner of the building that
Exactly.
it's on.
If you're sitting on top of the sentinel trap,
Yeah.
it won't hurt you. You just can dance on top of it. It's not gonna hurt you.
We had an interview yesterday with Elvira Pavlikovska,
Yep.
the artist for Sentinel Trap. An interesting stat about her work. She has worked previously as an architect, and through an incredibly in-depth analysis of her work, the coverage team here, that's myself again, has determined that 60% of her artwork prominently features architectural
Because she's
works.
the best at it.
She's very good at it. She's a real sense for it, and even when it's only in the background, it adds something. It really gives you a great sense of place. Now, Sentinel Trap is kind of maybe emblematic of her work here in that it is very literally a piece of architecture, rather than even just being a site. Even when she's drawing an artifact, it's one that is firmly attached to a building, and that building at the minute is housing all three of Mateo's units. They are absolutely crowded in here, and that Lord of Greed, as I mentioned earlier, has nothing to say about it. It is unable to actually access that square. A very impressive 6-cost minion, but the small threats and the promise of lethal damage onto the 6-cost unit has completely deterred Neek from a more defensive placement.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how he
gets out
trying
of this.
Yeah, exactly. And Nick is a great player, so he will think about that, or he already thought about like how to solve that.
I think we see a smite in his hand here. Now, smite would be
like
an easy way to clear a minion. We also see a mesmer demon. And this might be one of those situations that we kind of mentioned earlier where he said, I'll only use Zap, where Zap has huge value. Right now, taking out a lethal minion and allowing his larger minion to actually stabilize the board would actually be massive.
Very true.
So Zap trading, perhaps for a 1-cost 1-power unit, would actually be massive in this spot.
Yeah.
Now he's going to have 4 damage in here on Mateo because his spell slinger is standing right in the blast radius of the sentinel trap.
Yep.
Which means if he did decide to attack with his Lord of Greed, that would be 10 damage. He could wipe out half of Mateo's life total in one turn. And Mateo on the board now has exactly lethal. He's exactly enough to put Neek onto death's door. So that may not be the most desirable, although with that smite, perhaps we could see the Lord of Greed moving in, dealing 6
damage.
and 4
And another 6
with the
maybe
sentinel
with the
trap,
smite.
and then maybe smite to clear out the bound spirit.
Sure, that might be the idea here.
Now that's not great if the rat is still able to trade for the Lord of.
Very true. But I think at this point you just have to accept the fact that it's not going your way. If you can deal with the rats in a more comfortable way, you have to trade in with your bigger stuff, because otherwise you will just you have to sacrifice something, right? Playing a little Lord of Red yourself and getting some rats would be a nice way of having a bunch of chump blockers to deal with Mateo's kind of creatures, but yeah, who knows?
Now, if we could see something from Neek here, something that could turn all 3 of his opponent's minions into carryable artifacts that the Lord of Greed could pick up and stash into his huge pockets, that would be huge. Unfortunately, I don't think that card exists.
Not yet.
In any set.
If he was also pretty desperate for a rolling boulder here, that would be a huge card. Rolling boulder on the spell slinger, getting rid of everything, dealing 4 damage, dealing another 6 damage with the Lord of Greed, but hey man, what I'm talking about, Rolling Ball is not in that set. It's not gonna happen.
No, but I'll tell you, I love thinking about Rolling Boulder.
I
Rolling
do.
Boulder, I said earlier, I've said twice now on stream that Hot Wheel might be my favorite card.
Is
Yeah,
Rolling
might be, because Rolling Boulder is.
There's discussion in the community, and usually you split between Rolling Boulder people and Snowball people. So you're under.
Snowball's good too.
It's a good too, right?
But Snowball is so good because of its imitation of Rolling Boulder.
That is fair.
Yeah.
I think like it's a little bit more goofy, funny in a certain way. In Rolling Boulder gets you this. It is always. It's if you're an Avatar of Air player, I think Boulder is your MVP every single time. You want to see that card as much as you can. Snowball is a little bit more of the hey, I if you're a frog guy, you like frogs. Snowball might be the correct pick for you.
Now, Screamer is the 3-power, 3-cost unit that can scare things away.
Sure.
Mesmer Demon from Neek here is the kind of mirrored version that can force things to move towards it. We could see him pull out the Bound Spirit here into a position where it's disabled. And then it would be vulnerable to the Lord of Greed.
Fair.
And we would in effect be trading the Lord of Greed for the Bound Spirit. And then also we would have the Mesmer Demon maybe to block the first lethal attack. If we were to attack the rats with our Spellslinger, we could kill it. Mesmer Demon, the Bound Spirit, out into the Kelp, kill it with the Lord of Greed, and then we would have the block from the demon to deal with the leper.
Yep.
Now, lepers need serious help, medical treatment, obviously, but this one might have to be solved by bashing it in the face until it completely falls apart.
Honestly, that's my plan for basically all my problems out there. I just take a big stick and bash it into my problem and hope
that's huge.
Gonna solve it.
Yeah, that's major.
Yeah.
Now
He looks like a smarter person, so he might have a better way of solving his issues here. But honestly, I think the call you just had with the Mesmer Demon bouncing the Bound Spirit, well, he looks like he's deciding to do a Gift of the Wolf.
Gift of the Wolf gives him another card and would allow him to trade a bash from the Spellslinger into the leper. We see Wendigo picked up there by Neek. Unfortunately,
is there a way that with Gift of the Wolf plus a Smite, does he have lethal here? Gift of the Wolf on the Lord of Greed plus a Smite, that would be 16 damage?
16 and 4. He could put his opponents to death's door. It looks then maybe like what Neek has been weighing up is, do I go for putting my opponents to death's door first, and then I have to figure out if I can, in one turn, finish him off. If he had access to that. We know he has the Smite.
Yep. Kind of needs ways to Smite to put him on death's door. Maybe he has a second one. Maybe.
Oh, he does need. I beg your pardon.
He maybe has that zap.
Maybe he has that dirty zap.
Dude, that man knows what he's doing, maybe.
When Neek put that zap into his deck, he said, I'm going to zap him. Now, he said it differently, and actually he may not have said it at all, but that's what he was thinking.
Yeah.
But that's his business. Anyway, that's...
No, I saw it too. He was thinking a lot about that.
Here we go. We're seeing Spellslinger coming in for the rat. Now, we can assume, when we see it taking out the rat and not the leper, that the Gift of the Wolf was not targeting the Spellslinger.
Yep.
Oh, we're seeing the play that I ran through here. I'm a genius.
Actually, on minions. Yeah, you are a genius. I think he kind of went for a solution in between, like...
I mean, the plan that we came up with was just casting the Gift of the Wolf. Just casting the demon, which meant he would have actually had excess mana. So just casting the wolf, cantripping with it, being able to see more options, a very good way to start the turn. Draw the card first, and then you get to make your decisions. And that's huge. Now he's covered. If the leper makes any attack, the demon can sponge it. And suddenly he's completely flipped this turn on Mateo. I think that's going to be a pivotal turn in this game.
I agree.
And I think Neek
that was
will
a big
as well.
one. That's why the players took a little bit longer here to decide what they're going to do. Obviously, probably, as you just mentioned, it's going to be the game-determining sequence here that we're going to see how the rest going to be unfold. If you have to pick a winner here, you bet all your life savings, all the $24 that me and you, if we put our life savings together.
We're combining life savings.
Exactly.
What are we going to do with your girlfriend first, pal?
Dude.
I'll put all the money on Neek.
Exactly.
He never found the zap.
It's true. I mean, he has a few turns left, right? There's just going to be a few top deck moments that he might be able to.
The game is far from over.
Yeah.
And if that leper maybe attacks onto square 4 with the bloom. Neek won't have any good block for it, and he won't be able to block with the demon.
Yeah.
Not being able to block with the, and when we say demon, I mean the Mesmer demon here is important because that Sentinel Trap is about to toast that demon.
So true.
Actually, the no, we can't attack into the Lord of Greed because that will just take a block. So there's maybe an easy attack onto square 4 here from that leper. The question is, what does Mateo want to do with the rest of his turn? What will he deploy to this board? Some threat is warranted.
That's why I like to be an archer player. This is like the, hey, I have that major explosion kind of thing. Don't have to think too much about
And
stuff.
I tap and I draw a site, and then I tap and I play a site, and that's,
And yeah, from time to time, you just see
Now, here's the play. We're seeing the block. I don't know what he was attacking, but either way, it's trading for the Mesmer Demon. Maybe he was thinking about getting that Lord. But either way, he's trading it. That's not a great trade for Mateo, because that Mesmer Demon was going to die at the end of this turn to the Sentinel Trap anyway. So in some ways, unless they see something that we don't, maybe he was throwing that away. Now, here's an interesting thing. By trading there, there is now a demon in the cemetery. What does Mateo have in his hand? He has the Red Mane Hydra.
No way. So you
yes
can get
way.
a 4 power minion for 2? Is that
For
what
2.
you're trying to say? Tell me?
Brother, I'm telling you exactly that.
Wow.
We also see Fire Spell, the removal, the Cone. What is the name of that card? Sorry, it's not Cone of...
Cone? I don't know. There's a Cone of Flame, which is a...
Which it's I think, is it Pedro Ferreira art? Or is it Caio? It's one of the artists that's here this weekend. Much respect, much love.
What does it do? The Desert Bloom? No.
No, it deals 3/1/1/1. Flame Strike, I beg your pardon.
Flame
It's
Strike.
Pedro Ferreira. We're just
Yeah.
after having him in the booth, and his card is now heavily featured here in Mateo's hand. And by heavily featured, we mean it is in his hand. Aggressive site placement, desert there, ping your lord. And there's the big hyena. Big hyena, of course, because it's removed a demon and it has grown in power. We're not body shaming here.
Not at all. But
Not at all.
sometimes bigger is better, to be fair. And the hyena decides to, hey, I go the full power here with the...
But once again,
healing,
that's its business.
That's his business. Some hyenas prefer to be a little more smaller, staying with the 2 power. And honestly, there are reasons for it. If you ever been in front of a Numb Hollow,
Oh my God.
do you know what I mean?
That guy is saying, hey, you gotta get a cup of coffee, get a slice of pizza, go for a walk around the block, and maybe then I'll
Exactly.
see if you're getting in, buddy. Because right now, to be honest with you, you're looking demonic. And you got 4 power. You're not coming in. Okay?
Yeah.
And the hyena says, "Oh, my friends are in there."
Yeah,
It's terrible.
It's terrible. It's terrible. But that's what you mean.
I left my bag. He says, "Buddy, your eyes are red." Okay. Where you walk, your footprints, they're turning into brimstone. Okay, it's not going to work. You're scaring the customers.
Exactly. It's hard.
Nick has done a very good job stabilizing on this board. Now, his Lord of Greed is the biggest minion on this board. There's crawlers. Talking about getting low in a club, if you could get low like crawlers, there's not a place that wouldn't be happy to have you, obviously, other than Gnome Hollow. Gnome Hollow still won't let crawlers in. Maybe they're too low.
Dude, I've been a crawler all my life.
That is the saddest thing I've ever...
4 a.m.
4 a.m.
4 a.m. I'm turning to be a crawler.
That is so sad. That's none of our business. Now, there's a problem here coming up in Mateo's hand. Neek seems to have run into the, I don't know, is it a glitch in the pairing system, but he seems to be playing against opponents, all of whom are packing Lord of Destructions. Every one of them has a Lord of Destruction.
There might be another one coming soon, you say.
Now we see, it's definitely coming, but we don't know if it's soon. There's 5 sites in play for Mateo. I count 2 Fire Threshold.
That should be
But
enough.
we're 1 mana off. I think it is indeed 2 mana threshold. 2 Fire Threshold, I beg your pardon. Absolutely it is. So we're 1 side off that Lord of Destruction. We have a good attack. We have no great attack for this hyena. It would indeed die to the sentinel. This sentinel trap really dictating the kind of play space of this game. Everyone having to play scared of it. Now, Nick said he really doesn't want it kind of ahead of his avatar. It was going to create quite a dangerous space for him to be in. But by plopping it down around him, there's this kind of a real mini game that's been created. Here is the flame strike. That's going to take out the crawler. The bouncer has
Wow.
spotted the crawler and said,
Always a bad sign.
you got
If
to
you
get
have
out.
to, if you're reading your opponent's card, you just
Mhm.
usually make sure.
Likely what Neek is doing here is reading to make sure that Flame Strike isn't a projectile, because those, of course, fly right over a crawler's head. Now, Matteo is after, from what I can tell, after using the Flame Strike to deftly deal with Neek's crawler, placing the Flame Strike directly back into his hand. That's what we call flashback, and it's now going into the cemetery. That's terrific. I thought he was going to get 2 or maybe 3 uses out of it there.
Looks like Nick is on death's door right now and he's struggling
Mhm.
to survive. Honestly, I would have lost a lot of money if I would have bet up front who's gonna win this one.
And you were going to
That's-
take my money down with you as well. You tried
That's how I
combining in.
am, dude.
You didn't even give me my
I
own
just,
bet.
I feel too like, yeah. I need other people to be in the same miserable state as I am. So
Now, Neek is on death's door. That's obviously bad, and he's next to his opponent's avatar, which, for astute viewers at home, has the number 1 printed in the top right corner. It's completely capable of bashing, and boshing its way into the end zone there. But it's not as simple for him as, oh, I'll just move away. He has to pick his direction very carefully because that sentinel trap will scorch the shit out of him. It will cook him if he moves to the right on square 2. He maybe can go down towards square 4, buy himself some more time. He has gained control of the minions on the board. We're likely to see maybe the big lord coming out from Matteo here in this next turn, if he chooses to draw a sight. Or if he has a sight in hand. We're currently unable to see the composition of the player's hands.
that's, by the way, the reason why sentinel traps are not that common anymore in like modern households. If you're on death's door, it's just so hard to like move in your flat. That sentinel traps just.
What starts as great removal ends up actually limiting your abilities, since you have to play defensively. Why do I get the feeling if you could play Sentinel Trap to the opponent's side of the board, we'd see a lot more of them. But when you're stuck kind of awkwardly moving around your house, fearful of the flame-breathing gargoyle, it's not a fun time.
Never is.
We're seeing that smite here. We're pushing damage. I think there's a bit of a race here to get Matteo.
Hey, sentinel trap might be up there.
Yeah, Sentinel Trap is up there. So that's going to be Death's Door for both players. Nick is
he's stepping
tapping the
for
Spell
sight.
Slinger. We are
Looks-
likely going to see a minion here as well that will be able to block an attack from the opponent's avatar.
Is that a go? Well, if he's on death's door, he won't be able to attack the spell slinger of Neek.
For viewers at home, Felix, what happens if both players are on Death's Door and Matteo says, I'm going to do it and I'm going to run my Spell Slinger into yours? I think that's the same discussion that the players are having right now.
There will be a just coming straight down and tell you not to do it because you're not allowed to do so. Which wasn't always the case. I think early days in Sorcery, you could have completely do that and go for a draw, but draws are ruled by like both of the players gonna lose. So it's nothing you really wanna.
There's no benefit to doing that.
Not really.
You'd have to truly highly value upsetting your opponent
Some people
to
do.
make that play. That's crazy. Here's the sight aggressively placed on space 10.
Is that scary? Sometimes, like back in the days, that could have been a wild imp that just deals the death blow. It's not in the set, but we have the Skelly that will flashback the flame strike probably. And will
Yeah, absolutely. And that's
kill
the end of the
Neek.
game.
Yep.
Neek is going to be hit by that flame strike, and he's been torched.
Wow, Neek losing to Matteo. Matteo's on the right. Maybe Matteo is the the limited code for this weekend.
Maybe. I think now, given that we've only finished round 3, maybe we wait until the end of the event.
No, I don't
Because
think I don't think that that should be a thing to
here at Trolls
consider
of the
at
Realm,
all.
we have built a system into the event
You have to
where
decide
ultimately
now.
a winner, based on the highest number of wins, will be deemed the best person in the event.
Doesn't
We
make any
might follow
sense.
that system. Matteo right now doing
I
very well at
usually
3-0.
start for example,
Yeah,
in my humble opinion, I think
Yeah.
winners should be determined by the by the semifinals in
yes.
general, which is why I feel like the winner of
And-
the constructed event.
And in your opinion, those semi-finals probably shouldn't even be decided by a game of sorcery.
No, it should be a Chaos Twister. It
Chaos
should be
Twister
a-
battle, yes,
yeah,
of course.
Chaos Twister flip.
I think for viewers who are joining us later, maybe watching this back later, it's important to note here that yesterday in the losers final, so deciding between 3rd and 4th place in the constructed portion of the event, after a day of grueling challenge, a couple of pills, and you know, plenty of chat, Felix was unable to complete his semi-final, and his opponent said, "Brother, I'm also spent." So the only way to solve that dispute, naturally, was a skill game, a game of Chaos Twisters. There was a target drawn on the table. Both players received cards, and they had to get as close as they possibly could. We're being joined here now by Neek. We're going to get Neek in and on camera with us, and we'll talk to him about that 3rd round. Hello, Neek. An unfortunate 3rd round there.
Yep.
We're after dying to a flame strike.
Yes.
We had a lot of talk earlier about Sentinel Trap. We set up a few ground rules for ourselves. We said we really don't want to play in front of us because it creates awkward problems for movement. We could bait our opponents in, and we saw that again with defensive kind of sight playing at the very start, luring our opponent towards us. Ultimately, you had to make a defensive move and plant it straight on top of your face.
Yep.
How did that affect the rest of the game?
That was completely fine. First of all, he was on the play. He had a good start. So I knew I was had to play defensive. So that was all good. And he actually had all the good cards. So pressure all the time. And so, yeah, he played the Archers, which is an incredible card. And then with the token. So I was very happy to be able to play that trap. It also gave me a little bit of time because he had to deal with it. And I was able to kill those 2 minions. But still, yeah, he had 3 damage with the 2 death touchers, so that was unfortunate. But there, I really stabilized with the Sentinel trap. So I knew I still had to get rid of the 2 minions, but I still had a bit of time. That was fine. But I think the crucial round was when I took a lot of time because it was very complex. When I played the Mesmerist Demon, and the problem is that there I really threw the game. And I realized it when I drew because I actually had to draw a site. Because I had 5 sites, and basically when I went through all of it, so now I was or having to bury for 3 mana, or the demon, or the +3/+3 and gain life. And so I only had the Gift of the Wolf, so I could only play one of the 3 cards, and actually I needed to have both of them.
Okay.
So if I would be able to put down that 6 land, I could have played the bury, and then the gain life, because in the end I got to death's door because he played it very well, but I foresaw that somewhere I could gain a 3 life, and that would make a difference. And so that was the real mistake. I mean, he had an amazing deck, but he was low on cards, so I think I was trying to overtake. But then when I saw his the 4 mana demon placed there, and then when I saw him attacking, I was like, oh, this is not good.
No.
So
I think there was great play and pretty tough decision making as well around your Lord of Greed. Obviously, a very impactful card, very powerful, and stats wise, it dominated the board. But due to the prevalence of lethal minions, it made between those and the Sentinel Trap, it made actually finding a place for him on the board defensively very difficult. Now, you made the decision ultimately to use it aggressively, and you were able to put your opponents to death's door. The game would have been much, much closer if there hadn't been that skeletal archer, obviously, to kind of put in the last point. But there was some really interesting decision making there, and we identified that turn where you were both pausing as a very, very crucial moment. We thought it was very interesting to see the play that you ultimately ended up.
Yeah, because I could have also like actually did the gift on 6, so that was 8 damage with the center. That was 12 damage. Then we would have been both at 8, and probably he would have sacrificed one of his lethal minions. So potentially, perhaps that was a better play afterwards. But yeah, it's really tough to make that decision. And honestly, in the end, I didn't know. So I knew with the mesmerism playing the mesmer demon that I was actually sacrificing my own minion. But yeah, anyway, it turned out how it did, and he had a good deck. So props in.
It was certainly a very, very close game.
Yep.
Best of luck in the rest of your rounds,
Thank
Nick.
you.
I'm sure we'll hear a bit more from you today. Folks, we're going to leave it there. We're going to let Nick get some air, and we'll be right back with round 4. Thank you very much. It's coming up soon. See you now, folks. Very good. Very close
Fuck
game.
no, I should have won that game. Fuck me. I was stupid not to draw that side. I was so angry, and I knew it the moment because I actually
you had
thought
5. Wolf is 2.
I just had to take care of the side. Okay,
Nick, that was a fight, dude. That was a fight.
And six comes down to because so he doesn't like also I saw
They want me to be playing on the stream?
We'll have to. I'd like. Oh, as in, did they say that?
Yeah.
Brilliant. That's what I want as well. Because you're great to talk to.
Brilliant.
Yeah, lovely.
brilliant. Yeah, he's super competitive about that. He get well. Like,
We're not going to talk anyway, so it's really better before we choose.
well,
Someone who can answer from that's very valuable.
I want to get 2 more. Right?
Absolutely. I think let's go 2 and then refresher rather than going 4. Here, hold on. That's
It might be like do 2 more rounds, and I probably have to
And you'll have to go.
call it. Yeah.
What are you getting, a train back or a flight?
Well, it's right of the guys from Britain.
Oh, right.
And it's going to do Bielefeld, and then we're gonna go there.
Hello, folks. Welcome back. We are here now for round 4 of Sorcery Limited. Gothic.
Yep. So, are you a limited guy or are you a constructed guy? If you have to choose, like, bring one format to the Lonely Island.
I've never played a single game of Sorcery Constructed.
No way.
Never played a single game. My first Sorcery Constructed event was going to be SorceryFest
Yeah.
2026 in Leeuwarden.
Fair.
at the start of July, which is now.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, cheers, pal. Instead, I decided, you know what? Let's hop behind the camera. Let's help these guys out. We're looking for someone to run the stream. I said, why not me? I have a big head and I'm well able for it. This is Peter. Sorry, folks, I'm just getting the old title.
Oh, is that the Peter we just met outside?
That is Peter. Now, folks, we'll finish that story first. Played a fair amount of Gothic Limited. However, constructed, I have a half-sleeved up Geomancer deck. And let me tell you, the half that's sleeved, oh, buddy.
Dude,
It's an absolutely stock list. That's important to note as well. Even though I'm all talk, it's literally a very normal Geomancer deck. Folks, we're going here to round 4. I don't think you can see it on the screen. Peter here, Nick's opponent, he was doing very, very well in the alpha draft on Friday. Now, it's important to say, when you do well in an alpha draft, you win prizes. What are those prizes likely to be, Felix?
Well, it's probably going to be some boosters.
Alpha boosters. You're goddamn right it is. You can't see them here, but what Peter has is he has, I think, definitely 2, maybe a third. I think it's 2 alpha boosters as his prizes from Friday. We've been trying to coordinate getting it on camera. Now, it's fair to say that we've been busy in between rounds, interviewing artists, talking to Nick, going to the bar, getting lunch, calling loved ones. We've been.
They're not existing. But...
Yeah, well, that's your business. And we'll listen. We've been busy. Now, Peter, it just so happens, is playing against Nick. Nick's the man of the hour here. Peter's playing against him, and we have a surprise for after this round. This is incredibly ramblicious, long way to say. At the end of this game, regardless of who wins, we're all going to win.
Why is that?
That was more poetic in my head. But Peter is going to grip it and rip it with his 2 alpha packs. Now, when I say that, that's just a poetic way to say he's going to open the packs on stream. It's not the kind of grip it and rip it that you were doing last night, Felix, literally just ripping into Gothic packs, tearing them in half. Okay, let's get straight into this game. There's a grave, there's a skeleton token. Nick's already on board.
Yeah, so Peter's also he has been a day one, as we say it, back where I'm from. He's in Sorcery since the very beginning, been part of the European community forever. And, well, he was doing basically pretty okay in most events. I don't think he has a very good top finish by now, but he's a respectable opponent. So if you're gonna face Peter, you're in for a fight every single time.
I'm gonna add to that. Peter has a great smile. And when I met Peter in the hall and we talked about ripping those packs on stream, he also has a killer handshake. And I don't mean killer like this guy's squeezing the life out of me. I mean killer like I was like, God, what a great handshake. Peter, I would say if you're out there, bud, I mean, we can literally see you on camera. But if you're watching this back, you're a gent. What a nice guy.
Definitely.
Here we see Drowned. These Drowned dudes, these 2 mana, 3 power unit, have to be played. They have Submerge upside, but they have to be played submerged. They mirror a card that we were discussing with Nick earlier, Entombed. He says Entombed, too slow, not reliable enough, great on turn 2, but the risk of drawing them later and having 2 turns before you can affect the board really it's too big a downside. Here, Peter has effectively the same card, but for water sites, on turn 2. That's exactly when you want to see them.
True. And funny fact, if your opponent plays water as well, you'll be able to sneak under your opponent's water sites. Does that ever come in handy for Peter? We don't know yet, but he has the option. Usually you have to immediately come tap and come up to the site to be able to defend as soon as possible.
We see Sentinel Trap there in the hand of Nick.
Well,
Mesmer Demon, I think that was a smite then down the end. There's 2 other cards. One of those 2 other cards is a sight. I'm trying to make out there's certainly 2 other pieces of cardboard there. They're wrapped up in 2 different pieces of plastic. That looks like a Horrible Hybrids to me.
Up in Cold Wars again.
Sorry about that again. This is a 3 power, 3 cost, very kind of staple part of this game.
Amazing art by Ian Miller. one of my very favorite fantasy artists.
His work is incredibly busy, and I think it can often take you a moment to kind of take it in, but it's incredibly evocative.
Yep. I can see it's like one of these styles you either love it or it's not really your type of stuff. But if you like it, you really like it.
Are we seeing a bit of kind of showmanship from the players here, tilting their cards and very expressly showing them to the camera? We see, is that an ice glance from Peter? Or ice shards?
Ice shards.
Ice
I think
shards.
it's not in the set. But
No,
yeah.
that's right. Sorry, wrong name there. Ice shards.
Yeah, it's always a good sign. Both players.
Oh, that is huge. Absolutely huge. And when we say huge, we mean massive. We say massive, we mean large.
Yeah. If we say large, that might be the moment Neek might be. Like in retro perspective, Neek might be able to tell that's the moment I won life here with the Sentinel Trap.
Earned him a huge tempo. Now he's obviously not able to crack in for any damage this turn because he doesn't want his units to be hit by that Sentinel Trap as well. But it is whopper. That's a 2-for-1. It's completely blown the early aggressive start from Peter out.
That Sentinel Trap, man.
We're seeing a sight on turn 4 from Peter, who obviously wants to deploy a 4-cost spell here. Now, Peter has his cemetery sideways. That could be to keep it highly visible for us on camera, or it could be because he's imagining what those units would look like if they did not get blown up and they did go into the red zone. I suspect it's the first, but it's nice to think that Peter's living out a little dream in his head.
For sure. So,
but again, that is his business.
Hey, man. Some people have dreams. An ice sharding one of your opponent's minions is always never a bad thing.
A little 1-for-1 trade there. Yeah. It looks like Neek, unless he moves.
Maybe not enough to like gain advantage on the board again, but something.
It's an even trade.
It's an even trade. Something you can't do better than that sometimes, and you still have to do it.
And interestingly, we saw a 4th sight on turn 4 for Peter, but not a 4-cost spell. So that, to me, implies next turn we're going to see an additional sight from him so that he can deploy a 5-cost.
Very true. Very true.
We know from his hand he has the werewolf. That's +1 movement and charge on a 3-power unit, which now that the way has been cleared and there's no longer a 3-power unit for Neek, would be quite good on this board. It would be quite dominating.
For sure, yeah. Werewolf, one of the weird cards, also a great Brom artwork, but never really sure if I like him or if I don't. They're great in certain situations. Sometimes it's just a little not enough for 5-power minion, if you know what I mean. 3-power.
I think
aiming for to have
if you can find a good situation, they're incredibly hard to catch.
True.
And you can get in a lot of damage with them, but they don't lend themselves to favorable trades.
Yeah, I think if you're at on board, a werewolf is something you want to see. If you're
behind,
a little bit behind, werewolf is not the answer to all your solutions.
I think often if werewolf was enough to catch you back up, you weren't far behind to begin with.
Very true.
Now, here we go, the 5th sight. For instance, on this board, other than just pushing damage, werewolves trades for the 3-cost rowdy boys.
Yep.
And we did not, importantly, see a sight from Neek. Instead, he moved up into the Sentinel Trap to give himself a bit of protection rather than taking 4. What do you think about that, Felix? Would you rather maybe miss out on drawing or playing a sight just to avoid taking 4 damage?
Yeah, I'm chilling with the on top of the Sentinel. I'm feeling better than that. Been getting random 4 hits every other turn. It's nothing I'm desperately looking forward to treat myself with. There are some cards that to be fair, as a more of a constructed player, I hardly seen. What's the
Harkening Kraken?
Harkening Kraken. So that's a 5-power minion. It is a 6-cost double water threshold. It has submerge, and you'll be able to cast it for 1 less for each enemy in its body of water. So currently
we have 1 skeleton.
Yeah, so it's like a 1 discount, which makes it pretty great, to be honest. one discount alone should be enough to make it viable. So you pay 5 more minutes what you want to see.
I think actually, because Neek moved forward, I think he's also in that body of water with his avatar. So I think it would have cost 2 less. But
Does
Peter
that
has 5
translate to
sites and no
one drop?
no additional 1 drop. So
Is what it is. Yeah, you could have like not necessarily played a site, and tap for a site or do something else with this
Peter here,
avatar. Who knows?
Peter here showing that he's a big fan of these relatively well costed minions,
Yeah.
but happy to take them at a slower rate. He doesn't mind that they're kind of slower. He's overall valuing the high stats on them.
Yeah. And we welcome Froggy Marco, aka Mitch, here live in the chat, friend of the channel, friend of the Sorcery community in general. Another top player in Limited. If you don't know yet, you want to check out his YouTube content. I believe it's Froggy Marco also on YouTube, where you get the best limited content for Sorcery out there. Make sure you check it out if you want to get better and get some content in.
We're following Neek through this through this sealed event. It's important to note we're in round 4. Unfortunately, he is not 3-0. He is 2-1. But we've decided that for maybe a more consistent narrative and to get greater level of insight from a player who's very well spoken, very able to articulate his opinions on the format, we're going to squeeze him for all he's worth. We're going to follow Neek all the way.
Hey.
All the way up or all the way down.
I'm just saying, doing this, I call it the submarine strategy. Back in Magic Days, I had my best results being the submarine, going in with a little loss. You know what? Being in the river,
getting into that 0-1
nothing to
bracket.
extra. Don't get the full attention all the time.
Your opponent is playing a discard deck. You're like, brother, it doesn't bother me.
People think you're already out. They counted you out, and then you just surface out
squeak
of
into
nowhere.
top 8. And then you try running the submarine strategy again. You say, I'm just going to quickly lose the quarterfinals, win the semis, win the final, and then you realize the plan's actually completely fallen apart. That's not how it works. Yeah, that's so sad. Yeah. But you know, it's an interesting strategy at the very least, Felix.
Yeah.
Good for you. Now we see the werewolf there running its way back to Neek's backline. The movement +1 here allows it to completely avoid the sentinel trap.
Yeah, looks like Froggy Marco called it out here. Peter has a Maiden Mother Crown in hand. I'm not a big fan of this card in Constructed. In Limited, though, I think it is probably a bomb.
Absolutely.
Being able to draw more spells than your opponent is huge. It's like the thing you want to do to win. Unlikely to have it because obviously it's a unique. It's going to be picked early on. If you don't open it in your pack, you're not going to see it in draft, at least. Sealed. Well, you get the cards that you get dealt, but yeah. Mitch also pointing out he's hosting a draft in his local gaming store. So if you close by where Mitch lives, you might want to jump in and be part of that draft. Otherwise, I don't know how much plane tickets are from here to where Mitch lives in the States.
Well, you said you have to go in 2 rounds. I thought that was because you were getting on the plane.
Yeah, that's actually true. I didn't know you were like that foresighted that you actually figured out that this is my plan.
Oh, that's terrific.
Yeah, we're gonna see each other
We're seeing
later,
Smite
Mitch.
here. Smite
I'm coming for that event.
Is going to kind of get the additional effect of being targeted an evil minion. Peter's just confirming that Kraken is a monster. Now again, that's its own business, but technically monster is written on the card. I'm sure it is loved ones it cares about. I'm sure it's done great things for the community, but ultimately thing is a monster and it is evil and it has to go.
So Smite is another card. Honestly, when I saw it the first time, I was like not sure how much we're gonna see. But honestly, if you know Shadow Strike's kind of like an all-time staple almost in fire decks. Smite is kind of the same way, but in Earth, and I think that's a big part because Earth usually is lackluster in terms of having finisher spells, being able to common sense for it in Constructed, or also obviously in Limited, having a spell that will always deal death blow. Amazing. So Smite is gonna be maybe one of the top magic spells in Gothic for Earth, in my humble opinion. I don't know what you think about that, but
I think you're absolutely right, and it's important to note that rather than just being a small, we talk about using it as a finisher,
yeah,
and we talk about it be also just normally doing damage as a removal spell. The thing is, almost half of the format is evil.
Exactly,
evil
and
units.
you even banish it. Sometimes it makes a difference. There's like Zombie Bruiser, I think it's the name, card that you be able to recast from a cemetery.
We've also seen things in previous games like the Red Mane Hyena,
Yeah,
which because there was a demon left in the bin, it was able to.
Was able to come into the club.
It could not enter. That hyena got so crazy it couldn't even get into the Gnome Hollows. Now
Nope.
the reality is there's no Gnome Hollows in the format, and that's very lucky for the hyena.
It's very lucky for the hyena.
But that's his business. We don't bother with that.
Yep.
The werewolf moving up aggressively there. Now this site that the werewolf has moved to is warded, but of course Neek's hiding his little avatar there, so that is a way to get around the ward by just bashing him straight into the avatar.
Again, it's a like looking at the board set and the life totals. Everything is pretty close. It's not the usual like one guy is pushing, the other one is defending. I think it's a back and forth. It's like all games that we saw from Nick, that they were really interesting, and I think like very small little decisions mattered a lot. Why, like in terms of like what the outcome was in the end. Nick obviously a very experienced pilot. He's doing mostly very good stuff. Great play.
Neek said earlier he thinks most Gothic games come to a head at turn 5 or 6. He thinks there's often a big play, the things pivot around, there's a blowout, and then maybe there's kind of a snowballing after that or a pushing of an advantage.
Yeah.
I don't think we're seeing that in this game.
Well, I honestly thought that the Sentinel Trap on turn 4 that got rid of 2 free power minions was a huge deal where you have hard time to recover from. But it looks like Peter made it happen. He's back in the game.
I think although Peter went down on card advantage, he did lose 2 creatures to 1 removal spell.
Yeah.
Neek didn't have the most aggressive follow-up, and he didn't have a large enough minion that could capitalize on the space he bought himself.
Absolutely.
And now we're seeing that Peter is able to kind of keep himself in this game. Now the werewolves, as we've mentioned, they're understated, but they're still able to run around creating trouble. There's another lethal minion. We saw one last round. We saw 2 last round cause big trouble for Neek, which ultimately forced him into making more aggressive plays rather than defensive, and put him to death's door just in time to die to a flame strike.
And you can just clearly see there is for every kind of deck there's a solution, also unlimited. Like honestly, like one costed minions in most games, most formats, it's not something you're really looking forward to have in your deck. But hey, that worked with lethal, kind of won him the game, didn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Weird, yeah. So
here the Sentinel Trap is pointing at both of Neek's boys. That's the Rowdy Boys and the Noisome Twosome, or the Bony Boys, in other words.
Boys, yep.
He's going to want to move those minions anyway. They're not staying there. That's not a nice place. They're going to get out of there. Now, he looks like he has 2 trays. The Noisome Twosome probably cleans quite cleanly into that leper. Removes a lethal minion from the board, and it even leaves Neek with a Bony Boy token. And then his Rowdy Boys could either aggressively push forward in that direction, or they could trade backwards onto the werewolf, or maybe they could even go for the demon, the lesser blood demon.
So many possibilities.
It's worth noting as well that Neek doesn't. His life advantage is not insignificant. It's 14 to 10. I don't think we can see much more maybe aggressive plays than the ones that we listed there, but he certainly is up on life.
Yeah, he is up on life, but I mean, I think the life total difference is not in an extreme way there where we could see, hey, either player could go in the effort mode and be like, you know what, I'm just start attacking here. I don't care about any trades or any like lash back from my opponent's attack just to like go for the death blow. I think we're like in the grindy state of the game, if you know what I mean. We're trying to like get the card advantage, get the board advantage here a little bit going. We see also Sky trying to be as quiet as possible to get out of the room, not being mentioned at all. But hey, I want to shout out to Sky again. Great finalist yesterday in the constructed. We're gonna have him also on our Helpful Hub podcast next week, so you might want to check that out. Having some
Where would you
insight
check
on
that
how
out, Felix?
you would check that out on YouTube. Trolls of the Realm. Also, Trolls of the Realm is where we at right now in the Netherlands.
That's here.
Leeuwarden. That's here. Yeah, great place to be. Everything is perfect. It's like honestly, it's like nerd paradise, isn't it?
Absolutely. So we're seeing trades here. We're trading into the werewolf. He's gone. And we're also after taking out the blood demon. That leper, we leave him to his own business. He's far away enough. Neek says, he's not a problem for now. And the weathered trunks, Neek mentioned earlier, initially he thought maybe this card is too defensive. Maybe this card is too slow.
I like it.
And there's could be awkward tempo situations where I want to capitalize and push.
And you can't.
And I can't.
True.
He said, but ultimately, he thinks the value of this well-statted, at a good rate, 4-power minion is actually good enough to play in limited. And here we see he's able to play it, remove the minion that was underneath it, and now he's left with 4-power trees.
I think you perfectly summarized it. I had the same thoughts about the trunks as well. It's like, hey, you're hammering your opponent and you want to keep on the pressure and you can play your trunks. But honestly, there are like so many, like playing against a necromancer, there are like so many little skelly tokens on. You can also like make your opponent attack you here and there a little if you know you have the trunks in your hand, so you can kind of like set it up to be able to play them. And 4-power minions that's the breaking point in this format, right? Everybody has their 3-power minions. They're like all over the place. You get them in every single deck. But 4-power minions, being able to cast them and like make them work, that's the hard part, and that's where you gain the advantage most of the time, often enough. So yeah, trunks is one of, I think, if like let's see, how many 4-power minions do we have in each color? There's the trunks in water. We have the slimy. Are you a slimy mutant guy, or is it the trunks? If you have to decide between those two in water,
I think it depends, because the trunks we're talking about. We're after seeing what come down. Big, expensive, juicy, unique here.
Yep. Froggy Marky called it out. It's the unique Mother Maiden Crowns. It is an amazing card in limited. So it has a Genesis ability that makes you gain 3 life. Not insignificant.
No, absolutely
in this,
not.
Board state. You were mentioned that we were like 10 to 14. And now we almost even it out with 13 to 14 thanks to the Genesis ability. But I think the biggest part of the Maiden Mother Crown is not the free power that the Maiden Mother Crown has. It is the pay free mana ability to draw a card, which is why he played him a little bit more defensively in the back row, farthest corner ahead, so he's not going to make them lose early on some random stuff that could happen here from Neek, because he really want to bank on drawing extra cards here to get a card advantage and go ahead on the board.
There is a 4-power zombie being played aggressively up onto the board there.
Zombie bruiser we talked earlier about. That would have been a great target for Smite, to be honest, since it would banish the minion and you won't be able to use its ability anymore.
Neek is committing minions aggressively to square 14 here. He's pushing up the board, and I think that's because he knows he cannot let this Mother Maiden Crone just sit around living on the board. It's going to create trouble for him.
Yeah, we had Joffrey, our all-time champ, just came in, and he saw the Maiden Mother Crown. You should seen the look on his face. It was unreal. He's like, wow, Mother Maiden Crown, unlimited, unseen before. And you see Nick picking up the card, giving it a read, because it is a bit unfair, isn't it?
It is an incredible card advantage engine. Now, we mentioned earlier that this game is kind of slowed down, that, despite a very aggressive start, Neek fended off the aggression, and maybe the game was kind of stalling a bit. That is exactly where Peter wanted it.
Yeah.
So that now he can maximize the damage of this Mother Maiden Crone.
For sure. And once again, we have to say, Neek is one of the top players in Sorcery Limited, for sure, at least here in Europe, as far as we know, always having great results usually in all these events, and he is having a hard time playing all of his opponents. Like it's not very one-sided, which is tremendous, and I think it's very telling by how good the Sorcery community overall became in all these formats.
10-ton slug, and obviously it's large, but it's massive. Here.
It is massive.
That is a hell of a roadblock to get through, to get to this Mother Maiden Crone.
It is.
But go back to what you were saying.
No, I think
Neek is terrific.
Neek is terrific.
Highly
but it
skilled.
seems like all his opponents are at least experience, and they kind of do know. So it's not an easy win for Nick in all these situations. He has to really give a good fight to secure the win. Well, 10-ton slug is something that I'm not really sure how much I like that card. It's a thing that you obviously don't want to see. Uh, I think that would be like, I don't like s- snails and spiders. This is like the
That's a
two.
personal thing, is
It's
it?
a personal thing, but those are the things that I don't want to see grow too big, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Like, hey, keep them as I know them, like little
Oh,
tiny little
this is
things.
terrific. We have a sight from Neek, and now the Mesmer Demon. That's going to be able to draw out the Mother Maiden Crone and put it into range of the Zombie Goliath.
Wow.
That's terrific.
And
So-
you can see Peter was doing, and he was rightfully doing so much for trying to play them as passively as he could in
In the far corner.
Exactly, but it's not good enough.
No.
He still found a way to deal with it.
Now, to get back to what you were saying there about
Mhm.
10-ton slug, you think it's big and slow and you're not so sure. Were you saying you're not so sure about the 7 cost 7 power unit? Or you don't like the fact that if it was,
Both.
if it was 10-ton Sabertooth, how would you feel about it?
Both. I think I feel more comfortable if there would be a slug 10 tons going around the houses, because I feel like I can run away from that. A 10-ton saber-tooth would be
Yeah.
harder to like
But
get
let's
away.
talk maybe more specifically about Gothic Limited. Within the context of the
Still
game
lim-
Sorcery Contested Realm, how do you feel about the card 10-ton slug? Now, Neek was saying originally he thought, oh, maybe it's too slow. But the more this format develops, the more he sees the late stages that the game can reach, the more he's into just having a big fat slug on the board.
Fair.
He's into
so
it.
I'm still well, I don't have too much experience in Gothic Limited, or none at all almost. But for me, like 6 to 7 in terms of mana cost is for me the big cracking point. It's like you'd be able to cast six mana creatures from time to time, but 7 you have to think like mostly you never really go for draw a site. You mostly draw
Mhm.
spells from top of the game, which means like every other turn you be able to cast a site, since you just tap for a site, next turn you're gonna play that site. If that's your like general play pattern, that means that 10-ton slug is gonna be not gonna happen too soon most of the
Yeah.
times. So maybe because of the fact that heart removal is not that available in the set, a 7-power creature is maybe more valuable
Yeah.
than I think. But it wouldn't be like necessarily one of the cards that I'm getting too excited about if I see it in my.
I think it's an
my
important paradigm for players who might be familiar with
Yeah.
limited environments in other games. A unit having an expensive cost does
Yeah.
not mean you're guaranteed it on that turn. Now, you can
Yeah.
actually be guaranteed it in Sorcery. If you have a 10-ton slug, you can say, I'm going to play this on turn 7.
Yeah.
You can draw a side for 4 turns, and you can guarantee that you have it. But because in
Yeah.
Sorcery we have both a spell book and an atlas,
Exactly.
you're actively choosing not to draw those spells.
Yeah.
And if your opponent makes another decision, suddenly they have maybe access to a lot more threats,
Yeah.
more efficient answers, and a lot more decisions that they can make. And you're there looking at your big fat slug, thinking, "Hey, I'm like, great, you've lost on board, buddy. What's going
Yeah.
on? You're dead." Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, if you don't have any solution for the 10-ton slug in general, and you be able to like cheat out early with, is there a way to cheat out early? Like Metamorphosis, maybe it's not really
Yes.
seen played too much, maybe. But hey, a 7-power body is a 7-power body. Not sure. Is it a monster? Is it evil? Most likely is.
We see 2 cards being called out here by Frogamago, and we can see them being briefly flicked in Neek's hand.
He's
He is
got a
buried
bird
alive
alive.
and Instigator Imp. Now, Instigator Imp, Neek says he's been kind of holding on to, and even in deck construction,
Fair.
he thinks of it almost more as a magic than a unit. You know,
Same.
it's
Yeah.
he's almost never looking to just trade it in
Absolutely.
for something easy. He will hold on to that thing.
No.
Here, an Instigator Imp could see maybe a Hellhound in a Slug fight. The Slug would take 3 damage, but there's
Might be enough.
maybe not the easiest 4 to follow up.
True, but I mean, worst case that would be just
We've just
be a
seen the
clean answer
zap
for the
drawn by Neek. Now, Neek has potential maybe to do some damage on this board if he can get his opponent to Death's Door. We know he has the zap. That's a very nice answer.
But to be fair, I don't think that's a zap board state, if you know what I mean. I think you're still looking for
Mhm.
something that does a little bit of here we see the investigator taking care of the I don't know, the hellhounds or whatever they're called. Tenton's like has a little bit of damage in he's going to attack with the zombie cruiser, which I believe is a 4-power minion, means that if the 10-ton slug would be,
It will trade.
yeah, they would trade. So it's interesting to see here if he's willing to trade with the 10-ton slug. You have to mention he's down on like 6 life, so honestly, I think you have to really consider doing the trade here, since hey, you don't want to be the first in death store, and if you go down to 2 life totals,
Now, underneath the Instigator Imp, we see the 2-powered zombie, and we also have another 3 coming from the demon.
yep,
That's 5 damage. Peter is on 6 here before taking it. If he takes this damage, he's going to go down to 2. One of those threats getting through will put him to death's door.
exactly.
And he does have the zap for the next turn.
It comes down to the zap. So
Here we
maybe I
go.
was wrong about it's not a zap or it is.
The reason the zap is so
or
important
save.
here is because it is exactly as Neek says, it's a
Yeah.
finisher. He's not worried about it kind of making the numbers work, fitting in one more damage where, no.
That's why
This
you
one's going to
listen
the dome.
To the limited pros, they know what they're talking about. Zap
And
a card that-
shoutcasters who've listened to a lot of content from those same limited pros.
repeating them and then
Repeating
getting-
verbatim and completely taking as much credit as they
Exactly,
can.
exactly.
We don't know anyone like that, but even if we did, that would be their business.
That would never exactly. Yeah, we had the same thoughts about splashing for Zap. Honestly, I wasn't too sure about it because hey, Zap in my opinion is a nice card, and if I be able to include like 1 copy in it in my air deck, I'll be willing to do so. I wasn't too sure about if I want to splash for it, to be honest. But looks like Nick has a different opinion on it. We just talked about it. He did it, and it turns out it is doing great work for him every single time.
Now, it won't be doing great work yet here. Frogamago brings up something in the chat, and I think he's right. I think Neek is actually hurting for an air threshold, and he definitely is. He's after fanning out his atlas to see how many sites he has left. He's thinking, if I draw a site, what are the odds that it's going to be an air threshold site?
You know what? It is, in my opinion, it's 50-50. Either it is
Or it
it's
isn't.
not. Exactly.
Felix,
So,
that's a great point.
yeah.
I can't tell what the front card in his hand. Oh, that is the zap. Yeah. I think he still has Buried Alive here as well. Buried Alive, another gorgeous card from Elvira Pavlikovska, who is attending here at SorceryFest 2026. Don't know why I keep saying the name after every time I say SorceryFest, but let's keep going.
I like it. Sounds great. Yeah, we were talking about chart earlier. What I was forgetting to mention is you could argue like Elvira doesn't. It's not like technically maybe the most challenging kind of art if you compare it to other artists, but I think there's something to it that is very unique. It's very defining. You can see 1,000 images painted by artists, and you can always point out, hey, this is Elvira and has like a very I don't know, like a very atmospheric kind of medieval feel to it that I really dig it. Yeah, I really like it a lot.
It's very easy to just say, oh, Elvira studied architecture and she's into architecture, but it's true. When you look at her work, you see a reliance on these rigid shapes, on these kind of very structural forms. There's always a castle in the background. Even something like Ironclad or like Buried Alive, there's huge attention paid to the structures of the wall behind her, and there's a great sense of setting.
Yep.
Rather than somebody just being in a kind of a generic spooky castle room, they're always really positioned in the correct environment that our eyes and our brains pick up on the correct setting. Let's go back to this game. It's like Murder, She Wrote. Neek's there with the zap. This game is over. We see he's after picking up the air threshold from the site that he played on square one, and zap, there it is. Neek is now 3-1 going into round 5. We're not quite finished with this round yet, though. I think we have something coming from Peter here.
It looks like he had a Colossus. Not sure about the name about the card, but the thing that it's a 10-power minion that you be able to cast if you do some shenanigans with your graveyard. Well, we thought the 10-ton slug was
Brother, I was about to say, if you were impressed with 10-ton slug, wait till you meet 10 power dude.
Exactly.
Yeah, my God. Yeah.
GG to Neeks, also the chat. We have Moonfolk back in the chat. Nice to see you guys here. Spending some time looking at these games with us. Well, Neek is back in the game. It's 3-1. He is up there, giving us some good fights with his opponent.
There are 7 rounds. At the end of those 7 rounds, there's no top 8.
There's no
So
top
Nick
8.
wants to. He's not worried about can I make a top 8 cut. He's trying to purely maximize as many wins as he can during these.
Perfect.
Which obviously we'd all always like to do, but sometimes you're like I'm in. I've made it. The pressure kind of lets off. Nick wants all pressure, all gas, all the way until the end of round 7.
Exactly.
And he's doing a terrific round, terrific job so far. Now, we said that this isn't quite the end of the round. That's because we have a little something special planned. Peter, that's Peter of the nice smile and great handshake, has 2 alpha boosters that I think he's about to open on camera here. It's important to note we don't have a walkie-talkie or a telepathic link or anything else that you might have to Peter. But we're hoping that Peter is going to just open up those boosters. And if he gets those open, then we're going to, after that, get Neek in for a little chat. There's roughly 10 minutes left on the round, maybe a bit less. So after opening these alpha boosters, after chatting to Neek, I think we'll be pretty much on to round 5.
If you're not convinced yet, we had an alpha draft and we had amazing pulls already. We had a full Eric's Curioso on stream happening on Friday. And we just had today an Eric's Curioso sketch curio.
Unreal.
Right?
Just ripped out of a pack.
Ripped out of a pack.
Okay, here we are. The boys are looking at the packs. Alpha packs. Let's go. Now, when we say let's go, they can't actually hear us saying that. So we have to hope that at some point they kind of feel the good energy.
Well, I do the same thing if I watch like sport. I just talk to the to the display, and I feel like it has an impact on the guys who are playing. So I think if we just talk to the screen here,
we'll just
it will
put it
impact
out there.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think, Felix, there's nothing but good vibes coming from us anyway. So I hope that these players pick up on it. They might also know that it's time to open them because Neek also peeked his head into the streaming room and saw both of us nodding aggressively at him.
True. What is alpha? Talking alpha, what would be your, like, not talking about volume necessarily.
My dream pull?
Your dream pull.
My dream pull from alpha would probably be a Geomancer because it's not on the set. That would be crazy.
That would be
People, what the hell? People would go absolutely off the hook.
Absolutely.
Okay, here we go. Now, you have perhaps more alpha beta knowledge than me. I'm going to maybe get you to walk us through some of these.
I cracked 3 displays from the Kickstarter. I went back then. Still could kick myself in the butt for not backing more, but I think everybody has the same story about that. My dream card would be, well, probably at the prom Death Speaker because that's such an amazing artist. We see some staples coming up. Forgot the name. The Scarabs.
The Scarabs were doing huge work. All fire cards so far.
Honestly, that was a card that was played a lot in the beginning of Sorcery. Combined with the Falconer in air, we saw a lot of Death Speaker players having.
Here we have. Is that a foil Amazons?
Wow,
oh, that's
Amazon.
Gorgeous. And those absolutely dominated the alpha draft yesterday.
True, and that was also a staple in constructed for
of course.
Something. Just a 5 power body for 5. You don't think that is anything but great, but honestly, that was a card people played.
We have 1 card at the back there. I see something peeking out. And there we go. The boys are not happy with that sight as a pull. We saw a thumbs down from Peter.
Thumbs down, fair.
He's been a very positive guy all weekend. And now he's started giving thumbs down. I don't know about that, Peter.
As soon as you hit the foil, it's hard to complain, if you know what I mean.
It is hard to complain.
Hard to complain. I think that was a nice pack. We see some very nice...
but hey, there's a second pack, Felix.
True. Last pack magic, as they say.
You know, if you only ever buy packs 1 at a time, every pack has that last pack magic.
Well, that's a good point.
That's a great point. Give me a box, but split them, you know? I think ultimately the guys behind the counter will ask you to stop and just buy the box, Pirate ship there.
But it's a nice problem to have, right?
Those Scarabs were doing huge work yesterday on Friday in the alpha draft as well. Oh, just a nuisance.
You have to keep in mind, in alpha beta, there were like so many deserts. You really want to make sure you're staying away from...
Common sense there, nice alpha common sense.
Yep.
a village. I think it's important to say as well the thing about these small insects. Taurus hammer trinket, lovely, lovely. In my Airbnb, we're afraid of moths coming in and kind of flying around our faces. Is that a
The next card is going to be.
a
It's a
Death
Death
Speaker.
Speaker. Hey, that's a Death Speaker.
Lovely.
If you like Death Speaker,
Yeah.
and this is like your go-to avatar, I think you should have an alpha one in your collection.
I think if you like Death Speaker,
Yeah.
if you're into it, I think you got to send Peter a message. You got to say, brother, let's meet up. Let's do a trade. Give me one of those great handshakes I've heard about, and maybe one of those nice little smiles.
Yeah. On top of that, maybe the Death Speaker, and we will see what I can offer.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Listen, I will take this as just one last opportunity. Say well done to Peter. The reason he has these 2 packs, and he's been so gracious to share the experience of opening them with us, but the reason he has these packs is because he did so well in the Alpha Draft on Friday. Another congratulations. We had an amazing time at that event. Curios opened on camera, foil curios. What an amazing event. Okay, folks, we're going to come back in here to the booth now. We're going to be joined by Neek, and we're going to have a little chat about how this round went. Now, there's not much time before round 5, so we're going to be ready to go right back to our next game. Neek, come on in. How are you?
Hello again.
Hello, Neek. How are you?
Getting used to it.
2-1. We were sad about the loss.
Sure.
Hey, back up to 3-1.
Yep.
How do you think that game went?
I think that game went fairly well. I don't think I made any mistakes or oversights. I think I could start, and then he had his 3-part minion right in the alley. So,
But they weren't good enough, though, were they? Because you absolutely cleared them out.
yeah. So there, the Sentinel, it's for the 4 damage, so that was pure value. Of course, the mini game starts, you have to deal with it, but I think that was already. I mean, if you get a free 2-for-1, right?
You take it.
Yeah, sure. And from then out, I think he had a very strong deck. He had the powerful minions, and it was very positional. But then, I think I got a little bit. But then when the maidens hit the table, I was really scared, gaining 3 life. And afterwards, he told me like he misplayed his sides. He actually should have put it on the other side because there I would not be able to reach it. So I saw it. I really went for it with the Mesmer Demon because I know that if given enough time, it will draw so many cards and it will outdraw me. So it was very narrow, but I think I found the right play.
And of course, you had the zap in the end. We were speaking.
Exactly.
We have kind of differing opinions. Some players that we were chatting to were saying, I don't know if I'd splash zap, or, oh, really? Zap? Absolutely putting in work. It doesn't matter even if it sits in your hand for a couple of turns. You would just have that guaranteed way to end the game.
Yeah,
and you can rely on it.
And it's anywhere on the board. And as you saw, he was trying to tighten everything. And honestly, I don't think I would have been able to reach that with just minions.
Nope.
So I knew I had still 4 sides in the deck. The lowest one was an air one because I put it there. But I knew I still have 1, so it's 1 out of 3 sides. So if I just draw with the avatar, the next turn guaranteed I have my air side. So
we saw you fanning out your 4 sites. We said he's going to count here, see how many air sites he has. He has to, and kind of run the odds. Felix made a very good point. He said, look, it's going to be either 50-50. Either he draws an air site or he doesn't. Now, it turns out it was actually a 50-50 anyway. There was 2 and 4.
Yep.
But terrific work. I think it shows great awareness, being able to kind of count those sites and realize that you're playing to those outs and not playing a splash that you have to rely on early. You're not playing some great, really powerful unit that you have to play on curve. Sure. Instead, you say, I've created time, I can create space in the game, and when it happens, it happens.
Exactly. And also that because I had to make that decision with the smite, because that is my other damage spell. But yeah, with that huge 5-part minion, I really had to banish it. So I knew that Zop was potentially one of the outs that I really had to play to. So
I think maybe something that we spoke about earlier on the stream, we were talking about the card Entombed. We were saying how it can be well statted, but it really puts you behind on tempo. It can lead to awkward plays, and naturally, because it starts under a site, you can often end up kind of having 2 minions on one site. And so it leads to these awkward movement patterns. That's something that your opponent, using the card Drowned, which is effectively a water mirror of the Entombed card, a trap that they fell into. And that led to you getting the 2-for-1 and being able to completely remove all tempo that they had. I think that really vindicates what you were saying, where we have to not only evaluate the potential power and stats of a card, but actually look at the timing and the kind of space that they create on the board.
Tempo is everything in sorcery. The board state determines who is ahead and who is behind. And yeah, cards that start underwater is well, I don't like them, but I'm all still learning. So
And we still saw from your opponent as well the Kraken, which was relative to other things on the board the most statted minion, 5 power. There was nothing that could directly kill it, but again, so slow, starts underwater,
Yep.
has to move up, and only then one whole turn cycle later can it think, how am I going to affect things?
exactly.
Yeah, amazing. Great advice that we got received from you earlier, and it's really, really interesting to see that actually come back into your live games. We look really forward to seeing you again in the next round. Okay.
All right,
Best
thank
of
you.
luck, Nick. Thank you so much.
See ya.
Wonderful. See you, folks. Folks, we have about maybe I think 3 or 4 minutes before time on this round is called. After that, there'll be a moment or two where we're sorting things out, and then we're going to be right back into the next round. We'll see you all in a few minutes. Thank you so much. Bye, folks. Hello, folks. Welcome back. We're interrupting our limited event here, Gothic Sealed, in between rounds 4 and 5 to have another and a final interview with an artist who's featured very, very prominently in Sorcery. This is Keo Calzan. I'll let you introduce yourself, maybe.
Hello everyone, hello folks, sorcery enthusiasts, players, collectors. Thank you so much for being here with us. It's so nicely to have everyone here. I have no words to describe. Everyone here is so lovely, and thank you so much for inviting me. Yes, I feel very honored.
Super. Well, it's amazing to have you here. We're also joined by Jurgen.
Yes,
Jürgen?
I'm still Jurgen and nerd and proud of it. So hi everyone.
And when we say you're nerd and proud of it, that's not just a description of you.
No,
That's actually
it's actually
that's
me.
your brand. That's your
Yes.
YouTube
Oh,
channel.
that as well.
and
but
people
that's
definitely
me
know you.
as well.
Yeah, for sure.
By now they might at least have seen 1 or 2 videos. Yes, it's been a while with the sorcery crowd. So.
We're both so happy, and I'm sure you've both done an interview already. But it's great to be able to get you on stream and just have a quick moment. Maybe if people want to kind of see you live. It's really easy to assume if you look at maybe a big North American event or a European event, European and North American artists will attend those events. Okay, it kind of suits everyone. It's close. The logistics are easy to work. Where have you traveled from to actually make it to this event?
That's actually the best question to start with. I'll let you answer it, but
Yeah.
very good question.
I am coming from Brazil. It is actually the first time I'm leaving Brazil. So
Amazing.
yes, so it is a long journey to here, but totally worth it. I was afraid that I couldn't maybe speak too well or communicate, but yes, I can. I think I can handle myself. I can understand everyone. I can speak to everyone. So yeah, it's been far greater than I expected.
Amazing. So I have one question. I'm so really want to know. Obviously, being involved with sorcery is a great honor, and we're all here gathered kind of for the glory of this great game. Everyone wants to be a part of it. Everyone would only love to be an artist and to be able to contribute. But you've done something very particular. Rather than just contributing art for maybe 1 or 2 cards, you've actually effectively had an entire product in sorcery showcasing your work. You've done all 5 of the draft sites,
Yes.
and you've also done Spell Slinger.
Yes.
Those come in a box. It's an entire product, and when you grip it, rip it, open that thing up, and every time you play a limited game, it's your art the players are playing with.
Yes.
How does it feel to not only be designing one piece of art and telling one story, but to actually be able to kind of shape an entire product and an entire piece of the game?
Well, I was a bit surprised when I saw the draft kit because Eric only commissions me the work, and only afterwards, after some times, he explains to me where are the artworks designed to. So he just commissioned me like, oh hey, I wanted to paint this valley here with these characters, and well, after I finish everything, then he told me, "Oh well, this is going to be a full product, a full product actually."
Surprise.
Yes,
Yeah.
surprise, and oh my god, this is so nice.
Amazing.
Yes, and well, and when I see people opening the draft kits and all, I feel very proud, honored, and I think well, Eric has a lot of a joy seeing my work, I guess.
I think a lot of your landscapes are
Yes.
really stunning, beautiful pieces.
Thank
The
you.
blooms are gorgeous, as we mentioned, those draft sites, all gorgeous cards. Would you like to kind of continue and maybe have a high prevalence of these landscapes, or do you maybe like to tackle other subject matter, maybe kind of more still life type things, or maybe kind of very dramatic characters? What other area might you like to kind of express in your art?
Yes. Yes, I'm focused more on painting landscapes because it is my specialty since before sorcery, and well, but I started painting more different stuff with sorcery through Eric commissions. I remember the first painting I did for Sorcery was the Realm dromedary. It was my very first animal I ever painted. And I was afraid that, oh my god, I only know to paint landscapes. How can I handle myself? But it ended up being a really, really fun challenge. And after that, um, I came through many other different styles like characters, persons, other animals. And I discovered that I can paint many more things. I could not just be attached to landscapes. So I enjoy it a lot. I created courage to paint
Yeah.
more things.
Maybe on the note of courage, I have one last question for you, and then I'll pass it over to Jurgen here. But as far as courage goes, what's your background with regards to art? Many people might look at players that are featured prominently on stream and think, God, they're at the top of the game. They're, doing incredibly well. They're highly competitive. Look at the artists and think they're incredible artists. They're amazing. They're highly talented. They're at the top of their game. How did you get from somebody who had never made a card for a trading card game to an established artist who has, entire products filled with their art?
Well, yeah. Actually, I am an art enthusiast since a long time ago, and when I was a kid, I enjoyed uh, playing cards, trading card games, and it was a normal day when I was seeing my own cards there with MTG I was playing, and I saw some different cards I never see before. The same text, name, but with different art. And when I searched about it, I learned about altered art. Uh,
Cool.
yes, and I thought to myself, wow, I need to try this.
Mm-hmm.
So I started grabbing some cards and started to try to painting myself. At the start, it was terrible.
Okay.
Really, really terrible because I never had formal art classes. But I didn't give up. I just painted for fun, and I was improving myself for a long time until I started painting really cool altars,
Mhm.
and most of them were landscapes, so basic lands. So yes, I was painting, slowly constructing my own name through the community, and I started posting at a big group of altars, altered cards, and surprisingly, Eric was part of that group.
Amazing.
Yes. So I think I was at the right place at the
Yeah.
right time, and Eric found me there,
Mhm.
and he DM'd me asking like, "Hey Kyle, how are you doing? I'm planning on a new TCG here, and I would love you to paint some artworks there." And sure, I he got me by surprise.
Yeah.
Yes, I was really surprised. Even more because I was used painting on small cards,
Adding
small
on.
things. Yes, yeah, small things, and it was a big challenge for me to advance from this to a big canvas. So yes, I had to think for a time, but I ended up joining, and here we are.
Amazing. Jurgen, do you have any questions that you'd like
Yeah,
to?
sure. But you mastered that challenge pretty well, I
Yeah.
think.
Thank you.
Especially because you told me as well that normally your first sketches are on a small card, right?
Yes.
It's just a piece of paper you cut out in the same format as a trading card game, and then you do your first sketch.
Yes.
And how is moving from that first sketch to a big canvas? Is that really difficult, or now after you've done it a couple of times, it's really easy?
Yeah, the sketches are just for me to have an idea. Like you said, I like to draw on a small piece of paper
Yeah.
on the size of a card.
I've seen them. They are super cool.
Yeah. So I can have a envision the how it will look on the card when finished for me to calculate the space of the boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when I am passing to a bigger canvas, uh, it never gets it's exactly equal to the sketch because Actually, I'm not too good at drawing. My stuff is to get the blank canvas and throw the ink, paint, and brushes. Yes.
It works well for you.
The sketch is just for me to keep a vision of.
Can you use more detail once you scale up to a bigger canvas? Because of course the small canvas, you know exactly where everything goes. You got a rough idea. This is probably how it looks like. But then you go bigger, and then you can add more detail. And if that is scaled down again, is there more detail on the final small card as well then?
Yeah, actually, when I can put a lot of details on a card, a small card, because I am used to
Yeah,
paint
true.
with brushes really thin, like a hair.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, and well, yeah, I can put many details on a canvas as well, but until this day, I think I can paint better on small cards because
Interesting.
uh, while I'm painting the card, I'm seeing a tiny detail here and there, but I can see the whole thing the whole time.
In a glimpse of an eye. Yeah,
Yes.
I get it.
So I can easily notice colors, shades, lights, effects. So I can easily change and to fit the whole picture. When I'm painting a bigger canvas, since it is big like this, sometimes I'm working so concentrated in a certain spot.
You get lost there.
Yes, and I got lost there, and I completely forget about the rest. So sometimes the detail there is out of color or shade from
Amazing.
the rest.
Yeah.
Yes, so I get a bit lost sometimes.
Still very cool. Robert, I really liked your question about the draft kit, and
Mhm.
I personally I noticed, but I didn't have it in my mind that it's actually kind of a product like for you.
Yeah.
And then my follow-up question to your question would be: we all have seen the Dragon Lord set from Edbeer Jr.
Yeah.
You got a little set with the draft kit, fair enough. But if you would be able to do a set like the Dragon Lord set, what would be the theme you would choose for like 15 cards, which would be your set?
All sites.
All sides, maybe a side set, why not? But what would you prefer? Where would you go?
That's really a thought question, but maybe
I put you on the spot, I know. Sorry.
maybe Nordic themed, or maybe
Nice.
dark or angelic, maybe.
Okay.
Yes,
Cool.
yes, I
That-
enjoy a lot.
That sounds
Dark,
very cool.
dark and peaceful, like paradise styles, like Valley of Delight and Curse the Land.
I can see a nice Nordic set with a lot of sites, maybe even connecting sites, a path leading up to like a Nordic monument, which you are really good with the monuments. Hey, we got something here, folks. That's
Yeah,
awesome.
Jurgen,
I
we're
like
going to
it.
get Eric on the phone. We'll connect
Yeah,
all three of you,
and
we'll let you work
I
out
want
the
some
details.
royalties as well, and then we're good. No,
Now,
but that sounds awesome. Nordic set, angelic set, maybe angelic. Like we of course had that a little bit in Gothic, the angels versus the demons, but something like that would be something you would probably go for.
Yeah, it's probably I enjoy so much the nature itself, like majestic mountains, magic forests,
Awesome.
flowery fields.
And then you have to do research in Norway because you have to know how it looks like. That's a good reason to travel there as well.
yeah.
So
Yes.
yeah,
Another holiday.
yes,
Yeah, good.
take your
Yeah.
wife and yeah, it's for research. It's for research. So yeah,
Yeah.
sounds like a good plan.
Now,
Yeah.
folks, we have a feature match on pause in
Oh,
the
good.
next stream. I'm going to have to stop us there.
That's cool.
Just before we go, it sounds like you said earlier, kind of that there was maybe you were in the right place at the right time. It sounds like you made a lot of courageous decisions between changing up the subject matter, starting altering in the first place, traveling to events. All of those have benefited the sorcery community massively. Every time somebody opens a draft kit, every time they open a booster, they'll be seeing a beautiful piece from you that has contributed not only to people's games, but to their enjoyment of the hobby as a whole. Thank you so much, Kaio, for being able to join us here today. Thank you, Jurgen, for this wonderful interview. Folks, thank you so much. We're going to take 1 minute now to ourselves. We're going to reset up the stream and we're going to jump right back to round 5 to see if Neek can go to 4-1. Folks, thanks so much for joining us. We'll be just a couple of minutes.
Thank you, everyone.
Cheers.
Bye, folks.
Hello, folks, and welcome back. We're here in round 5. You might be saying, but Rob, that screen says round 4. Yeah, it does, and we're going to take care of that. We're joining Neek again here. He is playing against Paul in round 5 of this Gothic sealed event.
You know what? I'm really looking for that match. Why, you ask? Because Paul, also known by User Zero on the Discord, is he's one of the younger guys, and he's doing extremely well lately in Sorcery. He picked up the game, I would say, like a year ago. Started, I don't know if it's first TCG, but his learning curve was tremendous. Started off
Amazing.
as a new blood. Right now, he is a respectable opponent. I'm really looking forward to see what he's gonna do with Neek here. He's playing the Persecutor. First of all, that is I think already mentioned, maybe my favorite avatar
Yep.
in the set.
And the uncommon avatar that Neek said he
Yeah.
least wanted to play against. And he's already beaten one.
True.
We just had a great interview there with Caio Calazar.
Amazing art. Honestly,
Absolutely amazing. We're going to see plenty of it showcased here as he did all the draft sites.
I've seen his art the first time, like in real life, the wheel like on
Yeah.
canvas kind of stuff. And before I was like almost suspicious. Is that AI created? Is that digital?
Unreal.
It is unreal. It's
There's
like
a richness to the colors. It not to just sound generic, it is beautiful. His
Exactly.
landscapes are beautiful.
I think there was like every time when I show people my cards, which as a good nerd, that's what you do, right? You have like friends and family come over and give them like the awkward, hey, look at my I'm a grown man. Look at my card collection.
Yeah, or like trains.
I got trains, exactly.
Trains again.
But the one thing is, I think Caio Calazar's art everybody likes.
Get him back in here. Let's interview him again.
Exactly.
No, unreal art. Everyone likes it. I've now, mind you, I've never actually heard anyone say anything really bad about any sorcery art. I think all of the art is so evocative.
Yep.
Some are so technically stunning. Some are so fun. Some remind you of something that
Exactly.
maybe is kind of something familiar and something from earlier years. That looks like a noisome twosome.
Noisome Twosome is probably all right. I'm saying it is probably the one of the best 2-drops we see in limited.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You got a 2 power body for 2. First of all, it's great, and it has a death right where you get a skeleton out of it. What more can you ask for a 2-drop?
We see some bit of a trick here. We're moving that up into the 3 power, the Watchman from Neek. Now, 2 damage, and you can correct me here, Felix. It's not 3.
It's not free.
So I think there has to be some, there's got to be an angle to this, because I don't think we just want to deal 2 to the Watchman and there we go.
There we go.
The one-shot wizard.
All right. You know there's the one-shot wizard coming now. Would you have, like, I don't know if he attacked into the, he probably just attacked straight into the, we obviously don't know because we can't hear the table talk, but he probably attacked straight into the night watchman guards out in this side, which only makes sense. Not even trying, knowing what I'm trying to talk here. But yeah, we saw the trick with the noisome twosome attacking into the night guardsman. And
I think the
one-shot
question you were
wizard
about to ask me is, would I block with the frog?
Exactly.
Now, why would we not block with the frog? I wonder, does Neek have those
Slimy
disgusting, slimy mutants in his hand?
Exactly.
And maybe he thinks there's an opportunity for a bit of a tempo blowout here later on. We're seeing the zombie bruiser come down. It's also entirely possible that Neek's just happy to make that trade.
Yeah.
He says, you know what, if you have something to deal extra damage, maybe it's a zap.
Hey, we know Neek has the big creatures.
Oh,
right?
sorry, I
That's
bet you're
all-
right. His opponent is playing Earth Fire. Let's be real. It's
Yeah.
not going to be a zap. But, you know, he thinks, okay, maybe you have something. Let's have you play it.
Yeah. So, looks like it is Sneak on the play, since he has one more side out there. I think that is a huge advantage into Persecutor, because Persecutor is for me the avatar that is probably the most aggressive, most tempo heavy avatar out there that is trying to get the board advantage as soon as possible and ride it till you're over with it, right? You're not trying to go to the 10-ton stocks that we had earlier.
No, God, no.
God, no.
No.
You're doing the, hey, we stay at 4 to 5 mana and try
Oh,
to...
it's going to be an onslaught here. That's a skeleton token that moves up to 2 power, and a one-shot wizard that also moves up to 2 power. Now we got the free move from the Persecutor up onto Neek's side. That's 2 from the token, another 3 from his avatar, and that's the Zombie Goliath dealt with. Now, dealt with is a funny term there. We see another Noisome Twosome in Neek's hand, so there's absolutely all possibility that
Yeah.
Zombie Goliath will be back, but it'll only be back later on.
Absolutely. I think the Zombie Bruiser is one of the cards that I'm really afraid of. Like, hey, if I deal with them, I want to, like, I'm never sure that they're really gone.
No.
So it's great. It's my target. If you don't
Absolutely.
have that, obviously you don't always have it. Maybe you just really want to make sure as soon if you see a skeleton hitting that
Mesmer
board
Demon
on
there?
Neek, you want to deal with it as soon as possible. Mesmer Demon.
Neek drawing a sight with his spell slinger, not choosing to take one for the turn, and he drew a Mesmer Demon.
You know what was new, what I learned that weekend
Tell me.
in the game earlier? Mesmer Demon says something like, "Push a unit adjacent 1 step." That doesn't mean you have to push them away from you. You can just lure them in as well, right? That's what Nick did earlier. With
Mesmer Demon moves in, Screamer pushes away.
Oh, that's how it goes.
I think there's two different cards.
Interesting.
I believe Screamer is the air card.
Push, lure, makes sense.
Yeah, come and go.
Yeah.
I scream and you're scared, you run off,
Yeah.
and I'm hypnotic and you're like, ugh, and you kind of come closer.
Makes sense. Oh, we see the Red King again.
Interestingly, because of the aggression from Persecutor, Neek here is able to actually deploy threats to his own sites and already have them threaten damage onto Paul.
Absolutely.
He doesn't have to leave his own sites if he's just hitting Paul's avatar.
Yep. So regarding life totals, both players are quite even. Paul took a big hit here from the Zombie Bruiser while attacking with his own Persecutor, but it's the only damage he got in so far. Honestly, I think Persecutor doesn't really care too much about his life total in that game, as he's trying more focus on your opponent's life total to make sure that that's going down as soon as possible.
Felix, I have a question for you.
Yep.
You're sitting in Paul's seat here. Put yourself in his shoes, okay?
Yep.
We don't know anything about his family, but in this situation, you know them, you love them all, well, or at least as much as Paul does. We assume it's that's his business.
Why assume?
My point is if you're Paul and you have to take 4 damage down from 20 to 16, do you move the dice that's furthest away from you to 1, or do you move the one that's close to you? Me, it's got to be close.
Same. I'm the same way. I want to do
That's a Holy Nova.
Holy Nova. A card, honestly, that is I don't really have it in my mind when I'm playing Sorcery too much. Holy Nova is not a staple in Constructed. Not sure about Limited, but Holy Nova you don't see it that much. Honestly, it makes a lot of sense with Persecutor since you're like up there in the front lines, and Holy Nova has a little bit of better angles there.
Yeah.
Great tempo play. Probably pretty good in Persecutor, I would assume, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably also quite good if you're playing Savior, because you have the abundance of words. You can cast it from wherever there's a word. So that's 2 uncommon avatars that can make pretty good use of it. We are tapping Spell Slinger. It's a sight.
Yeah.
That's the Well. Well is warded.
It is, yep. Well was named. I wasn't sure about the site's name earlier before. Yeah, we have a comment. First of all, we see card art Chris. Chris is a player from Austria. He's a very well known community person here in Europe. Nice to have him in the chat looking at the game. Shout out to Chris. And we have a comment about Kaio's English being on point. I would agree.
Oh, here we go. Seth Green coming down onto the board.
Again.
Seth Green is able to soak up the ward from that well. It's a 3-power unit. It's sitting pretty on top of Paul's avatar here, and also the Noisome Twosome.
I think Neek is doing rightfully so with spamming 3-power units on top of Persecutor. That always ask Persecutor to have a trick up his sleeve.
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Exactly.
Otherwise, you're going to eat a hell of a lot.
You're
of damage.
not a battle mage, dude.
And every
You're
time,
not a battle mage.
And every time Paul takes a trade where he says, "I'm going to hit your 3-power unit, and then I'm going to use whatever magic or additional minion to finish them off."
Yeah.
Okay, he's trading 1 for 1, but he's still eating damage every time. Yeah. And that's a thing that you can only do for so long.
Absolutely.
Important to note here, the Noisome Twosome, two cost, 2 power unit. Actually, at the moment, the most exciting part of it is probably that skeleton token that's going to come afterwards.
Because
that skeleton
why
is
is
A.
that reason? Why is the reason for it?
I'll tell you, Felix, it's because it could be a zombie bruiser.
Exactly. Wow. That's yeah. And Paul is probably aware of that too. So maybe he's trying to dodge that Noisome Twosome to ever really die. Maybe you just let the Noisome Twosome get in for some damage on your side and just raise him.
The Persecutor is getting aggressive here, and we're pushing into Neek's side of the board.
Yep.
We have only 4 sites, and Paul is saying, "Hey, brother, that's enough sites for me. I'm going to go on the beatdown." And this Seth character, this Seth Green guy there sitting on top of him says, "I'm going to follow you. We're going to trade 3 damage to you and my ward." That's an expensive ward to remove with your face. If you're Paul here, we see Gift of the Wolf on One Shot Wizard. Now, that could be either pushing for damage or, trading there for the Seth. That's a pump into a trade. Of course, he's going neutral on cards there because Gift of the Wolf does say draw a card. Felix, what do you make of that gift cycle for limited? We have Gift of the Wolf, Snake, Raven, and Frog.
Frog, yeah. Honestly, my 2 favorites it is Gift of the Wolf and Gift of the Serpent. I think both are very, Gift of the Wolf, you can just, hey, we can trade up. My little dude kills your dude, or I just push in a little bit of damage.
Yeah.
Gift of the Serpent,
or we're not trading.
Or we're not trading at all.
Save my unit, and I draw a card. We love it.
We love it. Gift of Serpent's next cool thing, especially if you like plenty of skeleton tokens out there. Your 10-ton slug. You thought you're just slugging over your opponent. No. That little skelly token, he gets evil out of nowhere. You trade up high and even get a card out of it. Gift of the Raven, honestly, it's probably my least favorite.
Yeah, I think it's highly situational.
Exactly.
I think it's fair to note, even as our least favorite, and I don't think really it's a great early pick in draft or a high playable. Cards that say at a low mana cost, draw a card, can only be so bad. Not only can they draw you an additional spell, but if you have a Gift of the Raven in your hand at a moment's notice, that actually can be a sight.
Yep.
So it gives you huge flexibility. We're seeing a great use of Mesmer Demon's ability here to actually remove a ward rather than actually luring a creature further in.
Exactly.
It's not necessarily a downside. It's not as if we didn't get our Mesmer Demon off. It's actually good that we're removing that ward.
Yep.
It's a great trade, and here we're trading for the Bony Boys. I wonder, will there be any easy way to remove that skeleton token for Paul, or are we going to see it turn into
the zombie bruiser?
Zombie
exactly.
Bruiser.
You know what I would love to see since he's in fire? You know what I'm gonna say. We had it before. Who's not going into the Berghain this weekend? It is the...
Oh, brother. The last time I was working the door on Berghain, that's what's Berghain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have the advantage, you're German. The last time I was working the door on Berghain, this goddamn hyena came up. He had red in his eyes, he had malice in his heart, and he had demon on his type line. I said, brother, you gotta walk around the block. You have more than 3 power. I said, you're not coming into these hollows.
Get a kebab.
Get a kebab,
Get
pal.
that demon out of you.
Get a demon donner. I'll see you in half an hour. And he never came back. I think someone just traded with him. Yeah, sad.
Probably, yeah. No, now, but honestly, that.
I have a small question here. We saw the Noisome Twosome on square 13 trade into the 2 power unit on 14.
Yep.
Did they put the skeleton token on the wrong side? Or
they might have done it. Is it that important? Is the follow up question for me?
Well, as soon as that skeleton token taps and attacks, it could have moved to either one anyway. So I mean, look, it might
probably that's
or maybe I'm not sure the exact sequence, and maybe it happened such that the trade was on Paul's turn. But I would find it quite unusual that I thought I saw Paul untap his Persecutor after the trade, which is unusual to midway through your turn untap your Avatar. Yeah. Obviously, that's an unconventional technique.
Very true. Yeah. So I think. If I would again we talk about it all day long,
let's
betting life savings on the winner here. I would go with Neek at this point. I like Paul as a player, as a person, as a human being, as a loving family member of his family. Wow. Playing Persecutor as well.
I didn't think you knew him that well, but that's incredible.
No, but I think he's falling a little bit behind here.
He is.
Looks like life totals they're even, but Neek's getting the advantage here with
That
having a
Wendigo
Wendigo.
is massive.
It is massive, yeah. Oh, he's countering it with a Watchman. Not entirely sure
Countering
why.
is an interesting word there.
Exactly, because not exactly sure what is going to happen here since...
This Watchman buys time, maybe. It buys 5 damage
Yeah.
worth of time, but that's about it.
Is that something that you would have loved to do, like spending your free power drop just to save a 5? It's like,
I'll tell you, I don't like any of it.
yeah, me neither. Me neither.
For me, I wonder if
That's Geddy's being able to get away the ward from the side as well. Maybe he's becoming a zombie bruiser.
I wonder is there some reason maybe why Paul wants both minions in on this site.
And here's
Neek-
my big question: give me some card examples why you don't want to. That was like the golden rule in sorcery: don't put all your minions onto one side because things can happen, bad things can happen to you. What is in Gothic that
Here we
you
see
should be
the
aware of?
slimy mutants for Neek. I
Yeah.
think things like Instigator Imp. Now, let's
Yeah.
talk generic cards here, because
Yeah.
obviously Paul here, let's say he is a desert, he is
Mhm.
earth. Is that an air site down on
Oh, that's a silent hill. It's an earth. Yeah,
Earth?
exactly.
That's Earth as well. So he's earth and fire. So obviously we're not going to be just talking about cards that he actually is likely playing.
Yeah.
Things like Instigator Imp, they're a great blowout if you do things on one site. Neek opened an elite. He opened the trap, the gargoyle,
Mhm.
the 4-mana gargoyle that breathes flame.
Sentinel trap.
Sentinel trap.
Yeah.
And we've seen him already get at least one kind of double kill with that.
Definitely.
I think there's big incentive to not group your units together, and things that don't just specifically pick one location, but maybe AoE things like Flame Strike.
Yeah.
All of those will group things together and say, hey, punish you. Interestingly, with the Wendigo having 5 power, I don't know how many options like that would actually scare it. I think it's pretty safe for Neek.
It is. Unless you maybe have
Oh, here we go. These boys have Voidwalk
the
and
Murlocs. Yeah.
Murlocs, and they have Voidwalk and Burrowing. He's
Mm.
playing them aggressively here. He's trying to get some damage onto Neek. And then the Flaming Skull. Now, the Flaming Skull obviously can maybe pick off that skeleton token, or at the very least would like to. But to me, it looks like it's going to be blocking either a Wendigo
The
or a Slimy
Wendigo,
Mutants.
yeah. I think you have to be aware of your life totals here, and that's probably what you're going to see.
Yeah.
Is he going to jump block? He
Oh,
is.
there we go. Paul
saving.
is throwing cards at saving life here. He's
Mhm.
desperately trying to sort of stem
Yeah.
the bleeding, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, at this point, Neek has like such a great board present, like with the
Mhm.
Wendigo, the Slime Mutants, the skeleton that can become the zombie bruiser. I think you need to raise because you're not gonna get rid of the
That
how
is
massive.
terrible.
Yeah.
Paul was already losing board, but he had his avatar positioned aggressively on top of Neek. He also had his Voidwalk minion
Exactly.
positioned right next to him. At least he had something going for him. He thought, hey, you know what? Maybe we can race. Maybe we can. Absolutely not. Neek being able to play a site underneath that Voidwalk
It's
minion
looking rough.
and then say, hey, have you heard of this elite? It's called Hyper Parasite. I mean, you don't, buddy, you'd want to get your head checked. This guy has a paralyzed minion, and that's even. We've been talking about them. Well, that's the Rowdy Boys back again.
Exactly.
This is not looking good for Paul. Paul is meant to
It's
be.
not like he needs like the. I think at this point, I think the Americans call it the Hail Mary attempt. Like, what is your out here? You're not gonna be the guy who's going to prevent Death Story here in any way. I think there's no card possible that
It's
will,
tough for Paul. I think looking for the right sorcery card might no longer be an option for Paul. I think
Yeah.
at this point he might be looking for lightning to strike the building, or maybe a flamethrower or a gun that was
something like that. I
sellotaped
think
to
like
the underside of the table.
a meteor that will strike the building
Yeah.
here. If
Now-
you're not hearing from us because the stream went violent, it's looking good for Paul because that just happened. Something happened to our
Yeah.
building.
I think it's fair to say as well, we don't wish harm on any player in this event, and we did confirm earlier with the judges that the use of lethal force is not allowed during the sealed portion of the weekend.
Yeah.
Obviously constructed, played by different rules yesterday.
Yeah. So I think the best chance Paul has is just it is probably in the 1%. chance
Yeah.
to win that game. But what he can do is like try to get in like a little bit of sneaky damage here and there. He's going to get to Death's Door anyways, just
Yeah.
hoping Nick doesn't have the finisher.
Paul can go to Death's Door any number of ways here. Even
Yeah.
that Hyper Parasite, although obviously it has something in its belly, but
Yeah.
like, look, that was played defensively by Neek at the back of the board, and yet it's one turn away from being able to attack Paul's avatar. Okay, we're scared
It's
of
not a good
Persecutor,
play.
we're scared of early aggression, but the problem is when you're playing such an all-in strategy and you have to push yourself up, you're open to so many different angles of attack. If it doesn't work out for you, oh boy, it doesn't work out for you. And here we see it.
Paul is on Death's Door. He's looking for any outs, and there might be. I
Oh,
honestly,
here they are. Here are the boys. That's the zombie Goliath
Yeah.
back again. If you're Paul, really here, you know, some hurricane, act of God, that's really what we're talking.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to lie, I think it's unlikely.
The way Nick positioned, like the brilliant player that he is, he positioned his minions in a way that it is very unlikely for Paul
Yeah.
to find a spot to, like get away with it. Yeah. I'm really struggling to find a solution for that. Like even if I could like artificially,
And we like Paul. If we thought there was a
we
solution
love
for him,
Paul.
we'd
If
make
there,
it work
if
for
there
him.
would be a solution, Paul,
Say,
I would
"Paul,
hope,
please."
please get that solution. I like, but if there's like any card that you can draw any card out there in the Gothic set
Hey,
that you could have
Paul,
drawn.
I've got a Sharpie and a blank card. Let's write you a card. I don't even know what
Let's
we
write
write.
you card. You know what? I get so much hate for a certain card, but that will buy you some time here, and it's called Koshai's Egg. Yes, I said it.
You're back on that egg again, aren't you?
I'm back on it again. There's the
There we
handshake.
go, guys. Sentinel,
Not
trap,
saying you would have
zaps.
solved the situation with it, but that handshake would have been delayed for at least another 3 turns. Obviously, it's unique. You don't have it every time in your deck, but maybe that would have been one of these Koshai's Egg situations.
Folks, we're going to do our best to get an interview here with Neek. Now, we started this feature match late because we wanted to have a great interview with Keo Calazan. So we have to check relative to the feature match how the regular rounds are going. We're going to be back in just a minute. We're going to have a few words from Neek here. Okay, we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Hello, folks. We're back again. Neek, round 5 in the books.
Yep, that was the game.
Another win?
Yep.
Tell us how you feel.
Feel good. Yeah, it's 4-1 now.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
it is.
That's okay. Still a little bit bummed out that I misplayed that other game, but it is what it is. Sorcery is a beautiful and complex game, so happy where I'm at. This was an easier game, I would say. I think I was on the play, so that's already good. And then I think he had early game a Holy Nova, which was actually decent. Also playing against Persecutor, I was a bit afraid. But then when he played 1-mana Wizard, yes, it does its thing, but actually he already traded a minion for it, so the power level is not that high, so there I felt already a little bit confident. Yeah, and then basically the big guys started to take over the game, and he started also trading some of his minions away, and then from then on it was just
I think we
very
noted
clear.
early on that there were a good few attempts made by your opponent to kind of keep the board clear, trade things off, and every time we just kind of said in passing, he's losing value here. You know, he was taking slightly unfavorable trades, keeping the board state very clean. but ultimately going down on cards. And then we saw a late game develop where you had a huge advantage by sheer number of cardboard rectangles alone. You were spread over the board, and your opponent was kind of left a little bit out of position. You mentioned you really don't like, or at least you would rather not play against Persecutor. You think it's the strongest of the uncommon avatars that you're very likely to see in Limited. Tell me, Persecutor isn't all upside. When you play such an aggressive strategy, you have to push into your opponent's board. And I think you got quite a good number of hits on him on sites where otherwise it was your site. You'd have no ability to be aggressive, but you were sneaking in damage left, right, and center. If you were looking to play Persecutor in Limited, how would you try to design your deck to maximize that avatar?
Well, yeah,
to
if you're
avoid that?
playing Persecutor, that means you want your avatar attacking. So that means you really have a very low curve deck. So I think I think the good thing of Persecutor, it doesn't always have to attack, but because it movements, it forces your opponent to always think about, okay, I can lose my 2-part minions at any time, and that makes it really hard for the composition on his boards. There is Persecutor very good. So if you have stuff like Mesmer Demon or the Screamer that also influence it, you really can get a lot of value out of it. But be prepared to take 8 damage with your Persecutor just to get that advantage. But then your board state should be so overwhelming that you just take the game. If it doesn't happen that way, like here, it wasn't. I mean, playing an Onslaught, a full turn, I mean, yes, okay, yeah, it got rid of some of my stuff, but that is not, enough.
It's not converting into enough
Exactly.
actual
Yeah,
advantage.
you want to have something sticky at this moment, right?
Yeah.
Something that it's not like onslaught. It's more like the thing that pushes stuff over the line.
Not something that we want to clear the board with.
Exactly.
An onslaught bringing us to neutral is not where you want to be.
No, not exactly. Especially if your opponent then has to turn after it, like to follow up with something big that you have to deal with afterwards. Nick, I have a question for you.
Sure.
We know each other from the very beginning of Sorcery, basically. Playing all the limited events with alpha, beta, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Are you well? At least I'm surprised by. We saw all your games today. You would thought game 1, game 2, maybe even game 3, there might be a little bit easier in terms of like trying to secure the win because people are still. It's a new card game, right?
Yep.
And in my feeling, it is. It almost feels like every game feels like a final. Like the quality, the game level quality made a huge, significant like step up compared to like maybe 1 or 2 years ago. In constructed, at least for sure, but I have the same feeling for limited. I don't know. You're the limited expert. Maybe you have like more info on that.
Yeah, it's different. So I love limited. So I play it all the time. I already played it in Magic a lot. So there is a real skill to the game. Sealed is a bit different, of course. But even there, like making decision, like putting a zap in the deck, etc., requires the right expertise. But yeah, I don't know for limited. So the feeling is here like the players are quite okay to good.
Yeah.
But of course, getting all the details right, you need a lot of
Yes.
limited play. And
Yes.
yeah, there are some possibilities to play online limited, but I think most of people still prefer constructed.
I would agree, but it's still it doesn't feel like all the games that we saw. It feels like you had to do a decent amount of work to secure the win.
yeah.
It's not like that easy. Like we like compared for like the very first Asking West tournament when I think back on that, they were like more like opponents that were like very new to the game. They had made like very like you would think like simple mistakes, something like that, and it feels like everybody kind of knows their strategy and is doing at least the bare minimum of like doing good into limited. And there's a gap between obviously like very great players like you and to like the more mediocre ones, but it's getting there. It feels like the majority of sorcery player, they take a huge step forward to getting better and better in all these.
I think also it has to do part with Gothic itself. I think the average card in Gothic is just better. Then like in beta and even RTO Legends, you can, if you don't know the game very well, you can just pick the wrong cards and you will get decimated for it. And it's a bit different in Gothic. You see the synergy. So also new player did this. I mean, there are a lot of 3-part minions, so those are good cards. So you will always struggle against it. So, but that is what we like. And of course now it's round 5. No, it's a
Yeah.
bit more normal to also compete against strong opponents. But I would say overall sorcery level, it's gaining,
getting up.
it's getting better.
Nick, one more question. We
Yeah.
talked about kind of taking a more holistic view there as the game has developed. Because Sorcery is still a relatively small game to other compared to other competitors. If somebody said, "Hey, there's a new set, the set after Gothic, post Gothic, or whatever it's going to be called," they might. That's I think a working title. But once they come out with a new set, somebody is saying, "I'm in an area. I don't have 7 friends. We can't get a big fat draft, or even a skinny little sealed. But I want to get some limited experience.
Sure.
Other than just consuming content, if they want to get hands on cards and get playing, what is the best way for somebody who's maybe a bit isolated to get limited experience in
Sure.
sorcery?"
Well, I would always advise just step one is just get connected. I think there are so many local communities across the whole world. In Europe, we know, Felix, there's so much action going on, and people really are looking for other players because if you ask one question, do you like to play online, whatever, everybody says, no, I really want to be at a table with the feel, the cards in hand, etc. So that's normal. Just find a group and just hook up. That is the best way. There are some options to play online, like tabletop. If you don't know, you can install tabletop. You can buy it for a couple of euros, and then you can play Sorcery for free, basically. And there are also a lot of big online communities, like the Sorcerers Summit, where you can find daily games. So if you want to play limited, you can go there. There's also the Sorcerers at the Core Discord, where you can ask around and you can find games normally quite easy. Also, Germany, very big Discord. UK, I mean. You just have to look for it, Google it, and you will find the people to
Brilliant.
be able to play online.
Wonderful.
Sure.
We're going to give you a few minutes before the next
Thank you.
round. We know you started earlier than everyone
One
else.
very last thing. If you're from Europe and you missed out on this experience in Leeuwarden at the Grand Contest, there's gonna be another Grand Contest at the end of the year.
That's a great point.
Nick, you take over. You might want to do some advertising for the Grand Contest we have in Belgium.
Sure.
Coming.
But to not discriminate, so there are actually a number of grand contests. So there's the one coming in the UK. I think Jeffrey is involved in that one. So if you're on that part or you want to take the train, go there. Then there's still in Germany. That one, and then we end our year in Brussels, also with that grand contest. It's called the Siege at the Core. It's already the 3rd year. We have a premier luxurious event location. It's really beautiful. It's super spacey. We
It's
have
gorgeous. I was
artists.
jealous looking at the photos.
Yeah,
It's unreal.
it's really amazing. Also, when we found the place, I was like, so I hope normally 128 players will be there. It will be the same 3 days. And who knows if they release another set perhaps before the end of the year. Who knows? But we never know. But that would be amazing as well, of course.
I've been there every single time, and it's been every single time one of the best experience ever regarding TCGs. Just like by Warden, I think you definitely have to come by and check that out. It's gonna be great.
So it's called Siege at the Core, or the group is Sorcerers at the Core. So if you Google it, you'll find it. Or if you just ask around in the Discord, you'll definitely find the information. The subscription will probably open in like a month or so.
Perfect. Amazing. Guys, thank you so much. We're going to get a little breather. I'm sure you'll want a minute or two to yourself, Nick. Folks, we're going to catch you back now for round 6 in just a few minutes, okay? That's the, what's the one? Penultimate? The one before the last? Yeah, let's go with that. It's going to be the penultimate round of Gothic sealed here this weekend, okay? Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back. Hello, folks, and welcome back. We're here for the penultimate round of Gothic Sealed. People are saying hello to us in the chat. Hello again, Rob. That's Timmy CTC. I think that must be a lad I know from home. Goes by the name Timmy. But Rob
Probably.
and friends, that's a hello to you as well, Felix.
Very true. And we still have Chris in here. Lovely to see you guys still back. We have our feature match. It's again Nick that we follow through the day, and he's playing my nemesis.
This Neek guy. Do you ever get sick of him? Because I don't.
I do not. No, Nick is a great person.
What a gent.
Who I'm sick of facing is his opponent, Vote. You know why? Because he is my absolute nemesis. Every time we play Limited Sealed, in the top card, I'm facing Vote, and he is the end of my journey. It happened twice or 3 times by now, I can't remember, and he will never let me forget that.
He keeps bringing it up.
Every single time we see each other, he's like, "You remember when you lost to me in the semi-finals?"
Oh, that must
And
grind
then-
your gears, buddy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
seeing Nick winning here, he would probably do it in my name. I wouldn't mind too much, to be honest.
I'm sure if we had a
I'm
mic-
just, I love Wout like nothing else on this planet. He's part of the Belgian crew. So Nick and Wout, they know each other very well. They're absolutely amazing players. And I'm gonna be interested. Wow, both players on Spellslinger looks like, well, sometimes he's a bit lucky getting the right avatars. I remember him winning the Ask and Rask 2 with a Sorcerer. We already had a Fur Nations card, but he managed to get a Sorcerer somehow for his limited pool. Looks like he's not that lucky. This time there's no Savior or Necromancer for him. He's playing Spellslinger. Very fair. So let's see if he can even do it in a fair style.
Now, got a brief glimpse of Wout's hand there. I think we saw that he has a smite and something that I thought might have looked like an intrepid hero. Either way, we know he's an earth.
Yeah.
And we'll try to get a Nick's view of Nick's hand here. Now, that's a Bloom. Bloom, obviously useful in his deck. We know he's splashing
Very
Zap. Unlikely now to see the turn 1 Zap.
Yeah.
But
As is the smite, right? Turn
Sorry?
1 smite is also super unlikely. You have
Turn
to
1
work
smite.
for it.
Now, smite was in Wout's hand, but yeah, you'd really have to make the turn 1 smite work. You'd need not only
Onyx
a
core.
huge amount of mana, but you'd also need something adjacent to you to actually do it to. We might
Is
put
there
that
a
one on the back burner,
possibility?
Felix.
So we could. Is there a turn 1 smite possible? We could think about like starting off with a tower, starting off with an Onyx core, getting a mixed terror in it. And is that our smite? I think that
That's
checks
it.
out.
We can get it, and then
can
our
get it.
opponent went turn 1, and they just had they were harbinger, and they put a 1-cost unit on a portal right on top
That's the
of us.
moment where we concede, but at least we
That's
made
when
it
we
happen.
say, aha!
Aha.
we smite, and then we can proceed to lose.
Yeah.
We better start the
Mhm.
team.
So you already talked so much about the Entomb this weekend. Nothing really changed about the card
No.
since we last talked about it, but we see Wout playing the Entombed here underneath his Welly, being a little bit defensive. Honestly, I know a bunch of people don't like those Drowned and Entombed cards. I don't think they're the worst. I think in the opening hand, you don't mind having them. It's okay.
I think there's a valuable trade-off. We're talking raw stats against tempo and the slow setup.
yeah.
Obviously, Wout has made the decision. He doesn't mind the slow setup. And hey, look, it looks very impressive into the 2-mana skeleton with 2 power from Neek. Obviously, it only trades straight for a Rat King, knowing that there's no other rats in Neek's
Super
deck.
interesting thing. We saw the Red King happening by Nick. I think that's a third time in a row by now. And never ever has he revealed a red. Does he maybe just not play reds in his deck?
No, he literally isn't.
Wow, so he's just... Is there a way for him to stack up the top 6 cards? Is that the reason why he played? Can you... If do you have the rule box of the Red King? Are you able to look at the top 6 spells and are you able to sort them in a way that you want to put them underneath your deck? That is my question for you here, because that would be a reason to like still do the Genesis trigger. There it is on the left side. We have you might read it.
Genesis and Death Rattle.
Oh, it's on.
We'll go kind of like a bit spoken word here.
Yeah.
Search your top 6 spells. You may summon an ordinary rat from among them to each other adjacent site. Put the rest at the bottom of your spellbook. We're not talking shuffling. We're not talking random order. You put them back on the bottom. So absolutely, he's fixing the later part of his deck.
Interesting.
And let's be real, even if that wasn't on the card, 3 power,
can
3
play.
cost. He's a great, and also he's royal.
It's fine.
It's a king.
Exactly.
How cool.
Yeah.
Intrepid hero here, from Wout. Lethal to evil, but also lethal to all of Neek's minions because they all have 3 power or less.
I think Lethal to Evil would be also a cool band name. So if we start a band, I think Lethal to Evil would be my vote for the band name.
What are you playing in the band?
I would be the shouter.
Yeah,
Yeah, why not?
I know.
can't
I
play
like
an
it.
instrument. So
No,
that
well,
would be
neither can I.
probably-
The problem is,
Well, we have 2 shouters
the
already.
problem is,
Perfect.
Felix, that's just you and me shouting at each other, and that's already what we're doing now.
Hey man,
Uh,
I'm not saying
yeah.
it's might be the best band in the world, but it might work
Felix,
out.
I hate to break it to you. No one is saying it's the best band in the world. It's not just you, brother.
Well, you guys let me know if you want to hear some shouting sounds by the band Lethal to Evil. You let us know in the comments. Not gonna happen today, but we might record. We have like basic. That's a
We
studio.
have time.
We
You have up
record
until
stuff.
those German boys whisk you away in that car, so we have
Exactly.
upwards of 5 minutes,
Perfect.
which is a pretty wide bracket,
Mhm.
really. The players playing physically very slowly here because they understand what a tangent our conversation has taken.
Exactly.
That's huge telepathic foresight from the players. I think we're about to see that zombie Goliath here. We've already spoken about what a nightmare this card is. Even on this board, it is the biggest thing. Now, obviously,
You mean a zombie bruiser, probably.
the zombie bruiser.
Zombie
I
bruiser.
exactly mean that.
Yeah, you exactly mean it. And it's still, I think both players share a decent amount of respect for each other because both and Nick, as mentioned, they're both from Belgium. They know each other very well, and they usually score very high into the limited events, being one of the top players around here in Europe if it comes to that format. Wow, and we see a thing that we see very often is constructed these days. It's the Sacred Stack coming out. It's a 4-power body for 4, but guess what? It doesn't have a downside. It even has a upside. So we having a 4-power body for 4 with a ward.
But that,
And
can I ask you, Felix?
Yeah, ask me.
Is that all?
That's not even
That's
all.
not all, that's crazy.
It's not even all. So he has a death right. If he dies, you'll be able to ward the site. Honestly, it's not going to happen too often.
And that's a May.
That's
Because obviously
a
you're not warding your opponent's
exactly.
site.
And it's happening not that often. It might be. That's a hot take. It might
There
be
are scenarios.
the death right that is used the least in this game.
Well, here's a scenario where now we're going to compare cards. We're going to create here a completely fictitious scenario that is not about to
Absolutely.
occur. But not only does Neek have the Seth Green to actually take the ward from this stag,
Yeah.
but if it was his stag, there might be a situation where he would ward his opponent's site, if he's able to do that, to then steal it back with the Seth Green.
Very true. And we see some super weird thing going on over here with the thing you just mentioned. That's exactly what happened. The guys, Seth Rogen is stealing the ward.
Yeah. Important to note here, the site that Neek played actually could deal 1 damage, if I'm not mistaken.
I agree.
That's the water desert, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
And that could have cleared the ward from the stag. That often, if you had one of
To be
those in your
fair, I
hand,
think it has to be within the body of water, and
Oh,
that
you're
water
so right.
not being a water site.
as per usual, you're right and I am wrong, and that's not a
I
snippy
don't
remark.
think that is very true, but
That's a smite there onto the zombie bruiser.
until we see the, you know what? I was not convinced keeping a smite in your opening hand because usually I'm looking for like board action. If you know what I mean. I'm looking like for like sticky means. I'm looking for my 2, for my 3, maybe for my 4 drops.
And
But
maybe
a
you keep a
smite?
cheaper removal spell, one that
That's
costs
what I
less
mean.
than 4 resources.
Exactly.
It's not just that it's not a good solid minion. You often keep a well-costed removal spell, but maybe not one that costs 4.
I think smite is the card that you want to see mid to early late game.
Oh, this is
or late
terrific.
late
This is
game.
a terrific
Wow.
gift of the wolf here for Neek. Doesn't put him down a card. Seth Rogen basically just changes that ward in for a stag.
We were talking so highly about the sacred stack, but you know
What?
what? It
Neek has
doesn't.
made it not a problem. That is an incredibly
Yeah.
statted minion, and he has had the right answer for it at every stage.
Absolutely.
Hey, I'll take your ward. Hey, I'll take your card for free. And that intrepid hero here, I mean, what do? We trade in now for the Seth Green?
That feels terrible. You feel like you should be ahead playing a sacred stack.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we were talking about the thing that it might be the most forgotten trigger on the death right. Did we see the death right trigger being forgotten here as well?
I'll tell you, it looks to me like it's been forgotten.
Agree.
Here we go. We have some Night Watchmen.
Night Watchman, yeah. Jon Snow and his boys doing their
Great
thing.
bunch of lads. Interesting. Neek didn't forget to ward his side there.
Nope.
I would say it's not a competition, but I think actually this event literally might be.
It might be, and
might
so
be.
you're not.
We'll check with the judges.
It is a May ability, so
Mhm.
even if Neek sees vote forgetting about his death trigger, he's not. He doesn't have to clear the thing up and inform vote about his death right ability. To be fair, I don't think it's never ever going to be like a game changing death right ability where the little ward is going
Now,
to do too
we
much.
just saw the ice shards there.
Interesting. You might be
A
able to
move.
explain what happened here on the board.
Spellslinger moved up to square 17.
Yep.
And then we had an ice shards to take away the Seth Green.
Yep.
That's a 1-for-1 trade, but also when it involves moving our avatar, there's actually an additional cost. We've incurred
is.
the loss of either site development or drawing a site. So it's a bit worse than a 1-for-1. Also, and not to be overly critical of the card, that card has huge flexibility.
Mhm.
We're able to shoot 3 projectiles. Now, it's very easy with most cards to assume, hey, I'm going to pick a direction. Interesting thing about ice shards, in between each shard, you can pick a new direction. It just says you fire 3 separate projectiles.
Interesting. I didn't know.
So,
Rob, you let me know exactly again. Like, when did you start with Sorcery? When you heard about it, how long are you playing Sorcery for now?
I think it might have been in January or February I ordered up
This year.
This year.
That is, well, then you guys can be blessed because it looks like Rob might be a genius. Like, he's playing the game not even for half a year ago. He didn't know about anything about Sorcery, and it looks like he can analyze the whole board state.
That's very
By the
sweet.
way, no, that's an actually like there would be a clap emoji here coming from me if I would be able to do this technically, but yeah, that is amazingly analyzed and
Thank you very much.
everything's
Felix.
completely perfect, correct what you just said. But I just remembered when you told me that you're not even playing Sorcery for so long, but you got a perfect understanding of.
Thanks so much. Just wait till I start actually playing.
Yeah.
Listen, Felix, I think what's important to note here is there's huge potential in that card, Ice Shards. Every time we've seen it today on stream, it is a 3 mana magic that ends up trading for a single 3-cost minion.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, it does have this really high potential, but I think it's so situational.
Yeah.
It's really nice to think, hey, we can clear skeletons, hey, we can clear wards. Things have to line up in quite a specific way.
I think with Ice Shards, it is never be like the MVP.
No.
In terms of like, hey, I played that Ice Shard and everybody knew exactly that's like the game changing moment. But you have to respect the fact that Ice Shard it's very flexible, right?
Mhm.
You can clear the 3-power minion with Ice Shards. It can
Mhm.
also be like the thing how you win the game because it's the final damage that you're gonna deal to your opponent when he's on Death's Door, and that alone has a cost. That has a pricing involved. Yeah, so Ice Shards definitely maybe like in terms of like all the finish and all the especially if you compare to like fire spells, might be a little bit less.
A nice trick with Ice Shards as a finisher is you can fire 2 Ice Shards in a completely unnecessary direction and then the last one at your opponent. Just to really,
Make sure.
And when you
you
show them,
understand
and
the
it's very
rules,
likely
yeah.
that when you show the Ice Shards to your opponent, they'll start picking up their cards, but it's important that you stop them
Yeah.
and you say, no, I'd like to shoot 1 to the left, 1 to the right,
Yeah.
and as soon as you've picked 2 different directions, I think they know what's coming. And then you say, and then 1 at you, and then they go, why did you stop me?
This is, by the way, the exact kind of behavior that we guys don't want you to present.
No. I think a certain amount of BM is great.
Yeah.
A friendly, and in the appropriate setting. You know. Okay, let's analyze something here.
We got the mesmerism. I think that's a card you explained beautiful earlier. I didn't know that before, but the mesmerism demon, he's luring stuff. into him.
Mesmer Demon hypnotizes units into moving towards him, and he taps them as well.
Yeah.
Whereas the Screamer is scaring them away, and so they move away.
Is the Screamer tapping as well?
It also taps.
Wow. So that's easy going for me. Both is like a tap and move ability.
I have to be real
basically.
with you, Felix. I've actually read through the ordinaries and exceptionals in this in preparation for this event.
Yeah.
Listen, what I wanted to say here is we heard a lot from Nick earlier. Everyone's like, I really wish Rob would stop talking about Entombed. Okay, my point is it's an overstated minion and we actively stay away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this board. Mesmer Demon is pushing into the back lines. There's Horrible Hybrids. Neek is continuing to apply pressure. By the way, I think this game is, and no offense to him, but this is not looking good for Wout.
No.
But here we go. Look, even when Wout did deploy a minion last turn, drowned. Where are those guys, dude? What? Hey, you're sleeping, dude. Get up.
Guys,
Hello?
we need you here. It's not.
You're in the water, dog.
You can't
get up.
You can't be in the right corner just sleeping.
Brother, there's
down there.
demons and shit. Come on. And what are they doing?
I know you're too costed, but come on, boys. You need to be a little bit more like aligned.
They're underneath that water site, just eating it.
Honestly,
Get up.
I think that they will like. It will take them like 2 to 3 years to realize when the game is over before they do anything.
Dude, that minion is going to be the last card that gets kicked up off the table at the end of this game. Because they're so far under that site, even Wout is going to say,
exactly.
These guys, yeah.
But we do see the premium removal happening in the set, and that was a Buried Alive.
Yeah.
Beautiful art against from who? Again, it's Elvira
Elvira Pavlikovska, who we interviewed yesterday on stream. An amazing artist, super interesting background, very easy to talk to, and incredible art littering the game.
Art, and also as a person, she loves staying out here with us dudes and having fun with us all. Looks like all the artists that we have here every single year, they have a blast as well. If you want to come by next year, or even at the CG Court this year, come later. They're gonna be artists. Make sure you pick up your cards from these artists to get them signed over here at Loy Warden or the CG Decor. And yeah, have some fun with us. So yeah, you already mentioned it doesn't look good too forward too much. We see
he has made a good impact here at cleaning up the board a bit. Now those gosh darn rowdy boys. What do we make of them, huh?
The Rowdy Boys. Honestly, the first time I saw the card, it was like, I don't know about that. Honestly, but Rowdy Boys with we call them combat tricks back then, like Gift of the Wolf, stuff like that. They do a significant amount of work from time to time, right? Untapping and like eating through the creatures. It's like, do you know the card Warp Spasm?
Absolutely, I know Warp Spasm. Oh, if you warp,
yeah.
Don't get me started on Warp Spasming Rowdy Boys.
Absolutely,
we're talking danger.
Exactly. Wow, here we see an angel card. It's an elite card. I think it's from Francesca. Not sure how to pronounce her last name. A card you don't see that often.
Berald, maybe. I have no idea. Let's go.
Maybe. Yeah, let's go
and
with Berald.
And either way, just in case we're wrong.
Yeah.
Much respect.
Much respect.
There you go.
Yeah, it's one of the most beautiful foils I've ever seen.
I have a foil.
Me too. It was one of the first foils I ever opened. It's a 6-costed free Earth Pips minion with 4 power, airborne, ward, and what is its ability?
Airborne, ward, sorry, we've already covered those. And then at the end of your turn, you get to untap him. So you can make aggressive plays with this minion, and then you can also use him to defend.
Amazing.
Importantly, this angel, because I think he's meant to be a sort of an angelic character, and his angel in the type line does only have 3 Earth Threshold printed on the card.
That's a lot, though.
It's a lot, but it's relatively castable. Yesterday, we were seeing lots of problems. A constructed All-Star, Archangel Michael. I mean, people were going crazy. Numerous times in the event, we had people, they're saying, Michael, how? The problem is, when you have 4 threshold on a card, it's almost impossible to cast these bloody things. But Malakim here, not only castable, but actually doing maybe quite a nice job on this board.
That might be the quotable from this weekend is Michael How. Hashtag Michael How is the thing that is our takeaway from this weekend here in Loywarden SorceryFest.
I think every time your opponent slaps down an Archangel Michael onto the board, it's very important you compose yourself, you take a moment, don't even think about the value that you're about to lose or your face that's being pummeled in. Just ask for a very brief moment, Michael How?
Michael How.
And then count.
Count
if you can't count 4 sites, ask the question again, point your finger at your opponent, say, Michael How?
Michael How, exactly.
And if they don't have a good answer, then brother, that thing's going straight back in their hand.
Absolutely. You just spent 5 mana. Honestly, that would be like a take. You spend the mana, you keep the card, but...
And don't just be normal about it, because I'm sure they've tried this before. You scream Judge at the top of your lungs. If you're on Tabletop Simulator, you just Alt F4. Close the whole thing down. Michael How? I'll see you on the Discord, buddy.
Absolutely.
Anyway, the game is still going on, so we might just circle back around to that.
Exactly. So, Wout already being on Death Store here, looking pretty bad for him. Take that, Wout. Neek is doing some revenge here for me a few years later. But, yeah. I think Nick is on a 1.
Is
He's
that-
like recovering from his last 2 rounds earlier. Pretty good.
Wout is doing quite a good. Now he is on Death's Door. He's recovering minion control of this board quite well, and that is the slimy mutants.
Oh, once
We've been
again,
talking about them all day today, and again, we do think amphibians are meant to be slimy.
every time you mention them, I feel like you're talking to me. It's just like slime mutants.
No, my friend. And there we go. Hey, that's the zap again. This is another game in the bag for Neek. I think we might have slightly spaced out there towards the end of that game, but I'll tell you who didn't. Neek, he put his punch to Death's Door. Look, he has this zap.
Yeah.
I know, you said you're not convinced by the zap, Felix.
I'm super convinced by now. I wasn't convinced too much by like splashing a color
But
just
I
for
think,
the zap.
I think if I don't want to
Yeah.
kind of say or
Yo.
speak on your behalf,
Yeah.
but maybe you're used to thinking, you know, if you have a high value card that's, let's say its role is to be high value, trade well, it's a good, well statted minion, and you want to play it on curve.
Yeah.
If you only want to splash those if they're absolutely incredible, right?
Agreed.
Because it's a great 3-drop. When do I want it? I want it on 3.
Yeah.
My crazy 3-drop that I'm splashing is not so good on 6.
What I
Or
mean-
my 6-drop, if I have to maybe wait until way later, maybe it isn't quite what I need.
Yeah.
I think the key takeaway from Neek here is that if imagine the last site or the second last site he drew was the air site. If the game has gone that late, the odds are the opponent is on Death's Door and so is he.
Yeah.
And if that is the case, Zap confirms the kill.
Very true.
So it's not a question of is there any counterplay or at what turn in the game is this good. Even if he gets stuck on Zap, and he doesn't even want it early, even if he does get super stuck on it, when he eventually does get it, the likelihood is it just says you win the game.
Exactly. So I think the moment you're going to win the game, you kind of you need it.
We're saying, okay, we're no longer evaluating this card with a power level relative to others. This card actually has a condition in which it says, hey, you win.
Hey, you know what? You're doing pretty fucking. Sorry for that. You're doing very.
Oh, we're allowed to swear.
Oh, really?
I've been avoiding it just for, but we are absolutely.
All
I
right.
think I said shit earlier. I think I said
Wow.
it twice. No,
I
said
would
it 3
never
times.
say that word, by the way.
Really?
I'm just kidding. But
You
no,
might say scheisse.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But no, you were doing really good till now. How about just win the freaking
Sorry,
game?
Felix. I'm
Yeah.
going to redirect your attention here. Wout is after pulling out his phone. Now,
Yeah.
we
might
could
need
get
to
lucky
need-
here.
Yeah.
Wout could navigate to his banking app. We're going to keep the camera rolling here. Hopefully, we see a pin code.
Exactly.
He's showing people
Chat,
things.
you're helping us. We need you guys to. You're like the technical freaks, probably. Train guys and technical freaks. It's up for you right now. You need us help us. Like hack Wout as good as you
No,
can.
no. There's no. But please, if anyone, he's putting it away. Okay, well, that was a great game, a great.
But
second.
maybe we have enough information by now.
Yeah.
That if we
Well, we
rewind the
know
whole
Wout's
thing-
phone can scroll up and down on a web page, so that's
Well,
pretty-
that might be useful
might be a
information
hint.
later.
If anyone would like to analyze the images of the fingerprint grime on his phone to come up with a likely series of pin codes, we might actually just leave that joke there. I think that we've really played out that one.
No, please don't hack Wout. Even I mean, if you're able to,
If you do, just
whatever.
please don't blame it on us.
Exactly.
Well, when you're watching this back later, if you happen to watch this, but he's a busy guy. We don't
He's
want
a
to
busy guy,
make
yeah.
any assumptions.
Yeah.
Just know, much love. And if you get texts in the middle of the night asking to verify that you are accessing your accounts, please just hit yes. Just say it's you.
There we go. We have Nick coming in here with. Look at the smile on his face. Why is that smile on his face? I can tell you now.
Hey, come on, and you
Because-
shove over this way, Felix.
Exactly.
We'll get Nick in on the right hand
In
side
the
there.
middle.
Oh, he's putting him in the middle. Fair play to you. Okay, yeah.
I'm not the important guy.
Hello. Here we
Hello,
are
Nick.
again.
Welcome back. Okay, another round, another win.
Yeah.
Got to be feeling good now.
Yeah, especially because this one is a bit special because I played Wout. And
We
talked
called
about
it.
it on the
Yeah,
stream.
yeah.
yeah, and Wout is one of the Belgian crew, so one of my good and dear friends. Wout is an extremely good player.
Mhm.
He won the second Oscar in Germany.
Amazing.
Also here last year in the Cornerstone he won. He actually won the alpha draft on Friday here. Yeah, the guy is very scary, but of course we know each
Yeah.
other well. We play each other well, and there's always this vendetta going on. Like,
Mhm.
"Arr!"
Yeah, good.
So he was like, "Oh no, I have to play Nick again." But same for me. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm really scared of him. So I was really happy when I won the toss. I could go first. Yeah, and then he told me he was a bit unlucky because he had so much power in his deck, and actually he drew the lower end of his deck. So I think perhaps I was a bit
Yeah.
lucky on
Hey,
that part, but
good-
on the other
Good
hand,
players draw good cards, is what I'm
that-
saying.
I don't want to bring you into this room and for the 6th time today say, let's talk about Entombed. Okay? We're going to have to cut that short. Midway through the stream, we saw you absolutely taking tempo in that game. Your opponent was stuck with things like drowned underneath. And then even towards the end, we see amazing high quality units like Malakim hitting the board, things that in a regular limited game you go, oh shit, this is scary and this is an incredible card. But the importance of that early game tempo and being able to carry your minions, carry damage, and naturally we see the game end with a zap. Myself and Felix. Felix isn't a believer in the zap splash, or
I
at least
wasn't.
until
Wasn't.
now. But the importance of that early game tempo. How do you, when you're looking at cards and you're trying to evaluate them, what advice would you give people when you're weighing up early game power in cards and the importance of a low mana cost relative to more powerful late game cards? How do you? It's really easy to say, "Oh, it's bad because it's pricey," or "Because it's cheap, it's good." But how do you actually make that
Yeah.
evaluation?
So it's been actually a very long and old rule when I was also a good Magic player. It's like being on the offensive is better than being on the defensive. So
Okay.
there is a tendency of players. Some people like to be controlling, and so it's important to be able to know both, so know when to switch. But if I can choose, I will always want to be on the aggressive side because you really force your opponent always to make difficult
the answer.
decisions.
Yeah.
And it just gives you it's also psychologically something. It's more difficult to make mistakes, and I think when you analyze Gothic, there are some decks where you can be really aggro, but it's not that easy. I think in Arturo Legends by default was aggro. Like by turn 7 the game was over and done. It's different here, so you can go for an extremely aggressive deck, but then you have to really have the right cards, which is a bit more difficult to do in sealed. And that's why I think the name of the game are the 3-part minions.
Yeah,
so if you
absolutely.
can just stack them, and if you can get those advanced, like when he played the stack, I was able to get the wards, but I was thinking I would have expected him to have a blocker for his stack, but that didn't happen. Because they chose to remove something, or I don't know, and then I got a +2, be able to kill his
When
stack
we saw that
for free.
stag, we had a moment. We said constructed all star. We ran through all of the. I mean, they couldn't fit more text on that card if they wanted. The card is jam full of things. It's well statted. We said this is going to be a trouble. I mean, we've been calling your disciples of Seth Green to steal the ward, Gift of the Wolf to get a favorable trade without even going down on card advantage. Suddenly the stag's gone, no problem.
Those are the moments where I have to defend board a little bit because what can you do about that?
What can you do when you have it all? You know,
He had it all with he has like the 4-power minion with all the upsides, places to the side, and that's where you want to play.
But I think it goes to show as well. We're talking about a really high quality card. That stag's a very, very impressive 4-cost unit. The reality is that you were able to actually outplay it and outmaneuver it with two 2-cost cards. We have both the Disciples, I think they're called Disciples, and also the Gift of the Wolf. Two 2-cost spells that combine to leave you up entirely on the trade. So those cheaper cards, just to play into the earlier theme, and that tempo strategy and being aware of low cost cards, hugely advantageous.
Because but at that moment you had the stack on for me the right.
Yes.
And then he had the 3-part minion that kills to the left. So there was it was not connected.
No.
I always have my minions. Well, you try to always be able to have at least one blocker. So it all matters, I guess.
Amazing.
Was that the game pivoting term? I felt like that was the moment when you played that, where it was like it starts from this moment, and my feeling where it slowly start going your way because. It was like a back and forth. You had like that mid-rangey, grindy kind of game state, but the moment you played the Seth dudes, get the board, get away with the trade. That for me at least, it felt like okay, wow, is doing like
So-
a step backward and has to like more is getting into the defensive kind of side.
Stealing the ward was not the moment where I shifted. There I felt good because I still had the 2 power blocker, but it was really the moment when I could kill it for free. And then I knew like, okay, now I have such a huge advantage.
Yeah.
And then also with the Mesmer Demon, I was able to take it and just use my face, trade a low 2-part minion, take 3 damage. Then that was hard.
We've talked about the importance of 3 power, 3 cost minions, and I think there's some kind of meta element insofar as once a format has a lot of 3 power, 3 cost minions, they become very important because when your opponent has one, you need one to answer it. So that it's kind of this self-fulfilling thing. And some of them, even when they're vanilla, like Ghoul, completely playable, and when you need one, you need one. Mesmer Demon and Screamer are 2 with absolutely premium abilities that can wreak havoc on a board. And it's very easy, I think, to understate how a small bit of movement or even a tapping, that's 2 separate abilities, effectively. Both of them can drastically change the battlefield. And we've seen your Mesmer Demon be one of the most useful cards in your deck. One other question I'd love to ask. We've seen 2 limited events this weekend. On Friday, we followed people through an alpha draft. Now, the alpha draft was a bit of a throwback. We followed the kind of original idea for limited. Everyone was playing with Sorcerer. That's obviously a wildly different format. But even when people in their packs would have seen other avatars, they very often would have said, hey, you know, I think I want to be Sorcerer here. I want to just draw 2 cards. I want the default option. Now that we're playing Gothic limited, we're using Spellslinger. 2 of your opponents today have been Persecutor. All of the rest have been Spellslinger. Now, some of them, I'm sure, didn't open up any other avatars, didn't have any choice. But maybe some of them did, and they said, I'm just going to want the 4th card. Going into future sets, or even just looking at Gothic, what are you looking for in an avatar to make them a better option for your deck than Spellslinger?
Well, it's easier, so it has to be something that is better than that 1 card, because that 1 card is not just the extra card, it is an extra card with more possibilities. You see more of what you have.
And you have it straight away. You
And
can
you have
even
it
mulligan
straight
that card if you'd like.
Yeah, indeed. So it's more than just a card, which is very good. So yeah, of course, Savior, which is slow, but if you can get it to work, the upside is so big. So yeah, how to compensate? Like for instance, Archimago Limited, that is unplayable. It takes so much time to get that 1 card back, so that is not possible. I think in comparison to Sorcerer, nothing beats Sorcerer, basically. That is just too crazy. If you start playing defensive with Sorcerer and you outdraw them. But in comparison to Spellslinger, I believe that Savior, Necromancer, and Persecutor are just better. These are the ones I always play, and I think that's basically it.
Now, Necromancer, you could play kind of almost agnostic of your pool. You're always going to have access to a 1-cost minion. Are there possible scenarios where you think, I don't have an aggressive enough deck to support Persecutor, or maybe I don't have enough non-evil units to make my Savior worth it? Or do you just jam them every time?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, of course, if I would have 17 minions and 15 are humans, then perhaps I would reconsider. But just the threat to have the option to move attack for 2. I mean, people that play against me, they know that I really consider the avatar as a resource, like I did here, taking 3 damage just to remove.
I think you moved actually to the entire other side of the board. And this isn't with Persecutor. This is with Spellslinger. That brother has to tap 4 times just to get there.
Indeed. And so it starts dealing damage, and 2 damage. It's really, really good. So no, I will always play with Persecutor.
Amazing. Folks, Nick, as usual, amazing play. We're looking so forward to seeing you in the 7th round. That'll be the final round of Sorcery Fest here this weekend. There's no top 8 for this event. You're still, I assume, in contention for something nice and juicy at 6-1. Folks, thank you so much for joining us. Unless anyone else has anything to say, I think we're going to...
I don't know if the last match will be the final match. I don't know who's on the spot number 1, so I don't know if it will be me, but you'll see it on the screen.
That's true, actually. We don't know. I'd be very happy if it was, because I'd like to keep this narrative going, and we'd love to see you back in here again. And maybe either way we'll get you in, maybe get the last few takes, and certainly a recap of the day, no matter what.
It was
Nick,
fun.
It was very fun, Nick. Thank you so much. Felix, you and I think, are going to be around for this last game. We might see it out. And we'll see all of you in maybe 5 to 10 minutes. It'll at the very least be less than 4 hours. We'll see you for that last round.
Give us one final how in the chat.
Yeah, and don't forget, if your opponent is playing an Archangel Michael, it's very important you count and ask the big question. That's how, Michael. Michael, how? Okay, thanks, folks. Oh,
Most Russian name ever.
hello, folks. Welcome back. I am joined here once again by Felix. I am joined here once again by Felix from the Helpful Hobbs. Felix, please say hi.
I say hi here. I'm definitely not eating my couscous salad here, right in front of the microphone. This is why
Felix is neck deep in a tub of couscous. I see
Exactly.
feta cheese. I see peppers. I see tomatoes. Hey,
all the good stuff.
not trying to scare you. I see it all. Listen, Felix, you chow down on that couscous. Keep an eye cast over this game. Folks, this is round 7, okay? It's the final round of this Gothic sealed event. Okay, let's set the stage a little bit here. We've been following Neek this entire day. Neek's an incredible player. He has incredible insights into the game, and I'm sure for a lot of our viewers out there, he's actually how you kind of started to advance your learning or kind of develop your knowledge around Gothic Limited. I know that is certainly true for myself, and I'm greatly appreciative of the content that he's made. Who's he playing this round 7? It's Ivan. Okay, what's going on here? Now, we're at SorceryFest 2026. It's been a crazy weekend. Felix, you and I have been chowing down on some pints. There's also been many a game of sorcery happening in the background. Things extend further than this room. What's being played for here? Both of these players are 6-1 in this event. Both of them want to do well in the event. Naturally, they all paid their entry fee. They want to maximize their prizes. For Neek, we're talking about whatever prizes come with being 6-1. Hold on a moment. For Ivan has done phenomenally well at events throughout the week. On Friday, we showcased the Alpha Draft, but in the background, nice and sneaky, behind everyone's backs, there was a Gothic Draft. Ivan took that Gothic Draft down. Obviously, he has a great knowledge of Gothic Limited. And because he won that event, he is also a contender for being the winner of the weekend overall. Okay, contender. What do I mean by contender?
Dude, I'm not sure if you're talking about the same thing, but there's like a little bit of lore to Ivan.
Oh, there's lore to Ivan.
Ivan is maybe the only person in the world who ever opened 2 foil Alpha Philosopher Stones by himself.
Do you mean without like mechanical assistance, or what do you mean by himself?
Well, I mean, he got random packs.
Crazy.
And in some of these random packs, he found Alpha Foil Philosopher Stones.
If
you ever opened a foil Philosopher Stone from Alpha, I think you're blessed already. Mm-hmm. If you open twice, it's something a little bit odd.
I'm going to be honest with you, Felix. I'm suspicious of this Ivan guy immediately.
Exactly.
Now,
but he got the greatest tattoo ever, because what kind of tattoo did we see?
Now, you're going to have to swear on stream here, Felix, if you're going to start talking about Ivan's tattoo. Before this round, Felix was doing a quick photo shoot. He was taking pictures of Ivan's legs. And on his legs, what did it say, Felix?
It says, magic over the B word. Is the B word? Is it? No, it's
Felix,
not really coming.
I know your girlfriend isn't watching the stream now, Felix.
Unlikely. But it is bitches, right? Magic over bitches. Yeah. But he told us already he's gonna crossing it out, and he's gonna replace the M word, as we say, for sorcery. So it's gonna be sorcery over bitches. That's his life motto, and looks like it's paying out for him. He's doing 6-1 right now, or he's maybe approaching 6-1, round 7. He has 2 full alpha stones. Maybe the only one in the world who
I
has
don't
them
think they're
now.
in his deck, though. SorceryFest and Trolls of the Realm do not condone misogyny and will not partake in any such behavior. But it's a funny tattoo that Ivan has. Good for him.
No,
Listen,
yeah.
folks, what we're trying to get at here is Ivan is actually playing for something more than just a good result in this one event. Ivan is actually playing to become the overall winner of this weekend. Now, that's contingent on a few things. Let's zoom out. Yesterday's constructed event was taken down, I would say handily, but there was actually quite a few close games by Joffrey. Joffrey is the second helpful hob. I'm very, very lucky.
Making sure, because I'm the first. He's the
Okay.
second.
I just meant
Definitely
he was
we
the-
do
yeah,
it
but-
this way. Yeah.
But Joffrey is one of the helpful hobs. Felix here with me in the booth all day today is the second, or vice versa, however they prefer. It really doesn't bother me. But Ivan and Joffrey are both competing for the most wins in this event. There's only a few points between them. Now, I don't know if this is sort of, as it were, a win and in, or if it's dependent on Joffrey's result, but I know they are tied very, very close. Ivan is playing for more than just a couple of prizes in this single event. He's playing here to be the overall winner of the weekend.
Wow. And we were talking about, well, they already started the match, right? We saw Ivan putting down a Forlorn, I don't even know Forlorn Keep, I think it is.
Yeah,
he got a Penitent Knight on that. And weirdly enough, Nick countered that side with his own side, which is, he could have played on the other side of the board.
He could have.
Just ignore that Penitent Knight. He was like, nah, I'm not gonna do it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'll play the Mesmerin Demon. Again, we know by now that he's gonna luring enemy opponents in, and he was trading it with the Seth dude who has a ward, which is very nice. That's what you want to do, right? If you have a ward, like a free power dude with ward, what you want to do with that, you want to trade with another free power dude.
Now,
just for the ward, right?
after every round today, we've had Nick in here interviewing him. And what is the word that has been most common out of his mouth? Probably hello and thank you. But he's a very polite guy.
Yeah.
Listen, second or third out of his mouth, most common, Nick has said tempo, tempo, tempo. Let's look at this game. He has a commanding advantage early on this board. Now, this Order of the White Worm, or of the White Wing.
It's also the right wing, yeah.
Yeah, it's Sunday. So at this
Some
stage,
order.
we're into the pills. Look, it's the order of something. That's obviously a very good play from Ivan here. But so far in this game, Nick has been absolutely wrecking him on tempo.
Very true.
That has not transitioned into a major advantage in life, but it has transitioned into him being up a surplus of units on the board. Now, this Order of the White Wing might not be the easiest thing for Nick to deal with. He's looking, we see a Sentinel Trap in his hand. Let's see if we can spot a few other cards. If he'd pan nice and slowly. Nick, if you can hear me now, please pan nice and slowly through your hand. I'll tell you what's next to that Sentinel Trap. It's another card. I actually can't make out what it is.
Most likely, yeah.
Yeah.
So Sentinel Trap, we see this card in every game of Nick. And honestly, have you played Sentinel Trap before?
I have played Sentinel Trap, and I have found a bit like Rolling Boulder.
Yeah,
It is a card
perfect.
that sets up
comparison.
this dynamic in the game where
Yeah.
we have this sort of sub-game developing. Just like Rolling Boulder, it is sometimes used as a 2-for-1. It is often used as just a removal spell that takes a card and we kind of accept the 1-for-1. But Nick has, I think he's almost drawn it every round in this event.
Very true. To be fair, there's like 24 spells in his spellbook deck.
Yeah.
So if you mulligan aggressively forward, it's not unlikely that you're going to see it.
No, if you were to mulligan all 3 spells in a hand of 4, you'd ultimately get to look at 7 cards. That's let's say that's
I'm not able to do the
it's
math
under
anymore,
a third,
but
it's over a quarter. So we're talking somewhere between 25 to 33%. Just because we're a couple of pills in, folks, doesn't mean we like to be inaccurate, you know?
That's definitely the case.
There's what, an 8% margin
Yeah.
there? Let's split the diff. Let's say it's 4%. We're talking around 29%.
I
That could be
think
total rubbish.
It's 60% every single time.
Well,
if you know what I mean.
To quote you earlier, Felix, it's a 50-50. Either he draws the goddamn card
Or he
fucking
fucking
doesn't.
don't.
We're back in the game.
I think that's a mentality you have. Something you have
Yeah.
to like live with from time to time, especially if it comes to like small little decision where like, you know what, I had these moments yesterday when I was playing constructed earlier. Hey, board the militia here into a board where it gives me like a huge advantage. If he has the King of the Realm, I'm fucking dead. If he's not, well, he's in for bad trouble. And those are the 50-50 decisions you sometimes just are looking forward to do. And yeah, we have Neek here putting on quite a bit of pressure on even here. Life totals are quite even, 18 to 20, so nothing's over yet. But Ivan has to find a solution for all these dudes. I think the Order of the White Wing, it's a good card here. It has the ward. It's hard for Nick to deal with it. It is a free power minion, so it will easily trade with the Seth dudes, the Mesmerism Demon as well. So yeah, we will see. We see a card that unfortunately I thought it's gonna give you air threshold. It does not. So if you're new to limited in Gothic, you really want to check those cards. This card, the tone card, it's not giving you any sort of air threshold, but it does give you the tone folks. Amazing. So 1 cost minion, 2 power. 2 power, not to underestimate. So he's stabilizing a little bit here on the board, having also another 3 power minion with Airborne being played on his back row. So we're up for a fight here. Let's see how Neek's gonna go. Like, even positioned all his creatures in a way that gives Neek a little bit of trouble to find in the right angle, the right spots to put in some damage without losing his minions. We'll see how Neek will react to that. Alright, we see a sidestep with the Mesmerism Demon next to the Nighthaunt and the Townsfolk. Well, it was actually an attack, so Ivan decides to trade with the Mesmerism Demon with his Nighthaunt. You see a little bit of damage taken here with the Seth dudes. Nick playing another side, which will fix his threshold, and let's see if he's gonna bring another big minion out. He is up on 5 mana this turn, which means he could play plenty of good stuff. It's just a 3-powered minion. 3-powered minions are probably the most common minions you will see on the battlefield most of the time. 4-powered minions are fairly rare. 2-powered minions, you don't want to have too many of these in your limited pool, so 3-power is the go-to minion. And even turn, he decides to draw a spell. It's tapping for a side. That's a very classic pattern. Like most limited players, experienced limited players, they rather draw a spellbook card instead of a side, and use the avatar ability to fix their threshold or mana curve, because you don't really want to fall behind on a card advantage. We see a Dreadwing from artwork card being played by Ivan, which will deal 4 damage if you don't decide to discard a card. And looks like he decided to discard. He decided to not discard and just take the 4 damage. Highly risky. You can afford to do so if you feel confident and be. Thanks so much. We have DMVP Rob coming back here, and he brought us some awesome French fries, and we have to
mayonnaise and satay sauce. Listen, there's a lot going on this weekend at Sorcery Fest.
There is. So we have a
oh fuck, that's good. Try that. Yeah, dip of that.
Perfect. Yeah.
Great. That's fruit sauce, I think, right?
Yeah. All right. So little sums up. Looks like Neek is pushing his advantage a little bit, getting even down to 5 life without having even lost a single life by himself. And the board set itself, well, even really even needs to find a solution for all these minions. There's not like a big minion that is threatening him. It's more like the multiple minions of 2 and 3 power here combined by Neek. They're putting up a lot of pressure. And even tapping his Order of the White Wing. And his spell thing as well. It's gonna happen.
Felix, if I was a viewer who was just tuning in now,
Yep.
or a commentator who's just after returning to the room with 1 liter of beer and a few chips, you have mayonnaise on your hand, by the way. Oh no, you got it off. What would be the most important thing you'd say to me to get me back into the understanding of this game?
So I think what we see here is Neek putting a lot of pressure onto Ivan. Ivan is on 5 life already. Doesn't mean it's over or anything, but Neek managed to not lose any life. He has a little bit of
Stormgeist here
as well. Stormgeist, crazily powerful card. 3 power minion with 3, and it has airborne. And on top of that, there's another upside. If your opponent plays a magic spell, the Stormgeist gonna take a step forwards, and if being adjacent, he's gonna strike the avatar.
Now, I'd like to stop you for 1 second there.
Yeah.
I think we might have overstepped our bounds there. And not as friends, but as commentators. We're after describing Stormgeist as having an upside. We saw the other helpful hob, Joffrey, yesterday make great plays with Earthquake, targeting sites that contained only 1 minion, forcing his opponent's Stormgeist to move up into the sites and then killing it.
That's what he needs to do. He has a good understanding about the game.
He can actually read the cards.
He can
see what they say.
Sometimes that's all you have to do, being able to read the cards and have a basic understanding of what it actually does.
But sometimes that's more difficult than it initially sounds. Listen.
Historically, I really sucked in reading. Like, I'm sometimes, like, I already mentioned it. We saw the town card that is generating a town folks dude from your collection.
Yeah.
And somehow in my mind, it also gives you an air threshold, which it doesn't. It's a colorless site.
Is this the one that lets you play any townsfolk from your collection?
Exactly. It doesn't give you any threshold.
No.
But it gives you the town folks.
Troubled Town? Is that
There
this
we
card?
go. Yeah.
Interesting thing about Troubled Town, we know obviously you have access to cards that are named in your collection, but when Troubled Town says you can play a townsfolk from your collection, it doesn't actually name any of the townsfolk. What's the implication there? You have to actually have opened one of those townsfolk.
Well, in limited, usually you don't actually, because there should be a pool available for you as a player to pick from.
My understanding, Felix, is that you're allowed to pull from that pool when a card is named. When something says you can play a Hellhounds, okay, we can provide a Hellhounds for you.
Exactly.
But you may play a townsfolk from your collection, does not name any particular card. So you must actually have a townsfolk in your collection. That card does not specify a card. All of that is superfluous here, naturally. We find Ivan falling down to 2 life to Neek's 20.
Yeah.
So if this game is not looking good for Ivan, there's a huge Lord of Greed after coming down there. That's obviously huge for Neek. If this game is not looking good for Ivan, who is this game looking good for?
It does look good for Neek. Our MVP, the guy we are following around for the whole day. Neek only dropped a single game, which you could almost call unlucky, because he wasn't even able to deal with small little lethal minions, if you remember. But besides that, it looks like his strategy is going well.
Neek has relied the entire day on not flashy uniques, expensive elites,
not at all,
but
that's
on
who he
a
is.
good understanding of the tempo of the game and well played ordinaries and exceptionals. Yeah. Yes, he's gotten for some 2-for-1 blowouts with the Sentinel Trap, but for the most part, he's read the board correctly, understood the flow of the game and the tempo, and played accordingly. Really a masterclass of Limited put on today here by Neek. And the fact that we can not only watch his games, but have access to him for additional commentary and explanation afterwards is massive.
Should be the reason all of you guys should be rewatched it multiple times, probably, just to like soak in all of his Nick's
I agree.
knowledge.
Watching this stream back on mute, except for when Nick is on screen,
Yeah,
very likely the correct play.
absolutely. And one thing I really need to mention here is, hey, I had so many people at my table, and they were like a little bit bummed out that I didn't open a savior or a necromancer as an avatar, and they always felt like behind. They were like, hey, I'm not having the best stuff out there. Does it even make sense to compete here? And you see Neek with, you could say, like the fairest deck ever, right? There's no flashy unique.
Big dudes.
Big dudes, no fancy elites, no fancy uniques, no fancy
Not even a
avatar.
particularly aggressive curve.
Nothing
a pretty
like that.
standard curve. Minions in the correct place.
Yeah.
A couple early, more for the middle of the game, a few for the late game, but that's it.
Yeah.
A couple of removal spells sprinkled in. Neek did not come in here and say, I opened a bomb pool. What Neek did is he came in here, he said, I think it's all right. I have 7 magics. That's what I'm looking for. I have an okay curve. I filled it out at all the points. What Neek has done to do so well in this event is master the format, play a plethora of games, not open amazing cards. And in fact, it's very possibly true that even opening amazing cards with shoddy play that doesn't accompany it, it's very likely you still wouldn't do so well.
Absolutely. And, well, the takeaway is you don't need to have the best cards ever.
Now, you need to have not the worst cards. Let's be very clear.
The worst cards would be pretty bad, but the best cards are not necessary.
When you open a pack and you see 15 Entombeds, I mean, you know you're an Earth, but you're not happy about it.
You're not super happy about it, I agree. But, yeah. Again, the takeaway is, hey, you can have, like, a pretty good performance, a very good performance, even, with very mediocre cards, very mediocre standard spell slinger. All you have to do is like play the best that you can. Neek is the prime example for that. He doesn't have a broken deck. He doesn't have any flashy uniques. He doesn't have nothing of that. What he is able to do, he's a very good player. He knows the game.
Now I'm going to pull us back in because it looks like we're approaching an end game here.
True.
We have 2 points of life left for Ivan, 20 left for Neek. His minions are pressed firmly up onto the board. Ivan, since we last looked, is not doing maybe quite so poorly on board. Okay, the Lord of Greed, that's huge. That's a 6 power unit. Ivan has the bats. He has...
Bats will only do so much, to be fair. That is a Townsfolk with a ward, if I'm correct. Up there, we see a Gift of the Wolf on Seth Rogen again. Pushing up to 5, gaining another spellbook card. And
a spell, we call those, just for the record.
That's very true. Looks like Neek is pushing here for the death blow, right? Looks like
now there's plenty of blockers for Ivan possible. Yeah. I think one thing that's important to mention, we talked there about the importance of a double block or a double defend from Ivan. We're trading words. That's the Eltham townsfolk. You were absolutely correct, Felix. One thing that's important that Nick was talking about earlier is when you're weighing up the advantages of these different avatars, it's not just about, Spellslinger draws me a card, how many cards did the other ones draw me? It can be difficult to determine how much is a skeleton worth. What's the value of a ward? How much is a free move and 2 power on your Persecutor worth?
Absolutely.
Or these portals that are discounting the units in my hand and the tempo I gain from playing them out, maybe to disparate locations, but certainly cheaper than expected. How much is that worth? And Neek made a very good point. It ultimately always brews down to you have to look at an avatar and say, first of all, what do they offer that can equal 1 card at the start of the game in value?
Yep.
And then secondly, you have to say, okay, and what did they do that exceeds that in value? Because only just matching that, well, you may as well be playing Spellslinger.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm really looking forward to, I'm going to call it here. I think, well, even technically not being that tier, but it would take more than a single miracle to put it back into this game. And like,
shift the tides here.
More than a single miracle is known as 2 miracles plus where I come from.
That's very true. It's very true. You need 2+ miracles here to get back into the game if you're even. So therefore, if we get Nick back here in the booth, I'm really looking forward to hear from him. Like, what was the pivot? Like, what was the pivot turn where he kind of took control of the game and never let loose? Because it looks like at a certain point, it didn't really matter what even does, because
For sure. Now listen, I'm more of an implications kind of guy, and I don't mean that in a creepy kind of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia way. What I mean by that is let's talk about the bigger picture here, okay? Neek is doing great, okay? He's tempoing his opponent out. Let's be real, he's stomping on his face with these gigantic minions. We're talking about the Lord of Greed here. What does that mean for the overall weekend? Now, we said that Ivan is engaged in a very, very close race with Joffrey, one of your kind of co-hosts on the Helpless
he's my
on the
co-host.
Helpful Hobbs. I beg your
Definitely,
pardon.
I think you it's spot on. He is my co-host for sure. I'm the main act.
No, the way you said that, no. When I said co-host, I think it had a different ring to the way you said it. But either way, both yourself and Joffrey are both the Helpful Hobbs, and it sounds like Joffrey and Ivan are in a close race for the overall winner of this weekend.
Yep.
Now we're going to be hearing from Richard and Ron; those are the 2 trolls of the realm.
Yeah.
Later on today, we're going to be crowning an overall winner. If Ivan loses this round, now we don't know exactly how the points work out, but we know it's a very, very close race between Ivan and Joffrey. It falls to Joffrey. If Joffrey could win his round, maybe he'd have a very, very good shot at being the winner of the weekend overall.
Absolutely looks like it.
Now we don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, we don't know that. Fun fact: Do you have an idea who was the Sorcery Fest champion last year? You couldn't guess it. That's why I'm saying it. Oh, you could have guessed it. But
Felix, I'll have to ask you because, believe it or not, I wasn't even playing Sorcery then. I
know
think
that.
you were.
Yeah. I were already, and I'm kind of in the same, like, skill-wise in the same spot. I'm not really improving anymore. You do actually. But champion from last year was Jor. Even though Joffrey took down, he was doing tremendously well in all of 3 events.
That's Joe. Just to pause there for a moment. That's Joe that we followed through the Alpha Draft on Friday. Joe, an amazing guy. Very nice. Now, Joe did not make much of an appearance on camera. Joe opened a foil Eris Curiosa on camera during the Alpha Draft.
Looks like
it might have seemed a little bit
for him to win on these weekends.
It looks maybe a little bit uncouth, but to be honest with you, Joe went absolutely fucking berserk when he opened that.
Yeah,
he started jumping, he started slapping the table, he started screaming at the other players' faces. I thought that was a bit much, but he had a great time doing it. What matters
I do the same thing without even opening stuff.
Right? You open an ordinary that you need, you go, Mother of God, it's an elf and townsfolk.
Exactly.
Listen. Joe is obviously having a great weekend. It turns out even when he loses all of the games, he still wins. And that's a great quality that guy has. Yeah. That's along with his great smile. It's not just Peter, there's a great smile here this weekend.
Peter's, like, all right, if we have to, like...
If I had to rate smiles.
I think that what comes SorceryFest down to is, like, rating smiles and handshakes.
I'm going to put... Okay, now
is
handshakes...
Is there top 3 handshakes for you from this weekend?
Top 3 handshakes. Peter's up there.
Peter might be the number 1.
100%. I agree. I got a very nice handshake from Freak. Freak was the head judge of the constructed event.
Yeah.
Absolutely strong, sturdy handshake. I also got a great handshake earlier from Ron. Ron, also a very strong handshake. Hello, Richard. We're just going through the top 3 handshakes and smiles of this event.
Oh, of this event. I think, honestly...
Mine's the biggest one.
Well, I was about to say...
camera.
No. We were about to say...
Which one is definitely in my top 3 when it comes down to smiles, for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there are not that many people that smile that much as Richard does on the weekend.
Now, Ron kills it in the handshake game. Stop. Ron kills it in the handshake game. When it comes to Richard, Richard... Look, Peter has a lovely vanilla smile.
True.
Top tier, well practiced, obviously, and he's a happy guy.
Hey, and we have, real quick, shout out to James Arbogast. He's like, how Michael?
Yeah, it's really important, guys, that you just continue to ask how your opponent actually had the threshold for that Archangel Michael.
Yeah. There's a takeaway for the weekend. It's hashtag how Michael how.
Yeah, because if you don't count the threshold, I mean, they're not going to. They're just going to assume they have it and take the win.
Always making sure if you ever play me, always make sure you count the threshold because it's very
It's very
more
likely that Felix won't count it for you.
I'm
and he'll
just
let you
casting.
away
I'm
with
just
it.
casting and seeing if I'm getting away
Yeah,
with it. That's basically what's happened. Let's be real. So always ask the question, how if you play me, on probably always if you play anyone.
For me, out of the two trolls, just to finish that before we go back into this final, which actually seems like it's coming down to the wire here, or at the very least going a little bit longer. I do think Ron had the firmer handshake, and great personality, such a nice guy, so welcoming, really made me feel at home. Richard, when Richard smiles at you, he does this kind of wry smile. He kind of creases up the corner of his mouth. It's like he's in on the joke. Richard knows something's going on. Great smile from Richard. Has to be said. Between the two trolls, they have the entire welcoming game covered.
True.
They've spread it like butter. You know,
They
so
know their
happy.
strength.
They know
their
what's
strength.
going on.
They
They're
know what's
after
happening.
delivering us in more fries.
Exactly.
That's unreal.
I'm not really sure if this is what the chat wants us to
No, I'm so
inform
sorry about that.
Don't worry about it because I wouldn't be able to do otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like Nick put Ivan here to Death Storm. Nick on a comfortable 20 life.
These chips are so hot.
They're amazing.
Burning my mouth.
So currently we're sitting in front. It's a ratio of 3 dips to a few fries. And you guys let us know how many dips do you need for a single package of fries. We currently have the 3-to-1 ratio. I think could be a little bit more fries, a little bit more less dip. Usually it's the other way around.
Brief apology to Nick and Ivan when they watch back the stream to see that the finals commentary was us talking about smiles, handshakes, and fries. Let's zone straight back in. The chat has been zoned in all along. Holy moly, that's an onslaught. We love onslaught. Constructed staple.
Yep.
Now, onslaught is great in these nice sticky boards where you kind of need to get your advantage. Lots of interesting effects on Onslaught. The fact that it also stops your minions being disabled. We saw that very important during Constructed with regards to root spiders and other things.
Yep.
But even in Limited, we know Nick's deck is playing a Hyper Parasite. Now, Onslaught, very, very kind of powerful card. And it's going to help maybe make some trades here. But ultimately...
Trades. Trades enough.
But ultimately,
what you're
is
asking
trades
for...
enough? Ivan, get your folder out on the table. I don't think trades is going to do it. You know?
I agree. And as I know, Nick has probably a solution for this.
I bet Nick has secretly, while no one was watching, placed his zap.
Again, does it come... That might be the 3rd or 4th time in a row where it comes down to that
Man, that
zap.
That zap is crazy.
I think
Nick had a full deck. He had plenty of playables. He said, "There's no reason for me to take any risks. I know what tempo is." Nick said that. He said that out loud. The camera didn't pick it up, but I could through the walls. He said that, and then he said, "To hell with this. I'm playing the zap." He's included 2 air sites. Does he have an air site now? We don't know. We haven't been really keeping up.
I think I own him like a public apology about the zap.
I agree. Oh,
there's the handshake.
That's it.
That's it. And was it a zap? No, it was the Sentinel trap. Whatever. Well, I can take back the zap.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
Kind of thing because
there's no need to take it back. It's a difference of opinion, and we're allowed those.
That's very fair.
And
we got a comment about Onslaught doesn't let Hyper Parasite move.
No, but it does let the disabled minion that it's
Very true.
the minion that it's disabling act.
Exactly.
If I'm not
the
mistaken.
Hyper Parasite itself won't be able to move. But
No, and that's Hyper Parasite's business. Just by the way, we
That's
don't.
true.
We don't
judge
involve
that.
ourselves
Exactly.
with that.
No, Hyper
That's up
Parasite-
to that.
yeah.
The Hyper Parasite can look after itself, folks. That's the end of round 7 here. A quick recap on what's going on. We've had a couple of fries. Now, Ivan has unfortunately lost this round to Nick's overwhelming might.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say. Nick has ended up going 6-1 in this event. Congratulations, Nick. A great
Quite
result.
telling, yeah.
I know from conversations with Nick, he thinks, he was maybe a few misplays or a few things differently from being 7-0. But listen, if it was different, it'd be different. He'd be paired against different players. Everything would have gone differently.
And I think
Either way, a great performance from Nick today.
Amazing.
Felix, what do you think?
I think like
there is like, even if you're a good player, and I can tell this from like the sites of constructed, if you're like very confident, you did a lot of practice, you know what you're doing, there's no guarantee for you to ever score better than like 4-3, 5-2. 6-1 always needs to be, you have to have a little bit of luck here and there, a little bit of like, you know
The
what I
day
mean?
has to go well.
Has to go well.
You
So-
might think I've been practicing. Well, guess what, Bucko? Everyone else who travelled to beautiful Leeuwarden has also been practicing. They've also been
Absolutely.
playing. You're not the
You're
main
not the only one.
character of this event.
Absolutely.
Well, except for Nick, who technically was
Don't-
pretty much the main character of today.
He
we did
was.
follow him the entire way.
He
Sorry
was.
about that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah, it's 125 players. Imagine that. That's like, even it's twice as much as last year, and we had more people in the queue. So it could have been like easily more people. Not gonna lie, the venue is full. I think it's fine as it
now
is.
Felix, when you
Yeah.
reference 125 players,
Yeah.
that's 125 players in constructed. Overall, there were 150 unique players, I believe, at this event this weekend.
Amazing.
Insane turnout.
Yeah.
Many of us first timers, myself included.
Yeah.
And many of us will be returning next year.
For sure, I will be.
Absolutely.
You probably too. So we're gonna might be able to cast again next year, or like even sooner at the Siege Core, if you guys want to be following in that as well. I'm gonna go over. I'm gonna get Neek in here. Well, he's just coming.
Here
in
comes Neek. Terrific.
Terrific. Come here, Neek.
Hello. Oh, I get some French fries.
Absolutely. Neek, help yourself, please. You must be starving.
Belgium.
If a Belgian says French fries, you know.
You know something.
There's-
Yeah.
We cannot resist, right?
Yeah.
Now, Neek, you might be able to tell from the setup here, but we've been busy eating some number of fries.
Okay.
Every time we look at this game, you're taking a great position. You're after ending the event 6-1. There was a lot more on that game, a lot more riding on that game, perhaps, than just what was going on for you. Your opponent, Ivan, was actually playing to be the overall winner of the weekend.
Yes.
If he won the event, he would have been, or won that round, he would have been in a very good position to take the weekend overall. Now, that wasn't your problem. You were, of course, trying to win the most from your side. Tell us, how did that round go? How do you feel? And maybe now let's zoom out. How do you feel about this event overall and the weekend?
Sure. Wait, that's 3 questions.
One at a time.
yeah.
And have a fry in between. No
All right.
problem.
So, well, when it said that I know Ivan, we played a casual draft yesterday. He's a very good player, so that also it's the last round. You know, he has a good deck. He's a good player. So, and then he told me, like when he sat down, he said, "Yeah, actually, I'm in contingency for the best player of the weekend." And I told him, like, sorry, like with what, I will give it my all. You will have to earn it. So that's fair
Absolutely.
game. Okay. And then, I was on the play, which was really good. And so, I went forward. And here it was a huge advantage to have my third side before his avatar, because I had the Sentinel Trap in hand. And I mean, that was threatening. And I don't know if he realized, but he always positions his minions very well. But just to have it all the time, just because he didn't have a lot of movement space, and just having that thing. In the end, I didn't not have to use it, and I really tried to force him to the sides where I had my sides, which was, and then I knew that I had a game. I think it was a good game, but from the start, when I played the heretic, stealing his wards was already very tough for him. And I never felt threatened the whole game. I just started building up trading advantageously. I made one small mistake the moment that he gave his own minion wards. I had the Gift of the Wolf. And basically, so I ended up making a 5-powered minion out of my heretic, which was fine. But actually, I should have played the Gift of the Wolf on my frog.
Okay.
Because then I could have hit the ward minion 2 times, and he would have been at death's door. And all my minions have moved to the right, and basically he probably would have moved to the left, and then the center trap would have ended right away. But that was a small thing. I mean, I was so far in ahead. So
I think one thing that's, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but one thing that we've referred to multiple times today is these frog tokens. They're 0 power. They're obviously very easy to remove. But there is an incredible utility. They open up an incredible kind of possibility space of different ways to play the game. And it's very easy, not only for the opponent, but for the player who actually has one, to rule them out, to kind of take them out of their cognitive space and say, I'm not, I don't need to consider that. That's a blocker. That's a free block. And to stop thinking of all the possibilities. What can I really do to maximize these frog tokens? Yeah, amazing. How do you feel about the weekend overall? let's jump forward a month, 2 months from now. When you think of Sorcery Fest, what will your thoughts about the week be?
I've been here a regular like you, Felix. We've been when Ron and Richard does something, we always try to be here. It's just amazing, like the overall spirit. I mean, you feel that these guys they have been in the game for a long time with Magic, with old school Magic. They do it with their eyes closed. I think they're super professional and super friendly. I know what it is to organize a big event. You tend to get a bit stressful to see it, but they just go smoothly through it. So I always look forward to come here, play with everybody here, and I think we all feel it, right? We just
absolutely.
if Ron and Richard do it, we just go there, and it's part of one of those moments in the year that you just block the calendar and just go. Really, really amazing.
True. One other thing, you went 6-1. I know you feel probably a little bit bad about the one loss, which felt a bit unlucky. But here's the thing: I think going 6-1, you need that amount of skill and you need that amount of luck to even get to that place. I think you can be extremely proud on your performance, and I think everything that is 4 wins or more is extremely good, and 6-1 is a respectable performance. It's as good as it gets, and it again shows like the top limited players where they are, how you get there. It's the same guys over and over again. You see that in limited, you see that in constructed. Put in a lot of work. I respect that a lot. The knowledge we had Mitch in the chat was commentating on your games, calling out stuff, and as you guys are in steady contact doing all these things. Want to say thank you also for the online content that you did, also the Siege at the Core Discord that is out there, that is connecting the European community, that is basically all built by you. The Siege at the Core, which was basically the very first big event we had in Europe, before any official releases from Eric Scoriosa. So there's I think the whole European community wants to thank you big on that. Like Neeks, the work you put in for the community, the work you put into Sorcery, the way you play, you approach new people in the game, it's outstanding. Want to do big thank you again for that. And really looking forward to see all this gonna grow and getting bigger and bigger.
If I could maybe add on that briefly, I think it's really important for people out there to know, this isn't a game that's played by just professionals, often some far-flung part of the world, being broadcast online. The reality is we didn't want to stick with the top tables today. We wanted a narrative, we wanted a story. We picked Neek, an incredible player who's made incredible contributions. Whether he's won or lost, we wanted to have this feeling that we've experienced his journey through the event, that we've taken as much valuable lessons as we can from you. We've really had some interesting conversations about Gothic Limited and Sorcery as a whole, and it's important to note that all of these players out there are all trying to do their best to make a contribution and to actually kind of move the state of the art in Sorcery forward. Thank you so much, Nick. It's been a pleasure to have you on the cast and on stream playing.
But yeah, that's for everybody. It's like the community at Sorcery. I mean, that has been from the start. Without the community, the game would have had a way tougher road ahead of it. And everybody's so generous and spending time supporting each other. So, and that's still going. And that is what makes it really a nice place to be. And yeah, for sure.
Adding on top of that, because we had comments in the chat who are pointing different kind of stuff out, is you have to understand, being on a stream every single game is mentally taxing as well. So for the guys, even us as a commentary, we're in the backseat, we don't even see everything what's going on, right? And imagine being the player doing this every single round, being people gonna watch, people gonna see things, you do the best of performance and going 6-1, being on the stream every single time. I think that's an outstanding.
It was actually very fun to do. Of course, I streamed for a while.
Your experience with
so that helps.
True,
But I remember actually the first time I was on stream, I had to play Jeffrey, and then he completely annihilated me, and I had a very good deck. And so
Jeffrey won a game.
Yeah. So good times. But thank you. It was an honor to be on stream. Love doing it, every part of it. And I think also I was a bit lucky. I didn't get the Necromancer or Savior. So okay, I did get the two Persecutors.
One big thing I really wanted to ask you about that.
Sure.
When you opened your pool, you didn't have any flashy uniques, no Savior, no Necromancer. There were people at my table, they were it's impossible to go with my spell slinger deck very high because it's 120 players. Somebody has the necromancer, the Lilith, plus a lot of lights, all of the stuff. You managed to get an amazing result with a very mediocre deck, if I'm able to call that.
I had some good cards. I had the 4 drops, etc. But I mean, last year I got into the finals with the draft, and I had 2 exceptional in my deck, and all the rest was ordinary. So I really believe that sorcery is not a game of luck; it's really a game of skill. And I think if you would give a top player a deck with only ordinaries and some exceptionals, they will have still the advantage because it's really about the positioning. Of course, if you get against 2 or 3 bombs and you get outplayed, nothing to do about it. That's part of the game. But I still would always favor the expert player, even with a more mediocre deck, because it's really all about the positioning.
I think the big takeaway that we had from talking to you in between rounds is the importance of tempo.
Sure.
Just really looking after the early game, making correct plays, and being able to carry an advantage later into the game.
And perhaps one tip for newer players, because this is often not seen, but I don't know if you call it on stream, but if I have 5 mana on board and I have a strong 6-part minion for 6 mana, I do not draw the sides. I draw the spell. I take an extra turn to draw the sides because a spell slinger doesn't draw spells. And so this is something people I see every time I see somebody drawing 2 sides. That's already an advantage for me because I only draw 1 side.
We talked about this earlier. That's
And
not,
that is very important for new players to understand and realize.
I think that's the takeaway. The pattern is you draw maybe 1 single side early in the game to go for the 4th land, and then all you're gonna do is every other turn you get a side.
Eventually,
draw
a
a side.
point will be reached in the game where you will, in theory, be able to draw your entire atlas and have no additional use for them. We can delay that and maximize our use of spells. Amazing work.
So that might be the good takeaway for like beginners here. Don't ever draw a side except for one. If you can choose between side and spell, you always go for the spell.
And it goes without saying that if you have to draw your spell because you can play a bomb or get such a massive advantage, then of course just draw the sides. But otherwise, just take the time and draw the spells, because if you draw 2 more spells for your opponent, you have 2-3 part minus extra, and that will actually get you there.
Amazing. Folks, I think we're going to call it there. Now, we have a couple of announcements. I think we have the overall winner of the weekend. We're going to have Ron and Richard on, and we're going to really sign all these things off. We're not quite sure on the timing of all those. There's a huge buzz around the building here today. We're doing things in person. We're obviously trying to sort the live stream as well. We're going to go to we'll be right back for just a short while. When we're back, we'll definitely be announcing winners, prizes, thank yous, congratulations, all of that good stuff. Thank you so much for staying with us the entire weekend. This is the end of the sorcery gameplay, but not quite the end of the event. Folks, it's been amazing to be streaming for you. From myself, from Felix, Neek, who's been with us all day here today, thank you so much, and we'll catch up with you in just a couple of minutes.
How, Michael? How?
That's a great question.
Do just use the camera kind of thing. That's
I see. We're just here.
Are we on? All right.
Oh, we're on. Hello, folks. This is a brief message from myself and Felix here, your coverage team for this weekend. Coming up for the rest of today, we're going to be looking at who won the limited event overall. Now, you might think it's strange, these guys are after finishing the limited event, they didn't follow the winning match. That's because we wanted to really follow Neek, we wanted to get his perspective on the format, and we kind of wanted to maximize the amount of learnings we could take out of this limited event, really milk it for all it was
Exactly.
worth.
We just had to talk with Neek. If you haven't watched it, you might want to scroll back a little bit. He has quite a few good things to say about like how to become a good sorcery player limited. Yeah, if you haven't watched it, get back to it. Watch it.
We want to give you a few words just about what the format's going to be for the rest of today. Right now, there's a silence, and that's been a very busy hallway for the last 3 days, but there's a silence out there. Ron and Richard, the two hosts of this weekend, the trolls of the realm, they're both announcing the winner of the limited event, the winner of the weekend overall, who I think is somebody we actually might know. We'll let that announcement wait till later. And also saying a few words to thank the 150 players from across 19 different countries for coming here this weekend.
Absolutely.
We're taking this as a brief opportunity to let you know what's coming up. We're going to be talking to Ron, Richard. We're going to see from the various winners. And also, we might just say a very brief thank you, everyone who, through spotty commentary at times, and dare I say, deft and quite expert commentary at others, stuck with us in the chat, helped point out different things to us, and never failed to ask the important questions like, how exactly are you reaching your 4 threshold for that Archangel Michael? Or in other words,
How,
Michael?
Michael?
Folks, we're going to be back in maybe 10 to 15 minutes. But until then, in case we don't get another moment alone with you, thank you so much for being a part of this weekend. And if you're watching this back on a video, thank you for watching it.
Give
please
a little shout out to Rob because he dedicated his whole weekend. He came all over from Ireland here.
Thank you.
He gave away his ticket just to do the live streaming, basically. I think you did a tremendous job. You were doing really well with that. Yeah, and I think everybody is very thankful for you to do so.
Thank you, Felix. That's really wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm very thankful that I wasn't alone in the commentary booth. Friday was difficult here on my own. I was able to get a few people in. Joffrey was a tremendous help and able to give me some commentary here and there, but it's very difficult when you're on your own. The weekend would not have been half as entertaining as it was, I hope, without your contribution as well, Felix. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Not only have I found a great commentator, but hopefully a good friend in the sorcery community. Folks, thank you so much for sticking with us. We're going to be right back after just a few minutes. We don't have an exact ETA, but maybe if you're watching this back later, that won't be a problem for you. We're going to be back with Ron, Richard, myself, Felix, and all of the winners
And the
of this
overall
week.
winner.
Thank you so much. We're not quite finished yet. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Stay tuned.
Hello, folks. We're in the middle of celebrations here at the end of SorceryFest 2026. We're joined by Tim. Now, Tim might be a slightly unfamiliar face if you've been watching the stream today, because we've been following Neek throughout these Gothic sealed event. But Tim has had his own journey through the event. Tim, you're the overall winner of Seal today. What was your final score?
7-0.
Which, in a 7-round event, I could be mistaken, but that's as good as they come.
I mean, they tell me so. Yeah.
Now, what elements were you playing today, Tim?
I played fire and earth, and I splashed a bit of air.
What did you splash air for?
I didn't really pull any big bombs, no elites or uniques, so I kind of felt like I had to splash air for Zap just to get some more finishers, just maybe to trade up, and then just some solid good playables.
That's interesting. The only reason I hone in on that air splash is we've been following Neek all throughout today's event. He made a decision, despite having plenty of playables in both earth and water, to splash air, and the reason he did it was for Zap. He really highly valued that finisher and the ability to even just draw the sight and draw the Zap late game and still have it be a completely relevant card. Just an interesting through line there. How was your event? What's your take on Gothic Limited? And have you enjoyed your weekend at SorceryFest?
Oh, I mean, I don't know where to start. It's been a great event. One of my first events. So I'm from Finland, and we don't really have a lot of big events there.
Amazing.
I just have to shout out both first and second was from Finland. So Finland's really represented here.
Well
in
done,
the scene.
Finland.
But yeah, a great event. I got to top 8 in draft as well. Sadly had some trouble with the mana in the first top 8 match, so fell out quite early.
If I might interject, was that Alpha Draft or was that Gothic Draft?
Gothic.
Amazing.
Yeah. Fire Earth there as well.
Okay, very good.
Then yesterday in the constructed 5-2, I'm really happy with all my matches. Had some really lucky wins, some unlucky losses, but still very good games. So happy about yesterday's event as well. And then today, well, I was just, my head is mash for after like 2 days of just gaming. So I was happy to get a win.
Amazing.
Like 7 wins, 7 times as happy.
Yeah, that's terrific.
So overall, it looks like you're performing very well in all of these events. You basically top ended in all 3 of them. 5-2 in constructed is almost as good as it gets. It takes like 1 more win to go to the top 8. Could have done it almost with a little bit of luck here and there, probably. Tim, we haven't seen you before in all of these events, maybe, or I haven't seen you before.
No.
Exactly. So you're kind of new to the community. You're the uprising champ, maybe.
Well,
who knows?
that's...
But for how long are you playing Sorcery by now?
I played a bit before Arthurian Legends.
Really?
I'm from Turku in Finland, so quite a small town. We had like 4 people there ever since. Found on Discord. Been there like every other week. Now with Gothic, we had a lot more growth, so really happy about that. But yeah, playing since then.
Cool.
Playing a bit on the summit as well.
Very nice.
That is the Sorcerer's Summit.
Yeah.
Sorcerer's Summit. Clear,
yeah.
Do you mind sharing your Discord name on the?
Yeah, it's Rasputin. So I think my name is actually Raitan Titan, but then a lot of the Americans have a bit of trouble pronouncing that, so I changed it to Rasputin.
You know what you talk about. My name is Felix, aka Stirnlappen Basilisk, which is not very known for non-German speakers. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So you enjoyed the weekend a lot, as much as I heard.
Yeah.
Are you going to be part of the upcoming events here, maybe in Europe? We have so much more Grand Contests coming up, and there's going to be one in Italy, there's going to be one in Germany, we even have one in Belgium and one in the UK. Are we going to be able to meet you over one of these events?
I don't think so, because I've been looking at like the German event, the Italian event, but they're hosted in quite like not the large cities, and especially from Finland, we have to like train flights and then also train when we arrive. So it's just very hard to get to these kind of events. If it would be easier, definitely I would come, but right now quite hard.
I got a solution for that, because maybe you guys host your own event in Finland. You have some great artists from Finland as well. Jussi Pilkas is probably from Finnish. Maybe you get them over there. You host the event, and we all gonna join you over there.
I
That
mean,
might be
that
the
would
solution
be
for
yeah,
that.
yeah. If we could
Amazing.
get the resources, I mean, for sure. I mean, I think we're
We don't need to wait to see if we have the resources. You can just say now you're doing it. We can fully lock it
You're
in.
gonna be there.
Yeah,
Oh,
pick a
damn it.
weekend.
Yeah.
July 31st. We'll get it done by the end of the month.
Are
Exactly.
you coming? Are you coming?
Yeah.
Okay, then I have at least
That's
two.
100%
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but I think we were 11 people from Finland, so third most represented country in the
Amazing.
whole of SorceryFest. So we have really strong players, a lot of players, and really active community. So I think definitely we
gonna
get
be
something going.
I think a lot of people here, when you talk to people here who are from different countries who obviously aren't from the Netherlands, one thing that you constantly hear is them talking about the people who they came here with. And I think there's a great representation of, rather than people traveling solo and just kind of finding their way here or ending up here, there's a huge movement for local communities to travel together, to really bond, and then to actually bring that kind of that friendship and that commitment and that community spirit to an international scene, which is absolutely incredible. I think most people here know everyone else at the event who is from their country, or at very least most of them.
Yeah.
And that's an incredible thing to be able to say. I don't know if you could say that at a lot of TCG events.
Absolutely. And if you're new to the scene, you want to come here, come to another end, you're more than welcome to make you join the community, be part of it. Yeah. So sad news a little bit that you're not going to be part of at the other contest. Laughing part of my face is also, wait, other guys have a chance to actually get
Yeah.
top 8, because there's a slot free now. Tim is not being part of it, so hey, maybe there's a chance for all of the rest of us, right?
Someone else has to beat Joffrey.
Dude, we're trying for years by now. It's gonna be hard. I was trying. I mean, yeah. Even joining him in a team and picking on his brain doesn't help. He's gonna still outmaneuver you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Folks, I think we might leave it there. Tim, thank you so much. An outstanding performance, a great story traveling to this event. We're going to leave this here, folks. We'll be back in just a few minutes. We're probably going to catch up with Ron and Richard. They can announce the overall winner for the week, and we might have our final sign-offs. Tim, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you so much. An amazing performance.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'll just put
So
us
Richard,
on.
it's like
And we are live.
it's like feeling like a little kid again. This weekend.
You enjoyed commentating?
Yeah, for sure, bro.
More than playing?
Well,
As much
So,
as
if you win,
I don't know
you
if
win.
anybody is still watching this, but there's a lot of hugs and bear hugs and manly hugs and happy faces and people having to catch their flights and their trains and everything. But man, what a weekend!
Oh yeah.
Luckily, some of us are staying the night, and some of us live here.
Yeah.
Yes. It's a
Otherwise, it'll be an empty.
It's a 5-minute walk for me.
Gentlemen, I have to stop you for a minute. While you were away, we were discussing something. This is myself and Felix. I wish he was here to help me give these out. You've been giving out prizes all weekend. We were discussing with absolutely no input from chat. They wanted nothing to do with it. They were saying, this player has this card in hand, this player has... And we were saying, yeah, what really matters. We were talking about the different people we've met this weekend.
Oh yeah.
Talking about their different qualities. There's been an incredible kind of bit of friendliness and community here. And we just wanted to say that it was ultimately decided, Ron, all weekend, the best handshake was coming from you.
Okay.
Every time you've delivered a handshake, it's been nothing but pure gold, straight in, so friendly, and there was a sort of emotional vulnerability. Every time you did it, we connected so well, we loved it. And Richard, we were talking about the best smile of the weekend. It's important to note,
I'll work on my handshake now.
everyone, hey, oh, that's pretty good. You better watch it, Ron. Ron, you better get practicing. Every time you smile, we've gotten many a smile this weekend. Many in here in this room, many in the other rooms. Every time, Richard, you hit us with that smile, there's that little curl up in the corner, like you're kind of in on the joke. You know something that's going on, maybe something that we don't even know. We loved it. Guys, you've been amazing hosts. We might have been hosting the live stream, but none of the live stream would have happened without the event as a whole. The two of you have been amazing. Thank you so much.
mate.
So
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah,
Thank
and
you.
same.
Really, really thank you.
Thank you.
We've had a lot happen since all three of us have last been on camera.
Yeah.
We've had 2 different draft events, a
Yep.
constructed event, a sealed event. We've announced winners for all of those and a winner for the week overall.
Yeah.
That was Joffrey, one of the helpful hubs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah.
Such an amazing.
And he's
job.
standing here.
We're
with
looking
this
at him here.
Yeah.
small and
let's-
a bit humble smile, but in
he's
the end he said, "I knew it. I knew it."
Standing awkwardly off camera,
Yeah.
but fully aware of what he's done and the trouble he's got himself into. I think we're going to need to, come up with some illegal chemicals, come up with some back alley shady dealings, and really kind of create some sort of a super soldier. Train them up in sorcery, and next year have some competition
Cut him loose.
for
Yeah.
Joffrey. Because right now it's not possible. It's people have tried, and unfortunately they've failed.
Everyone has to step up the game.
Yeah.
Because the guy is just unbeatable.
Yeah.
But next year the sorcery steroids will truly be out, and we'll be doing all sorts of dirty tricks to try to hold him back.
And otherwise, we finally get him to drink a bottle of wine. Maybe before the event.
Yeah. Guys, how has your weekend been? Now, you've been running around the entire time, busy. You've been not only running events, but you've been managing artists, managing people, managing a venue, managing a store, and also social media accounts, all of these different things. You've contributed a huge amount of time and effort into this weekend. Everyone here has benefited from that. What do you get out of it?
Smiling faces.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be stressful. And I've had my stress moments this weekend, but also at these moments where you just kind of sit back, relax, and see everybody playing, and then see all these smiling, happy places and of people, and that's what I do this for. That's,
Amazing.
I'm floating on a cloud the whole next week.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And for me, it's about creating stories. We have so many stories discovered this weekend. People coming in late. Just found out about sorcery. Hey, can we come over? Can we play in an event? Is that possible? Or come over. We'll get you up on mode with a learn to play.
Amazing.
And then just 2 days later, they're here. They do a learn to play. They're in the event. They're in the community, and they're playing all day, and they have an amazing time. And I think those are the stories. That's what we do it for. Yeah.
Yeah. I think overall weekend, if you look at the 3 main pillars of sorcery, like we've seen them all. We've seen creativity, we've seen a lot of wonder, we've seen mastery, and above all, we saw a lot of friendship.
Absolutely.
And that's what really do this for.
Yeah. Now we'll be careful not to get too teary-eyed at the end of this weekend.
I'm sobbing. all
The
the
good
time.
news is that Sorcery Fest is over for now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
So-
we're not making any announcements, but I think it's very fair to say that Sorcery Fest will rise again. People and friends will be able to meet up at this. And there's also many grand contests coming for people who would like to maybe watch online or attend in person. So it's not an end by any means, any of those friendships. But it's wonderful that some of those have been made here this weekend.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
Super.
The same goes for us.
Amazing.
Robert,
Yeah.
thanks, mate.
Richard and
Man,
Ron,
thank you, man.
two absolute gentlemen.
Yep.
We're getting a call there from Tim.
Yeah.
Thanks a mil, Tim. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Yeah.
See you now. Deuce's brother. Tim, very persistent.
Yeah.
To be fair. It's one of my favorite things about Tim. Don't know who he is.
It's my boy.
Oh, very good. Very, very good. Folks, anything you'd like to leave us with? Any maybe small moment this weekend that kind of that last with you and will stand out when you're kind of looking back at a collection of Sorcery Fest?
There's so many moments.
Oh, too many.
Yeah, it's hard to just pinpoint one moment, but
I think it's right now what stand out is saying the goodbyes and the
Yeah.
hugs
Yeah.
and
It's
the
tough.
cheers
Yeah.
and happy
Yeah.
people leaving the building. So that's
that's
on top of mind now.
yeah.
I think one thing I'd add, if you were, maybe you didn't have the biggest community or someone like me, and you were thinking, oh, I'll go to an event, I'll make the push, we'll look after you.
Yeah, sure.
It's nice.
Yeah. If you come up here alone, you will have a good
Yeah.
time. Trust us. We'll make sure for that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, this is going out live. I think all of us and certainly other people are going to be watching this back on the video, and they'll be going, God, those lads really got red in the face
Yeah.
and a bit emotional there in the last moments. I think, will we end Sorcery Fest there for 2026
Yes,
and look forward to 2027?
we'll do.
Folks, thank all of you so much for
Cheers.
watching live, for tuning in at home throughout the year. We'll see you soon.